Every Little Kiss. Book 7, Summer Kisses Series. By Melinda Curtis. Prologue. In the sunset of her life, Dorothy Summer had developed a royal obsession. Oh, not about Charles, those ears. Or the British royal family, all that infighting. No. It was royalty in general that fascinated Dotty. The secrecy, the glittering crowns, the obscure countries so small that nearly everyone was of royal blood. And the rumors. Every royal must speak at least 3 languages. Every line of royalty has a birthmark somewhere. Only those of true royal blood would notice a pea beneath their mattress. Dotty wanted to know if the rumors were fact or fiction. All she needed was a royal to find out. A few years ago, Dotty had tried to convince someone in her family to take her to the coronation in London. You'd think with as many children, grandchildren, and friends as she had that Dotty would have found someone interested in hopping across the pond for a bit of royal watching. But even her granddaughter Maggie, who was on record as wanting to date a prince, wasn't interested in chaperoning her. That was the thing about moving in with your adult children. They didn't want to let you out without a chaperone. Not even for a once-in-a-lifetime coronation. But darn it. That coronation had been Dotty's best chance to hobnob with royalty, perhaps even be a lady-in-waiting. Dotty's last hope for a royal experience now rested with Maggie. She worked as a big animal veterinarian in the Hamptons. The Hamptons weren't as trendy as they used to be, but surely Maggie would bump into a royal in time for her sister Kitty's wedding day. And considering Kitty was marrying Maggie's former fiancé, Dotty was betting that Maggie would come through on her promise to attend the Christmas nuptials with a prince on her arm, if only to show the world that she'd moved on. Dotty could hardly wait. But first, she had to attend another Summer Sisters engagement party in Boston. Chapter 1. Dr. Maggie Summer stood in a dark corner of a Boston pub on a Friday night before Christmas. She clung to a wilting red rose as tightly as she'd held on to hope for the past hour. And for that, she deserved some kind of reward. The pub was typical for watering holes near Harvard, dim lighting, tacky beer-branded decor, bad music. Elvis was currently singing about his blue Christmas. Maggie had been standing because she'd read somewhere that one did not receive royalty sitting down. She stomped her black, lug-soled boot on the floor. How long does one wait for a royal blind date to show? In Maggie's case, it was approaching an hour. Her sister Violet's engagement party was going to start in 15 minutes. Most other women would have bailed by now. But that was the thing about Maggie, as the youngest of 5 sisters, she was used to waiting her turn and being last. Last one to get braces, a bra, and a boyfriend. Last one to earn a driver's license and complete college. Last one to don a tiara as a New York debutante. Although, unlike her 4 older sisters, she'd worn lug-soled army boots beneath her Cinderella gown. Very undebutante-like. And that was the crux of Maggie's life. She was a New York debutante and heiress, but she didn't fit the mold. She was a large animal vet, comfortable treating her patients in less than pristine circumstances. She wasn't delicate or dainty. She wasn't elegant or hoity-toity. In fact, when she attended social events, which was rarely, Maggie was the summer sister who received a slight frown, a disapproving head shake, and the words, "Are you still in that phase?" from society mavens. That phase? It wasn't a phase. It was Maggie, all day, every day, month after month, year after year. Her hair was black and frizzed at a hint of humidity. Hello, Boston. Her wardrobe consisted of mostly black items, like the plain cocktail dress she'd chosen tonight. She hated heels and currently wore a black pair of lug-soled ankle boots. It didn't take Maggie's father or New York society to point out what Maggie knew. She stood out. And in their eyes, she stood out for all the wrong reasons. And yet, a part of her longed to blend in, to be part of the crowd, to be the least talked about summer sister on the planet. Overlooked. Also attending. A footnote, not a headline. And the easiest way to be invisible at the string of upcoming family events: Sister Violet's engagement party to Coop tonight, Sister Kitty's dress rehearsal tomorrow, Kitty's wedding to Beck on Sunday, and the family Christmas on Monday, was to have a plus one, especially when each of her 4 sisters had a significant other. For months, Maggie had clung to the notion that it would be easier to hold her head high during this long weekend if she had someone fabulous by her side. A prince among men. Preferably an actual prince, because Maggie was a realist. She'd never blend in completely. And if she couldn't, it was better to stand out in a good way. A regal way. A royal way. Yeah, it was a teenage girl type of dream. But it was a dream Maggie had clung to. And just when Maggie was ready to admit defeat, Sister Violet had taken pity on Maggie and enlisted the help of a colleague at Harvard to fix Maggie up with a special graduate student, a prince from a foreign land. But the prince was late, Violet's engagement party was about to begin, and tomorrow launched Kitty's wedding weekend. Maggie was out of miracles. A prince? What prince went on blind dates? Admitting defeat, Maggie tossed the red rose on the nearby corner table just as a man entered the pub. His gaze swept the room, stopped on the rose, and then lifted to Maggie's face. She caught her breath. He was gorgeous. Clean-cut, blonde hair. Intense green eyes. Chiseled cheekbones and regal bearing. He wore a dark suit and tie, a thick black wool jacket, and had an air of detachment that indicated he remained calm among commoners, no matter their reaction to him. My prince! He was everything a girl in need of a fake, royal boyfriend was looking for to get through a week of wedding events and family gatherings. Even if I had only arranged a date for just one night, there was a slight possibility that he was going to be alone over the Christmas weekend and might want to spend more time together. The man crossed the room with firmly measured steps and a posture that was ramrod straight. He looked neither right nor left. He stared only at Maggie. Directly into her eyes. Maggie wanted to melt. Her knees were weak, and her body felt liquid. And yet, she couldn't collapse. If this was the prince she'd been waiting for, he wouldn't approve of so-called hysterics. If he was a prince, he had to be a prince. Maggie could imagine him knighting heroic citizens with a gleaming silver sword. She could picture him riding on horseback in dress uniform, leading neat lines of marching soldiers. She could see him sitting on a radiant throne with a crown perched perfectly upon all that golden hair. Such bearing. Such tight control. Such cool detachment. Ah, yes. Maggie was getting a very clear picture about this particular prince, one that gave solidity to her knees and substance to her limbs. Because despite an overactive imagination, what Maggie couldn't visualize was herself being by this man's side. Distant, privileged men invariably disapproved of her on first impression. There was no hint of a smile on that perfectly structured face. He wasn't pleased to be here and perhaps hadn't been since the moment he'd laid eyes on Maggie's untamable hair and lug-soled boots. Maggie's prince stopped in front of her with that stiff formality. Are you Dr. Maggie Summer? His voice was perfect, deep in tone, a soft, hard-to-place accent, and crisp enunciation of every syllable. Yes. That's me. More people filed into the pub, glanced their way, put a strain on Maggie's smile. Most of her family were already in the back room where the party was being held. Most, but not all. Sometime soon, Kitty and Beck, this weekend's bride and groom, would enter that door. If this dating ruse was going to work, Maggie needed things to move forward. Quickly. Sit down so we can talk. Strategize, more like. They needed a cover story. Something more legitimate than a veterinarian and a prince walk into a bar. They sat across from each other, the wilted red rose on the table between them. What now? Maggie frowned. Tried to concentrate on the obstacles ahead. Opened her mouth to address the man sitting across from her. Realized she hadn't greeted the prince properly. That's not good. Maggie stumbled to her feet and curtsied. Badly. She blamed her lug soles. Your Majesty. I'm so happy to meet you. And then because Maggie was a veterinarian who prided herself on her professionalism, she shook his hand. More like snatched it without permission to shake the life out of him. Another potentially protocol deal-breaker. She swallowed thickly, sat back down, and rushed on. I appreciate you doing this. But I don't have much time before the last of my family arrives for the party, so I'm going to be blunt. He didn't have to know that bluntness was one of her dominant character traits. First, what should I call you? Your Majesty? My prince? My prince? Maggie resisted rolling her eyes. I've never met royalty, so I'm probably going to break a lot of rules in the next few minutes. And for that, I'm going to apologize in advance. It's just that, Vi didn't tell me your name or how to address you. The front door of the pub creaked open, drawing Maggie's attention. Her prince sneezed, softly. Elegantly. Like a prince. Bless you, Maggie said absently, relieved that it wasn't Kitty and Beck coming through that door. I didn't sneeze. A bemused smile cracked the prince's regal facade. Fitzhugh. That's my name. Prince Fitzhugh. That sounded exotic. The opening bars of I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas filled the air. Classy, this pub wasn't. Even the Christmas tree on the corner of the bar was cheap plastic. Maggie vaguely remembered that someone Violet knew owned the pub and had offered use of the back room for free. It wasn't a royal hangout by any stretch. The prince glanced toward the door. I'm losing him. Maggie lunged for his hand. I don't know how much you were told about my situation, but she could feel her cheeks heat and her deodorant fail due to a scorching combination of embarrassment and desperation. My oldest sister is getting married on Christmas Eve to the man who left me at the altar a year and a half ago. Maggie frowned, still clutching Fitzhugh's hand. That's not exactly right. I was walking down the aisle when Kitty kissed him on the altar to test his love for me. He didn't pass, and I turned around and fled. Fitzhugh's hand was warm, his skin smooth and unblemished. But those intelligent green eyes. They remained detached. I know now that it was for the best. I didn't love Beck the way I should have. I let my father dictate the progression of our relationship. And her mother choose her wedding dress. What a fashion fail that had been. I changed everything about myself to please everyone but myself. There'd be no more of that. My sisters and I used to be close, but after that. No. Now, I just want to feel as if I'm not the notorious cousin or the irresponsible niece or the blackest of black sheep in the family. Which is where you come in. Maggie didn't dare look into Fitzhugh's bright green eyes anymore, afraid that she might see pity. Or worse, that cool detachment he'd marched in with. She rushed on. Actually, I don't usually find myself in need of a prince. I mean, why bother? But look at me. Maggie gestured toward her plain black dress and below the table to her black, chunky boots. I am the weed among the delicate blooms that are the summer sisters. And if it wasn't for my former favorite sister marrying my former catch of a fiancé, I'd go stag this holiday season. Maggie let go of his hand. It was time for Prince Fitzhugh to choose. Not that she stopped talking. My sister Violet and her professor friend twisted your arm and got you here. I don't know how you feel about that. But I would greatly appreciate you being my +1 tonight. And for the next few days, teenage Maggie added silently. So there it is. Will you be my fake, royal date? I swear, I'm not trying to trap you into matrimony. Or kiss those perfect lips of yours. She risked a look at Prince Fitzhugh's handsome face. His nose wasn't in the air. His lips were no longer in a thin line. And his eyes, they weren't looking at her as if she might have designs on his wallet or the family jewels. Movement by the door caught her eye. And there they are. Kitty and Beck. Prince Fitzhugh followed the direction of her gaze. Beck removed Kitty's coat. He kissed her sweetly, staring at her with true love in his eyes. He'd never looked at Maggie that way. Nor had she mooned over him. There they are, Maggie repeated softly. I'm happy for them. Truly. I just wish I didn't suspect that most people need to see me with a man to believe I've moved on, even if I know I've moved on. Beck and Kitty made their way to the back room, laughing and talking to each other as if the rest of the pub was empty. As if Maggie wasn't watching them from a dark corner table. I suppose you think that makes me weak, Maggie told the prince. No. I find you to be surprisingly strong. Prince Fitzhugh returned his searching gaze to Maggie's face. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, "And yes, I'll do it." Chapter 2. 2 hours earlier. You promised Professor Brennan that you'd show up. Fitzhugh Wittelsbach didn't abide by reneging on one's commitments. And that's exactly what Prince Abernathy of Naarsland was doing. After further reflection, Fitz, I don't find it to be a good use of my time. Nathan had his nose in a book on environmental science. Nathan had the same nose as Fitz. The same blonde hair and green eyes. But that was where the similarities ended. Nathan was bookish and withdrawn among strangers, while Fitz was polished and more able to hold his head high in a crowd. Oh, irony. Nathan turned a page. I'm here to learn from the best and take home that learning to Naarsland, not date women. That's what you think. Fitz had made a deal with their father. All he had to do was fulfill his end of the bargain was to make sure Nathan dated while in America, albeit not seriously, which was much harder than he'd imagined. Fitz rolled his shoulders back, but the burdens on them remained. Professor Brennan made it sound as if this woman was a damsel in distress. The least you can do is show up as promised. And do what? Nathan lifted his head, removed his glasses, and gave Fitz his full attention, looking at him over the piles of books that were stacked on his desk in their apartment near the Harvard campus. Accompany her to an engagement party? Make sure she has a good time while I'll be counting the minutes until I'm back here reading about excessive rates of species extinction and the subsequent erosion of biotic interactions? You know there's been a sighting of an Aplones mavornata in the eastern region of the kingdom. That species of starling is supposed to be extinct. What is it about our country that has helped this bird survive? I don't know, Nathan. But I'm sure you aren't going to solve that riddle tonight. Fitz checked the time. You've done nothing but beat a path to Anne from the library since shortly after we arrived. You mean I've done nothing but study since we discovered we had a woman stalker? Nathan's brows rose. Maggie Summer could be. Maggie Summer isn't our stalker. Fitz had checked her background. She's a veterinarian, established in the Hamptons. Far, far away. Nathan's stalker sent him handwritten, heart-strewn letters, like a middle schooler with a too intense crush. And they arrived frequently, which ruled out Dr. Summer. But despite the rudimentary missives, the letters were concerning. The access the stalker had achieved was beyond middle schooler capabilities. Nathan's love notes were left in their security-heavy building and in sections of the school's library where only certain students and staff had access. This summer woman wants a date, Fitz, the same as my stalker. Nathan put his glasses back on. They weren't the thickest glasses on the planet, but they'd come in a close second. He turned a page in his dusty textbook. A date. I vetted Maggie Summer. And yes, it is a date, but you say date as if it's something to be avoided. And in Nathan's case, he had been successfully avoiding it for all of his 30 years. Dating is how you learn what you want in a life partner. This blind date request was just the opportunity Fitz had been looking for since they'd arrived in America. Stalker or not, Fitz needed to get Nathan to lift his head up and see there was more to life than his studies. Someday, Nathan would have to provide Naarsland with an heir. A legitimate heir. Unlike Fitz, the king's non-legitimate progeny. You don't date either, Fitz. Only because Fitz was too busy acting as a security guard and keeping up with the science courses Nathan was taking. That had been part of the deal in their coming to America. They had to blend in as two students, not a prince and his security guard. Although when they'd arrived, they'd found their presence wasn't as much a secret among the faculty as they'd hoped, which was how they'd ended up in this blind date dilemma in the first place. Head bent, Nathan made a note on a pad. Father won't grant protection to the starling unless I prove it only thrives in our kingdom. His cell phone chimed with a message, and Nathan's face lit up. Nancy, the reporter from Harvard's Environmental Science magazine, is asking how my research is progressing. Maybe you should ask Nancy out. It was obvious that Nathan was smitten. Nathan's expression turned serious. He stared at Fitz over the top of his thick lenses. That would be unprofessional. Despite his half-brother's stubbornness, Fitz wasn't letting the idea go. You shouldn't study all the time. And you did promise the king you'd get out socially while in America. We're going to meet Father at Liberty for a skiing holiday tomorrow. That'll be social. Nathan caught the expression Fitz was making and chuckled. Don't give me that face. If you think this blind date is important, why don't you attend tonight in my place? You look royal enough to pass for the prince Miss Summer is looking for. Nathan laughed again. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Father will hear through the grapevine that the prince went on a date. And then he'll hear that it wasn't the real prince who did so, and we'll both be in hot water with the king. They both wanted things only King Alistair could grant: legitimacy for Fitz, protection for an endangered starling for Nathan. You worry too much, Fitz. Nathan pushed his glasses higher on his nose, gaze flickering from his book to Fitz, and then back again. If you go in my place tonight, I promise to be less of a hermit after the holidays. Fitz wasn't buying it. You're assuming you're going to solve your scientific riddle by then. Yes. And to help me do so, I'm ordering you to go on this date. Nathan turned a page in his book, then flipped it back again. You're ordering me? As my prince? As in, Fitz couldn't refuse? Fitz was taken aback. His half-brother rarely played the royal card. Yes. You did promise someone of royal blood would be Miss Summer's blind date, didn't you? Nathan bent over his notes. And you do take your oath seriously. I do. Fitz checked the time on his phone, biting back an oath that had nothing to do with promises. Chapter 3. Back to Violet's engagement party. Shall we? Fitz stood and offered his arm to Maggie. Earlier, he'd been about to refuse to act as her royal date. But something inside wouldn't let him. Something that felt an awful lot like attraction. Fitz stared down at the slight woman getting to her feet, trying to put his fascination with Dr. Maggie Summer in perspective. Oh, Maggie was pretty enough with those delicate features, big brown eyes, and a stubborn tilt to her chin. Her black cocktail dress was figure-flattering and of good quality. But her hair was a wild, dark cloud, her black military boots had no place being paired with that dress, and she had scratches and scars on her hands, as if her four-legged patience tested her strength and often came out ahead. In short, appearance-wise, Maggie Summer wasn't what King Alistair would approve of as a date for his son, acknowledged or otherwise. But her hand felt sturdy within Fitz's. Warm. Reliable. Worthy. Unexpected attraction aside, it was Maggie's sentiment about family that had changed Fitz's mind. I just want to feel as if I'm not the notorious cousin or the irresponsible niece or the blackest of black sheep in the family. Those words summarized the way Fitz felt as the illegitimate son of King Alistair. His reputation was tainted by his father's affair. He was a man singled out and scorned by his lineage, not his character or actions. And he could do nothing to correct it except strive to be officially recognized as his father's son. Put some social polish on Nathan and I'll acknowledge you as my son, his father had told Fitz last summer. Nathan is too studious to recognize love if it was standing in front of him. He's never had his heart broken. He's never taken a chance on anything. And I don't want him to be hoodwinked by some gold digger with no title to her name. We should discuss ground rules. Interrupting his thoughts, Maggie gently twined her arm with Fitz's, placing her hand on his forearm. How are you with personal boundaries? I'm good. With her. Fitz had the strongest impulse to cover her hand with his. More people were entering the pub and heading toward the back room, making his decision all the more real, giving rise to second thoughts. Fitz wasn't a true prince, not yet anyway. He was just the illegitimate son of King Alistair. What if someone Googled him? He'd embarrass himself and hurt Maggie. I say we go with the basics, Maggie was saying, standing close enough that her hip brushed against his. Hand holding. Shoulders touching. Fitz nodded. That would solve the Google thing if, of course, I need to know how to introduce you. Why not just Fitz? He gave Maggie a smile that he hoped exuded calm. Inside, he was panicking about being exposed as a fraud, about ruining his mother's dream of legitimacy for him, about hurting the stubborn, wounded woman at his side. In case things don't go as planned tonight, we'll just be Fitz and Maggie. Of course. She gave him a bright smile, and it was as if the snow clouds outside had disappeared and the sun was shining through the windows, casting Maggie in the softest, warmest of lights. I must be having a sugar low. When was the last time I ate? Fitz couldn't remember. He gave himself a mental shake, and then gestured toward the back room. Shall we? He said again. Without waiting for her to answer, Fitz took her arm and started walking. The private room held none of the tasteless, run-down feel of the pub in front. Here, the walls were painted a bright white and had framed photographs of historic Boston. Tall cocktail tables were scattered around a black-tiled dance floor. There was a small, raised stage, and a DJ had set up his equipment next to a red and green decorated Christmas tree. There were at least 60 people in attendance, all dressed for a swanky occasion. It might have been Fitz's imagination, but the guests seemed to turn at his and Maggie's appearance. The buzz of conversation softened as guests took note of the pair of black sheep. Fitz was far too familiar with that effect on a room, given it was his presence at court that often caused silence and whispered speculation. It was how he'd learned to hold his head high and start conversations, no matter how icy his reception was. And here we go, Maggie murmured, steering Fitz directly toward a cluster of women who shared the same delicate facial features as Maggie. No sense avoiding the fire. Despite Maggie's brave words, her hand followed the planes of his arm down to his hand. Her fingers intertwined with his and hung on, as if she needed to draw on his strength. He was willing to give whatever she needed. Fitz, I'd like you to meet my sisters. Maggie began to point out each one in turn. This is Aubrey, she's a biologist who works for our cousin's chocolate company. Aubrey was a more traditional version of Maggie, with smooth, dark hair and a strand of pearls around her neck. Her smile was warm. And Lily, who serves in the New York State House of Representatives. Lily had a short, smooth bob and glasses, and wore a plain blue pantsuit. Her smile was welcoming. Violet is Lily's twin, and the bride-to-be we're celebrating tonight. She teaches at Harvard. Dr. Violet Summer, the force behind this blind date, looked like the college professor she was, with her long, dark hair swept into a low, unfussy ponytail. She nodded cordially to Fitz. And this is my oldest sister Kitty, Maggie concluded the introductions on a rush. She's getting married this weekend. Kitty was the shortest of the bunch, and the only Summer sister who examined Fitz as if looking for flaws. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Out of habit, Fitz gave a crisp bow. A gasp sounded behind him. Fitz turned to find a small, slim, elderly woman in a long blue dress. Her bobbed white hair floated around her head much the way Maggie's did, as if Boston's humidity gave it a life of its own. The DJ called for the Summer family to assemble at the stage, to form a receiving line. Maggie's siblings moved away. Grandma Dotty. Maggie greeted the elderly woman warmly. This is. I know who he is. Dotty ran her hand down Fitz's back, following the path of his spine. She tilted her head and looked at him as if Fitz was up for auction and she was considering bidding. I'd recognize that posture anywhere. Rigid, like you've got a stick inserted in your backside. You bow with the best of postures. That can only mean one thing. A metal rod in his back? Maggie smiled apologetically at Fitz. Royalty, Dotty whispered. She leaned in closer, peering at Fitz excitedly. I have so many questions about languages, birthmarks, and other royal things. But, Dotty glanced behind him, frowning. Where's your entourage? Your bodyguard? Your man? She gasped. Are you here incognito, Your Highness? Fitz took back a step, unsure what to make of the old woman and her speculation. Dotty leaned in closer, smelling like candy canes and mischief. Does Maggie know your lineage? Of course, I know. Maggie grabbed hold of Fitz's hand once more, this time settling his uncertainty rather than the other way around. But Fitz is super humble. He doesn't want any of Violet's spotlight shining on him tonight. I understand. Dotty nodded, adding conspiratorially, your royal secret is safe with me. Fitzy. I hope you enjoy the evening. Fitz nodded politely. According to his background research, the Summer family was a large, wealthy clan based mostly in the northeastern region of the United States. He'd expected an old-school money vibe. Dotty wasn't playing to type. But then again, neither was Maggie. As her grandmother walked away, Maggie turned and raised up on her toes, moving her lips near Fitz's ear to whisper, my grandmother can get carried away with her obsessions, including anything royal. I'm just going to issue a blanket apology for her behavior in advance. Maggie's breath was soft and warm over the shell of Fitz's ear and did funny things to his insides. She smelled of the outdoors, of green grass and spring, which was surprising considering it was December in Boston and there was snow on the ground. Maggie sank back down and removed her hands from him. I've got to go man the receiving line with my family. Since you don't know anyone, why don't you grab a drink and a table? I'll be back soon. She turned to go and then swiveled back around. Thank you again. You're welcome. Fitz watched Maggie walk away. She had a swift, self-possessed stride that would have been hindered by high heels. Dr. Maggie Summer was like a dessert wine that hid its powerful alcohol impact behind a layer of sweetness. If you took time to look beyond the veneer of nonconformism that she projected, everything about her was straightforward. She didn't mince words or put on airs or make dramatic excuses about why she'd needed a royal date. She treated Fitz as if they were equals. What would it be like to kiss her? Nathan appeared at Fitz's side, wearing a suit and tie. His blue Windsor knot was askew, as if he'd dressed in a hurry. I felt guilty sending you off like that. What did I miss? Just the damsel in distress. Dibs. Fitz straightened his half-brother's tie. I was told to grab a drink and a table. Who's this? Dotty trotted back to Fitz. She smoothed Nathan's jacket over his shoulders and tugged it down at the sides. A relation, no doubt. You look like brothers. I wish Maggie had told me there'd be royalty here tonight. I would have worn a fascinator. Now, Fitzy. Fitzhugh, Fitz corrected gently. Gesundheit. Dotty was beginning to live up to her name. Is it true that you can feel a pea placed under your mattress? How large of a pea does it need to be? Nathan's eyes widened, looking huge behind those big lenses. I'm politely changing the subject, Miss Summer. Fitz re-squared the already square set to his shoulders and reintroduced himself. I'm Fitz, and this is my man Nathan. His half-brother snapped his head around toward Fitz. Your man? Dotty's gaze narrowed speculatively as she trained it on Nathan. Not my lover, Fitz was quick to explain. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Nathan is my secretary while I'm in America. I know what a royal man is. Dotty continued to study Nathan. You're late, man. I'm also his bodyguard. Nathan cleared his throat. I was delayed while doing background checks on the guests here tonight. He pushed his glasses up his nose under which a smile was forming. This is great. Nathan rarely smiled in public. Maybe Fitz fake dating Maggie would help Nathan come out of his shell. There was hope for Fitz's acknowledgement yet. Nathan bowed to Dotty. At your service, ma'am. At my service? Dotty's eyes flashed with mischief. Does this involve the rule of 3? You know, Aladdin got 3 wishes. For you, wishes are unlimited. Nathan kissed the back of Dotty's hand. Fitz had never seen his half-brother interact with a woman with such charm, confidence, and candor. It shocked him into silence. Dotty might have been shocked as well. She blushed and excused herself, joining Maggie and her family in the receiving line. This isn't what I expected. Grinning, Nathan walked with Fitz toward a tall cocktail table in the corner. But I like it. Tell me what's going on. There's not much to say. But Fitz told him about Maggie's situation anyway. My date is a prince. Maggie still couldn't quite believe it. She kept expecting to glance over at Fitz and find him making a break for it. But Fitz wasn't running toward the hills. In fact, he looked at her from across the room with a smile that seemed to say he was at ease. Maggie breathed a sigh of relief in the receiving line. Or she did until Kitty eased next to her in line, being careful not to touch Maggie. Not to hug her the way she used to or to lean in to share something she found amusing. Maggie missed their easy camaraderie. Their relationship hadn't been right since Kitty very publicly put a halt to Maggie's wedding. As for how to restore their relationship to what it once was, Maggie didn't know how. She cast about her head for something to say. Came up empty. Felt like stomping about. Made herself stay put. Mom seems to be holding up well, Kitty said into the void. Maggie glanced up the line. Their mother's brown hair was swept elegantly away from her face. She wore a light blue, floor-length dress and a faraway look in her eyes. Mom struggled with mental health issues and had experienced a setback last weekend requiring a night's stay in the hospital. Did the doctor up her meds? Yep. And Dad let him. Kitty kept smiling, but only barely. She was an OB/GYN and as the oldest child in the family felt it was her duty to be involved in the medical care of their mother and Grandma Dotty. But a contentious relationship with their father often got in the way. The older I get, the more his preferring to keep her in a haze bothers me. Some cousins who worked in the family diamond business came through the line, interrupting their conversation. When they'd hugged and helloed and moved along, Kitty leaned closer to Maggie and said, "Your date seems nice." "Fitzy is a prince," Grandma Dotty said from the other side of Maggie, earning a shush from Maggie in case she was about to spill all the royal beans. Her grandmother sked. "He's a prince among men, I mean. Comes with his own +1. Grandma Dotty nodded in Fitz's direction. His man. Maggie had been wondering who Fitz was talking to. Look at those two. Grandma Dotty elbowed Maggie, gesturing toward Fitz and a blond man wearing glasses sitting next to him. Such a strong family resemblance between your prince and his man. Maggie hadn't seen him come in. At first glance, there was a strong resemblance between the two men. But their builds were different. Fitz was broader, more muscular. Maybe they resemble each other because they're both from the same country. Which country are they from? Oh, so glad you could come. Grandma Dotty kissed a couple from New York before passing them along to Maggie. When the couple moved past Maggie to Kitty, she added, "Before I forget, you should spend time with Kitty. Get into some mischief the way you used to." Although Maggie silently agreed that would be nice, the receiving line ended and Kitty moved away. Maggie and Grandma Dotty went to Fitz's corner table where she introduced Maggie to Fitz's man. "You must know jujitsu, Nate." Grandma Dotty squeezed the thinner man's bicep. "Otherwise, you'd be too easy to overpower and wouldn't qualify to be Fitzy's bodyguard." Who would he have to overpower? Maggie eased her grandmother away from the royal defender. Stalkers, paparazzi, superfans. Grandma Dotty put her hands on her hips and faced Maggie. And let's not forget the legions of women after Fitzy's crown. He's probably mobbed everywhere he goes in his homeland. Nate covered a laugh with a cough, earning him a pounding on the back by Fitz, who gave his bodyguard/assistant the kind of false threatening look one gives to someone you're close to. I used to give Kitty looks like that. What time are you arriving in Liberty tomorrow? Grandma Dotty asked the gentleman. They both looked at her as if taken aback. A pit formed in Maggie's stomach. She rushed to explain. We're spending a long holiday weekend in Liberty. Grandma Dotty, I didn't actually ask Fitz to the wedding. Yet. She'd been hoping to at the end of the evening. Why ever not? Her grandmother frowned. Because we just met. Maggie smiled apologetically at her fake date. Do you mean Liberty, Vermont? Nate adjusted his glasses. The ski resort town? Maggie nodded, taking note of Fitz's closed-off expression. Kitty and Beck are getting married at the Pomeroy Resort on Christmas Eve, which is only 2 days away. Since Fitz and I are so new, I thought he'd feel uncomfortable attending. Nonsense, Nate said with a private smile toward his prince. As it turns out, the royal family vacations at the Pomeroy Resort every holiday. We do, too, Grandma Dotty said gleefully. How did the royal family escape my notice? We try not to attract undue attention, Fitz murmured, frowning a little as he considered Maggie. Oh, my goodness. The royal family will be there when we are. Grandma Dotty gleefully clapped her hands. We could invite the king and queen to the wedding, Maggie. I'm sure there's enough room at the reception. Fitz drew himself up, looking as imposing as he had when he'd first entered the pub. I don't think. Your calendar is clear, Nate said, still smiling like he knew all of Fitz's secrets. The king and queen might not be able to make it, but we could. Maggie's pulse pounded and she made all kinds of silent bargains with herself, starting with, if Fitz comes as my wedding date, and ending with, I will never pray for anything ever again. What about my studies? Fitz gave Nate a loaded look. And the possibility that a starling previously assumed extinct has appeared in our country and needs royal protection? A starling in the country of, Grandma Dotty jumped on the opening. You study birds? Maggie leaned closer, fascinated that they'd have animals in common. I study environmental science, Fitz said slowly, as if loath to admit it. You want to save the planet and its creatures. Like me. Impulsively, Maggie squeezed Fitz's hand, reveling in them sharing something as important as this. That's so noble. Of course, it's noble. He's a prince. Grandma Dotty patted Nate on the shoulder. Nate, you'll have to dance with me later. But I warn you, I've had lessons. I'm told I'm an excellent waltzer, Nate replied with aplomb. The waltz is for dead people. Grandma Dotty gestured to herself. Do I look dead to you? Nate fiddled with his glasses and quickly assured Grandma Dotty that she looked very much alive, adding, but Dotty, the waltz is also the dance of love. That's the tango. You royals aren't up on the latest trends, are you? Grandma Dotty came closer to Fitz, going so far as to slide her finger into his collar and tug it clear of his skin. Airway is your earthmark, Bay? Was that Pig Latin? Grandma Dotty. Maggie quickly drew her grandmother away as Fitz took a step back, nose in the air. You can't touch a prince like that. Or anyone, really. Her grandmother held up her hands. Sorry. I was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's less fun to ask what I need to know. Where is your royal birthmark, Fitzy? And how many foreign languages do you speak? Pig Latin isn't one of the recognized international tongues, Maggie chastised gently. She should have known her grandmother would be overly excited upon meeting a prince and do something wild. And birthmarks aren't a sign of royalty outside of books and fairy tales. So you say. Grandma Dotty sniffed disdainfully. Before you dig a hole too deep, Maggie, I'd like to hear what the royal has to say. No birthmarks, Fitz told her, adjusting his tie. Parlez-vous français? Now we're getting somewhere. Grandma Dotty countered eagerly, ich trinque monade journe. Fitz and Nathan blinked at her without responding. Maggie sighed. Isn't that German? Yes, I told Fitzy that I like to drink lemonade. Grandma Dotty's head bobbed. It's the only phrase I know other than to ask where the bathroom is. Surely, you speak a third language, Fitzhugh. It's part of the royal rules. What is your third tongue? She leaned closer to Maggie to whisper, where did you find this pair? Royals are us? That's not nice, Maggie told her stiffly, feeling her cheeks heat. You should apologize. When her grandmother didn't immediately do so, Maggie added for Fitz and Nate's benefit, Grandma Dotty is an avid royal fan, but I'm afraid she's fascinated with royal myths and fairy tales, too. I haven't heard of a royal birthmark in years, Nate said solemnly, blinking behind his thick lenses. And royals in our country only speak English and French. Grandma Dotty sniffed, as if this news wasn't to her standards. Lax, like everything else nowadays. The waitstaff was circulating with glasses of champagne, providing a welcome distraction. They each took a flute. Grandma Dotty touched her hair, as if checking for a crown. Fitzy, you have to come to Liberty this weekend. It appears that I have a lot to learn about modern royalty, and you're just the person to teach me. If he comes to Liberty, be prepared to have your royal bubbles burst, Maggie told her grandmother in a stern voice. He's not going to fulfill your every princely dream. Grandma Dotty raised her glass and a knowing smile. Then he'd better fulfill yours. While the toasts were being made, Fitz leaned over to whisper in Nathan's ear. What are you up to? 2 hours ago, you wanted nothing to do with this blind date. And now you're eager to spend a weekend with strangers? You do realize that you have to pretend to be my man for the next several days. I do. Nathan shrugged. But she likes you, so it'll be worth it. Dotty? Fitz feigned ignorance. No. Maggie. Nathan smirked, adjusting his thick glasses. And you like her, too. You can barely keep your eyes off her. Is it that obvious? Yes, Fitz was undeniably attracted to her. Maggie tried to present herself in a tough shell, but she had a kind and vulnerable personality, if one went looking beyond the wild hair, unfashionable boots, and occasional fierce frowns. Her hand fit in his like a well-loved book with a guaranteed happy ending. And her smile. Her smile lit up that pretty face until he couldn't look away. But Fitz's duty was to guard the crown and the image of the crown. Let's face it. The entire matter where Maggie is concerned is hopeless, Fitz muttered, trying to shake off attraction. She thinks I'm a prince. Nathan clapped a hand on Fitz's shoulder. You're a prince in my eyes. Which was a nice thing to say, but Fitz's internal warning system pinged. Something happened to you in the past few hours. Tell me. I got another message from, Nathan's phone buzzed. He took it out and opened his email. His expression morphed into happiness. It's finally happened. I got the interview, Fitz. The one with Harvard's Environmental Science World magazine. They couldn't validate the research for another article. So they bumped me up in priority to make the next issue. Nancy Eggleston wants to interview me before Christmas about the starling. By Monday? Fitz frowned, thinking of the lengths a stalker might go to for a private audience with a prince. Have you met Nancy in person before? No, but we've been messaging each other for months. Nathan beamed, stroking the edge of his phone as if it was Nancy's face. He's got it as bad as I do. We're not going to Liberty. Fitz wouldn't be responsible for squelching his half-brother's opportunity to shine, especially when he was so clearly smitten with Nancy. We'll stay in town, and you'll do the interview. Fitz was simultaneously relieved and disappointed. We're not canceling Liberty. Nathan pointed to his phone. Nancy says right here that her schedule is flexible. She'll come to me wherever I am, even if it's out of town over the weekend. You can suggest it to Nancy, but she'll agree. Nathan cut him off. She cares about my research. Just wait. You'll see. Fitz shows well in this crowd. Violet came to stand next to Maggie while Fitz talked to his man a few feet away. Who is he? The blind date you found me. Maggie smiled to herself before noticing her sister's too intense interest in her fake date. But don't get any ideas about vetting him. Or telling the family that he's royalty. Fitz is incognito and on loan. There's no need for the kissing test. The Summer sisters, led by Kitty, had created the kissing test when they were in their high school and college years. They'd been naive heiresses, targeted by men only interested in their wealth, not love. The kissing test involved one of the Summer sisters offering to give another sister's beau a kiss to test his fidelity. The process had outed its share of disingenuous men, including Beck on Maggie's disastrous wedding day. "Are you sure we shouldn't test his interest in you?" Violet glanced curiously at Maggie. "I see the way you look at him like he's the best present under the Christmas tree." Maggie checked for eavesdroppers, but no one was within hearing distance, although their grandmother was turning their way. "Yes, Fitz is charming, but I know better than to think I can permanently land a prince. She would just be another weed in the royal set of roses. Not to mention, there's no unattached Summer sister left to administer the kissing test. The four of you have husbands and fiancés. And thank heavens for that." Maggie would die of embarrassment if her sisters tried to give Fitz a kiss. "Even a prince needs to be vetted, girls." Grandma Dotty wiggled between the sisters. "There may not be enough single Summer sisters, but I could test Fitzy's interest in Maggie." She rubbed her hands together, looking far too pleased at the task. "My lips may be old, but they're intoxicating. If Fitzy doesn't love you, Maggie, he'll fall for me. I can't let you do this. It would be mortifying." Maggie turned to Violet for help. "It might even be a breach of royal protocol. Right, Vi?" "Right." Violet nodded. "Besides, like Maggie said, the kissing test is officially retired per Kitty." "That's a shame." Their grandmother sighed. "You understand why this is important to me, don't you? I've always wanted to date a prince. And wear a crown." Her gaze grew distant. "And sit on a throne. And knight heroes." Maggie smiled, having heard her grandmother's royal dreams before. "And christen ships." Violet grinned. "You laugh now." Grandma Dotty shook her finger at them. "But if I were to date royalty, I'd get to do all those things. Plus swing a scepter and wear a suit of armor." Surely, not all at the same time. Maggie couldn't contain a giggle. Grandma Dotty's nose went in the air. "We'll see." "Excuse me, ladies." Coop, Violet's fiancé, swooped in with a devilish smile. "But it's time for this engaged couple to kick off the dancing." Violet didn't protest as her fiancé led her to the dance floor. She looked decidedly blissful. Fitz appeared before Maggie. "May I have the pleasure of this dance?" He made a small bow and then held his hand toward her. His bright blonde hair glistened in the light the way Maggie imagined a crown might. Music filled Maggie's ears, the opening strains of "It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year." A Christmas waltz. "Be Still My Romantic Heart." Grandma Dotty sighed as Maggie took his hand. "Fitzy, do you have a grandfather who's single? Or perhaps a great uncle? Of course, I'd prefer a man with all their teeth and faculties. But it's not a deal breaker if they're only 1 for 2. Sorry, Dotty. The only men in my family who are single are in my generation." Fitz swept Maggie toward the dance floor. And then he led her in a waltz. "Ah, you do know how to waltz. I thought you might agree with your grandmother that it's a dance for dead people." "I agree with Nate. The waltz was a dance of love, requiring 2 people to be on the same page and move in sync with each other." Fitz smiled at Maggie but said nothing. And really, he didn't need to say anything. Vi was right. Maggie was smitten. She laughed to cover the breathless way Fitz made her feel. "Was this a test?" "It's not a test." He spun her around. "But if it was, you'd pass. Always." He was considerate, handsome, and an expert on the dance floor. Fitz didn't need to be royalty to charm Maggie. Beck and Kitty danced past. Kitty and Maggie exchanged a smile, the kind of bittersweet expression former friends who'd grown irrevocably apart swapped at high school reunions. Why am I being carried away by a man I barely know when things between Kitty and I aren't right? There was a hole in Maggie's heart, a hole that only Kitty could fill. Maggie should stop dancing with Fitz, grab Kitty's hand, and find somewhere to talk where she'd say. And that was the problem. Maggie didn't know precisely what to say to patch the torn tapestry of their sisterly bond. She didn't want to make things worse. You'll mend that fence, Maggie. Fitz twirled her away. Maybe not this weekend. But soon. I've seen the way you and your sister look at each other. All you need is to speak from the heart and things between you two will feel the way they were before. Maggie leaned back to stare up at him. Are you speaking with the voice of experience? That's a royal secret. Despite the light tone to his words, there was a shadow in his green eyes. Tell me more about your studies. He let her move to safer conversational waters. Environmental science? There's not much to tell. I like the predictability of science. It's true or it's not. I thought of becoming a doctor, perhaps even a researcher who finds cures for things like Alzheimer's or cancer. But my royal duty got in the way. His gaze was filled with regret. Sometimes, you have to choose what fits your lot in life. My country needs to both protect the environment and preserve what we have. That's how I can best serve them. He wanted to make the world and his country a better place? Maggie fell a little further. I love science. And using it to heal animals. I'm a vet. Did anyone tell you that? Yes. He stared down at her warmly, as if he wanted a kiss. You're dreaming now, Maggie. Stop it. She filled her lungs with air, no small feat while dancing. I've always loved animals. They don't judge you for your preference in shoes. Shoes seems a rather frivolous thing to judge a person on. On those thoughtful words, Fitz twirled them toward Nate and Grandma Dotty. His arms supported but didn't bind. Maggie wished the song would go on forever. My practice primarily serves large animals, including thoroughbreds. Race horses, mostly. That's how I met Beck. It seemed important to clarify what had gone wrong with that relationship. Fitz's dark blonde brows had the odd habit of rising whenever she revealed something about herself. They'd rise, and then a tentative smile would follow, a smile that let her know His Royal Highness was human. You treated his race horses. Maggie nodded. We made a lot of sense on paper. Love isn't supposed to make sense, Fitz said gruffly. You're a good dancer. My father wanted boys, Maggie admitted. It stung less to admit it now than when she'd been younger. And when he didn't get them, he decided we should be raised to fulfill his ideal of a trophy wife so we could attract only the highest caliber of son-in-law. Dance lessons. Charm school. Cooking and sewing classes. Horseback riding. We weren't always willing to go along with the niceties required of debutantes, but I suppose enough of it stuck. Sounds like my childhood. Lessons in riding, polo, fencing and French. Hours spent learning deportment, world history, law and politics. He didn't look at all happy. Did you disappoint your father, too? Maggie bit her lip. I'm sorry. That was an overstep. The song ended. They came to an abrupt halt. Maggie realized there were twinkle lights overhead. And a sprig of mistletoe. Maybe if I stare at that mistletoe long enough, he'll get the hint. She didn't dare. Fitz led her off the dance floor, frowning slightly. My father didn't know what to do with me. He still doesn't. Fitz sounded hurt but his expression. He looked at Maggie in wonder, although she couldn't tell if it was off for her or at himself for sharing something intimate. If it wasn't for my mother, I think I would have lived a decidedly different life. There's an interesting story there, I bet. Maggie was like a bird, chirping softly at a window for breadcrumbs about his life. This isn't like me. The waitstaff was circulating with glasses of champagne, providing a welcome distraction. They each took a flute. Grandma Dotty touched her hair, as if checking for a crown. "Fitzy, you have to come to Liberty this weekend. It appears that I have a lot to learn about modern royalty, and you're just the person to teach me. If he comes to Liberty, be prepared to have your royal bubbles burst," Maggie told her grandmother in a stern voice. "He's not going to fulfill your every princely dream." Grandma Dotty raised her glass and a knowing smile. "Then he better fulfill yours." While the toasts were being made, Fitz leaned over to whisper in Nathan's ear. "What are you up to? 2 hours ago, you wanted nothing to do with this blind date. And now you're eager to spend a weekend with strangers? You do realize that you have to pretend to be my man for the next several days?" "I do." Nathan shrugged. "But she likes you, so it'll be worth it." "Dotty?" Fitz feigned ignorance. "No. Maggie." Nathan smirked, adjusting his thick glasses. "And you like her, too? You can barely keep your eyes off her. Is it that obvious?" Yes, Fitz was undeniably attracted to her. Maggie tried to present herself in a tough shell, but she had a kind and vulnerable personality, if one went looking beyond the wild hair, unfashionable boots, and occasional fierce frowns. Her hand fit in his like a well-loved book with a guaranteed happy ending. And her smile. Her smile lit up that pretty face until he couldn't look away. But Fitz's duty was to guard the crown and the image of the crown. "Let's face it. The entire matter where Maggie is concerned is hopeless," Fitz muttered, trying to shake off attraction. "She thinks I'm a prince." Nathan clapped a hand on Fitz's shoulder. "You're a prince in my eyes." Which was a nice thing to say, but Fitz's internal warning system pinged. "Something happened to you in the past few hours. Tell me." "I got another message from," Nathan's phone buzzed. He took it out and opened his email. His expression morphed into happiness. "It's finally happened. I got the interview, Fitz. The one with Harvard's Environmental Science World magazine. They couldn't validate the research for another article. So they bumped me up in priority to make the next issue. Nancy Eggleston wants to interview me before Christmas about the starling. By Monday?" Fitz frowned, thinking of the lengths a stalker might go to for a private audience with a prince. "Have you met Nancy in person before?" "No, but we've been messaging each other for months." Nathan beamed, stroking the edge of his phone as if it was Nancy's face. "He's got it as bad as I do. We're not going to Liberty." Fitz wouldn't be responsible for squelching his half-brother's opportunity to shine, especially when he was so clearly smitten with Nancy. "We'll stay in town, and you'll do the interview." Fitz was simultaneously relieved and disappointed. "We're not canceling Liberty." Nathan pointed to his phone. "Nancy says right here that her schedule is flexible. She'll come to me wherever I am, even if it's out of town over the weekend. You can suggest it to Nancy, but she'll agree." Nathan cut him off. "She cares about my research. Just wait. You'll see." Fitz shows well in this crowd. Violet came to stand next to Maggie while Fitz talked to his man a few feet away. "Who is he?" "The blind date you found me." Maggie smiled to herself before noticing her sister's too intense interest in her fake date. "But don't get any ideas about vetting him. Or telling the family that he's royalty. Fitz is incognito and on loan. There's no need for the kissing test." The Summer sisters, led by Kitty, had created the kissing test when they were in their high school and college years. They'd been naive heiresses, targeted by men only interested in their wealth, not love. The kissing test involved one of the Summer sisters offering to give another sister's beau a kiss to test his fidelity. The process had outed its share of disingenuous men, including Beck on Maggie's disastrous wedding day. "Are you sure we shouldn't test his interest in you?" Violet glanced curiously at Maggie. "I see the way you look at him like he's the best present under the Christmas tree." Maggie checked for eavesdroppers, but no one was within hearing distance, although their grandmother was turning their way. Yes, Fitz is charming, but I know better than to think I can permanently land a prince. She would just be another weed in the royal set of roses. Not to mention, there's no unattached summer sister left to administer the kissing test. The four of you have husbands and fiancés. And thank heavens for that. Maggie would die of embarrassment if her sisters tried to give Fitz a kiss. Even a prince needs to be vetted, girls. Grandma Dotty wiggled between the sisters. There may not be enough single summer sisters, but I could test Fitzy's interest in Maggie. She rubbed her hands together, looking far too pleased at the task. My lips may be old, but they're intoxicating. If Fitzy doesn't love you, Maggie, he'll fall for me. I can't let you do this. It would be mortifying. Maggie turned to Violet for help. It might even be a breach of royal protocol. Right, Vi? Right. Violet nodded. Besides, like Maggie said, the kissing test is officially retired per kitty. That's a shame. Their grandmother sighed. You understand why this is important to me, don't you? I've always wanted to date a prince. And wear a crown. Her gaze grew distant. And sit on a throne. And knight heroes. Maggie smiled, having heard her grandmother's royal dreams before. And christened ships. Violet grinned. You laugh now. Grandma Dotty shook her finger at them. But if I were to date royalty, I'd get to do all those things. Plus swing a scepter and wear a suit of armor. Surely, not all at the same time. Maggie couldn't contain a giggle. Grandma Dotty's nose went in the air. We'll see. Excuse me, ladies. Coop, Violet's fiancé, swooped in with a devilish smile. But it's time for this engaged couple to kick off the dancing. Violet didn't protest as her fiancé led her to the dance floor. She looked decidedly blissful. Fitz appeared before Maggie. May I have the pleasure of this dance? He made a small bow and then held his hand toward her. His bright blonde hair glistened in the light the way Maggie imagined a crown might. Music filled Maggie's ears, the opening strains of It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year. A Christmas Waltz. Be Still My Romantic Heart. Grandma Dotty sighed as Maggie took his hand. Fitzy, do you have a grandfather who's single? Or perhaps a great uncle? Of course, I'd prefer a man with all their teeth and faculties. But it's not a deal breaker if they're only 1 for 2. Sorry, Dotty. The only men in my family who are single are in my generation. Fitz swept Maggie toward the dance floor. And then he led her in a waltz. Ah, you do know how to waltz. I thought you might agree with your grandmother that it's a dance for dead people. I agree with Nate. The waltz was a dance of love, requiring 2 people to be on the same page and move in sync with each other. Fitz smiled at Maggie but said nothing. And really, he didn't need to say anything. Vi was right. Maggie was smitten. She laughed to cover the breathless way Fitz made her feel. Was this a test? It's not a test. He spun her around. But if it was, you'd pass. Always. He was considerate, handsome, and an expert on the dance floor. Fitz didn't need to be royalty to charm Maggie. Beck and Kitty danced past. Kitty and Maggie exchanged a smile, the kind of bittersweet expression former friends who'd grown irrevocably apart swapped at high school reunions. Why am I being carried away by a man I barely know when things between Kitty and I aren't right? There was a hole in Maggie's heart, a hole that only Kitty could fill. Maggie should stop dancing with Fitz, grab Kitty's hand, and find somewhere to talk where she'd say. And that was the problem. Maggie didn't know precisely what to say to patch the torn tapestry of their sisterly bond. She didn't want to make things worse. You'll mend that fence, Maggie. Fitz twirled her away. Maybe not this weekend. But soon. I've seen the way you and your sister look at each other. All you need is to speak from the heart and things between you two will feel the way they were before. Maggie leaned back to stare up at him. Are you speaking with the voice of experience? That's a royal secret. Despite the light tone to his words, there was a shadow in his green eyes. Tell me more about your studies. He let her move to safer conversational waters. Environmental science? There's not much to tell. I like the predictability of science. It's true or it's not. I thought of becoming a doctor, perhaps even a researcher who finds cures for things like Alzheimer's or cancer. But my royal duty got in the way. His gaze was filled with regret. Sometimes, you have to choose what fits your lot in life. My country needs to both protect the environment and preserve what we have. That's how I can best serve them. He wanted to make the world and his country a better place? Maggie fell a little further. I love science. And using it to heal animals. I'm a vet. Did anyone tell you that? Yes. He stared down at her warmly, as if he wanted a kiss. You're dreaming now, Maggie. Stop it. She filled her lungs with air, no small feat while dancing. I've always loved animals. They don't judge you for your preference in shoes. Shoes seems a rather frivolous thing to judge a person on. On those thoughtful words, Fitz twirled them toward Nate and Grandma Dotty. His arms supported but didn't bind. Maggie wished the song would go on forever. My practice primarily serves large animals, including thoroughbreds. Race horses, mostly. That's how I met Beck. It seemed important to clarify what had gone wrong with that relationship. Fitz's dark blonde brows had the odd habit of rising whenever she revealed something about herself. They'd rise, and then a tentative smile would follow, a smile that let her know His Royal Highness was human. You treated his race horses. Maggie nodded. We made a lot of sense on paper. Love isn't supposed to make sense, Fitz said gruffly. You're a good dancer. My father wanted boys, Maggie admitted. It stung less to admit it now than when she'd been younger. And when he didn't get them, he decided we should be raised to fulfill his ideal of a trophy wife so we could attract only the highest caliber of son-in-law. Dance lessons. Charm school. Cooking and sewing classes. Horseback riding. We weren't always willing to go along with the niceties required of debutantes, but I suppose enough of it stuck. Sounds like my childhood. Lessons in riding, polo, fencing and French. Hours spent learning deportment, world history, law and politics. He didn't look at all happy. Did you disappoint your father, too? Maggie bit her lip. I'm sorry. That was an overstep. The song ended. They came to an abrupt halt. Maggie realized there were twinkle lights overhead. And a sprig of mistletoe. Maybe if I stare at that mistletoe long enough, he'll get the hint. She didn't dare. Fitz led her off the dance floor, frowning slightly. My father didn't know what to do with me. He still doesn't. Fitz sounded hurt but his expression. He looked at Maggie in wonder, although she couldn't tell if it was off for her or at himself for sharing something intimate. If it wasn't for my mother, I think I would have lived a decidedly different life. There's an interesting story there, I bet. Maggie was like a bird, chirping softly at a window for breadcrumbs about his life. This isn't like me. Maggie wasn't the probing, fawning type. And Fitz didn't seem to like it. In fact, Prince Fitzhugh was back, stiff and unapproachable. Lives are always interesting when you're looking from the outside in. Ouch. That was a royal put down, a warning for Maggie to back off. But that wasn't how she rolled. She was born wanting to give and receive the unvarnished truth. Fitz, I meant, it's interesting that you're close with your mother. And that she positively impacted your life. I'm sorry. She died when I was 12. A shadow passed over his handsome features. But it was gone in a blink, as if he was used to hiding his pain behind that mask of formality. I don't talk about her. I'm sorry too, Maggie said, meaning it on multiple levels, that she'd pride, that he couldn't be himself with others, and that he'd lost his mother at such a young age. I imagine I'm not much like the women you're used to. No. You're better, Fitz murmured. And then he scoffed. I find myself in the unusual position of opening myself to you. And that's something I'm not used to. His gaze softened. And something I don't understand. Maybe because on paper, we don't make sense, Maggie said without thinking. He inclined his head ever so slightly. But before he could reply, they reached Grandma Dotty and Nate, the latter of which was on the receiving end of a dressing down. Nate, you should stop those people from leaving. A red-faced Grandma Dotty pointed to a couple heading toward the door. No one is supposed to depart until Prince Fitzhugh, she gave his name a sneeze-like emphasis, makes his exit. That rule only applies to official functions or when the royal family gathers for holidays and celebrations, Nate told her, grinning. You're reading too much into the rules. They don't apply 24/7. Royal rules don't apply all the time? I don't believe it. Grandma Dotty's brow was furrowed and her voice rising. Traditions like these are vitally important. What are royals without tradition, pomp, and ceremony? Just regular people, Nate told her cheerfully. Poppycock. Grandma Dotty's animation continued to increase. Her hands fluttered about. Royalty must be royal at all times. A woman Maggie didn't know turned to look at them. She wore a conservative red dress and a highly inquisitive stare, one directed at Grandma Dotty. And then, surprisingly, she nodded, as if Grandma Dotty had earned her approval. We should be going, Fitz announced, glancing around as if uncomfortable with the attention. I'll walk you out. Maggie accompanied him to the door. Helped him put on his long wool coat. Kept stumbling over the question in her head, will you be my date until Christmas? While Fitz waited at the door for Nate to put on his jacket, her hand found his. Thank you for tonight. I know I'm not your usual caliber of date, but you made me feel less alone. Fitz stared down at her, his expression guarded and hesitant. And then he blew out a breath. We should exchange contact information if I'm going to be your date in Liberty this weekend. You're coming? Maggie felt like soaring. Impulsively, she rose up on her toes and kissed him. Gratefully. One press of her lips to his. Passionately. Because he joined in and shifted gears, making it more breath-stealing. And inappropriately, if Grandma Dotty's gasp was any indication. Chapter 4. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Maggie jolted out of Fitz's arms before he had a chance to stop her. To keep her in his arms. To hold on to that fleeting feeling of coming home. You should be sorry, Maggie. Dotty came to stand in front of Fitz, but she scowled at Nathan, not her granddaughter. And Nate should be sorry, too. How could Fitzy's man let this happen? The rules are clear. No public displays of affection. My granddaughter can't be relied on to know this, but as Fitzy's man, you should Nate. Your reactions are slow. Now, apologize to Prince Fitzhugh. Gesundheit, the bartender said, reacting to Dotty's pronunciation of his name. It's all right, Dotty, Fitz reassured the old woman without taking his gaze from Maggie's face. Maggie, who looked thoroughly kissed and thoroughly flustered. Exactly the way Fitz was feeling inside. And proud. Exceedingly proud that he could make Maggie feel so out of sorts. Because he was broadsided by her, too. Consider yourself lucky, Nate, Dotty was saying to the real prince, raising one finger in the air to emphasize her point. If the king were present, heads would roll. Let's not get carried away. Nathan shrugged into his coat, chuckling. We don't behead people. Dotty pursed her lips for a moment, as if considering Nathan's words. You still have dungeons, though, right? Nathan burst out laughing so hard his thick glasses slid down his nose. Let's call this a draw and quit while we're ahead, Dotty. Fitz bowed, toggled his phone into share mode and held it toward Maggie, who dug her phone out of a pocket in her cocktail dress to accept his contact card and send him hers. We'll see you at the Pomeroy Resort tomorrow afternoon. Fitz couldn't wait. Before that kiss, Maggie had swayed him to continue to act as her fake boyfriend with her confession about not feeling alone with him at her side. Still, he'd been unsure of his decision until Maggie kissed him. A kiss isn't always just a kiss. This time, it had confirmed what they'd been dancing around all night. They didn't make sense on paper, but logic didn't line the path toward love. All too soon, Fitz and Nathan had said their goodbyes and were walking down the snowy street. That was a win. The winter wind ruffled Nathan's blonde hair. I'm glad we went. I don't know why. You didn't mingle except with Maggie's grandmother, Fitz told his half-brother, still thinking of how warm Maggie had been in his arms. And now a woman thinks I'm a prince. The admission was sobering. King Alistair would be livid, not to mention Queen Letitia. I mingled with Dotty, Nathan said stubbornly. So what if she's old? She makes me laugh. You need to mingle with single women our age. The last thing Fitz needed was the king realizing Nathan was spending time with a woman who wasn't relationship material. You sound like father. Nathan shrugged deeper into his jacket as the briny wind off the ocean rushed between two buildings and buffeted them. But I know you're not like father. And what harm is there in you dating an American? I'm just an arranged escort. And given I lied about being a prince, I can't see her after this weekend. Not that I could see her even if we'd met under different circumstances. We live in two different hemispheres. But lying about who I am, that's dishonorable. And somehow, Fitz knew Maggie wouldn't tolerate his unwitting deception. It had been over a year since her sister, Kitty, had kissed her groom and the siblings still hadn't made up. Your predicament is unfortunate. But nothing you can't clarify and be forgiven for. I'm not even sure she's my type. Oh, what a lie. That hair. It was glorious. And those boots. He couldn't imagine her without them. He didn't want to. Can you see her in court? Don't be a snob. Nathan nudged his shoulder. I admit that she doesn't dress like Princess Buttercup. No movie references, please. Nathan could get carried away with movie dialogue sometimes. As you wish. Nathan chuckled. But she's great, Fitz. Pretty. Smart. Genuine. Gutsy. And yet, she won't help my quest for legitimacy. And that was what Fitz wanted more than anything. Why not? Dating her will show father that you're your own man. You don't need to marry a title. I envy you your freedom. Fitz grunted, not truly believing he had as much freedom as Nathan gave him credit for. He was bound to the royal family by duty. I almost forgot. Nathan tugged his gloved hand out of his outer coat pocket. This was outside our apartment door when I left tonight. A small envelope decorated with hand-drawn hearts was clutched in Nathan's gloved hand. Did you open it? Fitz said, mouth dry. Yes. Nathan drew a breath. It says, I love you to death. Nathan thrust the paper into his coat pocket. It's another one for the collection. They saved all the missives that had been delivered, just in case it turned out to be seriously dangerous. Nathan preferred to consider it possibly dangerous. With every new love note, Fitz preferred to remove the word possibly. It's time to request more security. It wasn't wise not to act. The letter writer had never mentioned death before. Hang on. What's this? Nathan slid his hand back out, revealing a small, plastic cherry in his palm. How did this get in my pocket? Fitz took it from him. It's just a cheap, plastic cherry. Barely larger than a paper clip. What does it mean? Nathan frowned. I don't know. Fitz pocketed the cherry. But I bet our stalker will follow us to liberty. The wind whipped past, not nearly as cold as the threat of Nathan's very determined and resourceful fan. What if? Nathan's eyes widened. What if she was there at the engagement party? Dr. Violet Summer works at Harvard. It was her engagement party. One of her friends could be my stalker. Or it could be Maggie. She wanted a date with me. Maggie wanted a date with a prince. Any prince. Fitz couldn't believe Maggie was behind this, but he couldn't completely rule her out. So, he talked through his thoughts as they hurried down the snowy street. If Maggie was the stalker, she'd have been annoyed to have me show in your place. She'd have wanted to dance with you. She'd have kissed you goodbye. Fitz ground out this last part, not at all happy with that imagery. Unless she's completely deranged and competently evil. Nathan hunched his shoulders in his coat. In which case, she'd want to appear innocent while waiting for her opportunity to love me to death. She didn't strike me as the deranged, competently evil type. And Fitz didn't consider himself gullible. But the doubt remained. Neither one of them said anything for a long time. Cars drove past. Their shoes crunched through a thin layer of snow on the sidewalk. We can't brush this off. Fitz's words felt like an admission of defeat. If he went home without rounding out Nathan's social skills, acknowledgement as a royal would be out of his grasp once more. When we get to Liberty, we'll tell Father. We're not telling Father, Nathan said stubbornly. I can't go home yet. The resources I need to prove the starling deserves our country's protection are here. You're the heir to the throne of Naarsland, Fitz said with a heavy heart. We can't continue to turn a blind eye. The letter writer was a threat and they both knew it. But once the royal family knew, they'd be whisked home. And Fitz would never see Maggie Summer, possible stalker or possible love of his life, again. Thanks for rooming with me tonight. And over the holiday weekend. Grandma Dotty exited the hotel bathroom. They had an early flight the next morning to Liberty and had chosen to stay at an airport hotel. Grandma Dotty had donned a pink bathrobe, a shower cap, and wore a cloth facial mask embellished with a crown on the forehead. She plopped down on the other bed, exposing her knobby knees. And thank you for agreeing to play Mrs. Claus to my Santa on Christmas Day at the resort holiday party. Your grandfather and I love to dress up for the holidays. He made a dapper Easter bunny. You two were made for each other, Maggie said softly, thinking about Fitz, wondering how two people from decidedly different worlds could possibly be made for each other, but hoping. I'm a good roommate, Grandma Dotty went on, pressing her fingers against her white facial mask as if afraid it might fall off. And I assure you I won't snore. And I assure you that I won't talk in my sleep, Maggie told her, straight-faced. They exchanged a look. And then dissolved in laughter. They may disavow the truth to others, but between them they could admit that Grandma Dotty snored, and Maggie talked in her sleep. They both had night disturbances. They were alike in other ways, too. Their independent streak. Their outspokenness. Their quirkiness. Maggie would probably have a bucket list when she was old. And a zest for life, too. Maggie hadn't felt that zest for life since her disastrous almost wedding day. Not until tonight. When I lived my own little fairy tale. She smiled to herself. I like your prince. Her grandmother propped her pillows against the headboard and leaned back, closing her eyes. Me, too. But Maggie couldn't let herself get carried away. A little teasing was in order. You prefer Fitz's man. Grandma Dotty didn't open her eyes or argue. Nate knows everything about royal protocol, but he's gotten lax in applying it. I'm going to have to step in over the weekend to set things right. And that means reminding you of the royal rules, too. No more PDA. I got the memo. Maggie hoped Fitz would show up tomorrow at the resort in time for the rehearsal dinner. She had his number, but no way was she going to use it and appear needy. Have you finished your Christmas shopping? Yes. I had my man send you all a check in my Christmas card. Grandma Dotty chuckled. Her crown-decorated mask slid lower on her face, covering her eyes and nose. My man is your father, you know. I know. Grandma Dotty lived with Maggie's parents. You seem to be getting along with Dad tonight. Pfft, doesn't mean I won't strike a nerve tomorrow. Her grandmother tried to slide the mask back in place. She missed the mark, putting the nose hole over one eye. I enjoy making your father suffer. He was a most difficult child. And he didn't take being a girl dad well either. Maggie swung her feet around. Do you need help with that facial mask? No. Grandma Dotty dragged the mask completely beneath her eyes, scrunching it over her cheeks and upper lip. You girls made your father suffer too. We still do. Maggie smiled because the summer girls and Grandma Dotty probably always would be a thorn in Dad's snobby side. I think it's time to remove my mask. Her grandmother rolled out of bed and very nearly slid to the floor, catching herself with a curtsy-like move. Do you want to go with me to the resort spa tomorrow? They give lovely pedicures. No, thanks. Maggie wiggled her toes. I had one before I left. Really? Grandma Dotty sashayed into the bathroom. Does that mean you'll wear heels with your bridesmaid dress? No. Your prince would like you in kitten heels, Grandma Dotty sing-songed. If a man doesn't like me as I am, Maggie's voice trailed off. She had to gather her courage to admit, I tried to change for Beck. And look how that turned out. I fell in love with the idea of marriage, not the man. I compromised myself and it's taken me over a year to recover. I'm not the kitten heel type. Good. You should always be true to yourself, Maggie. If you're authentic and comfortable in your skin, others will flock to you. The sound of running water filled the air. Just look at me, passionate for all things royal. I thought I was alone in the crowd. And then tonight, I met Fitzy, Nate, and... Why does the name of that woman escape me? She was wearing a red dress and belongs to a royal-themed club. Can you imagine? A club for royal devotees? She said she'd extend me an invitation to join. I wish I could remember her name. Maggie only half listened. She snuggled down under the covers and recaptured the way it felt to be in Fitz's arms, with his lips over hers and their hearts beating as one. She'd never kissed back like that, as if he was the een to her young. The bathroom door clicked shut. Reality set in. Fitz was Maggie's date for one weekend. And then they'd go their separate ways. She'd march back to the Hamptons and her practice. He'd return to his studies at Harvard. I'm not going to fall for him. But the idea of love kept returning to Maggie's thoughts, springing back as willful and independent as her shoulder-length curls. Early Saturday morning, Grandma Dotty and Maggie flew to Vermont and checked into the Pomeroy Ski Resort, welcomed with a glass of lemon water and the soft sound of Christmas music. Grandma Dotty was looking very stylish in black slacks, a black and white striped sweater, and a red beret. She'd brought more luggage than a Kardashian. She needed 2 dresses for wedding events, the Santa Claus costumes, and clothes for hanging out at the resort until Tuesday. Maggie had similar wardrobe needs and had only brought 1 suitcase. Try as she might, Maggie had yet to receive an answer about what her grandmother had packed in all those bags, including an antique steamer trunk. I have a message for Ms. Dorothy Summer, the desk clerk told them. He handed Grandma Dotty a small envelope with a wax seal. Is that a cherry imprint on the wax? I've never seen a cherry as a crest before. Maggie reached for the missive, but Grandma Dotty held it out of reach. It's the crest of the Royal Order of the Cherry. She held the envelope to her meager chest and then glanced down at it as if it held some great, magnificent decree. If this is my invitation, I'm honored. Does this have anything to do with the woman you met last night in Boston? Maggie asked, more than a little curious about all the secrecy. Where her grandmother was concerned, things could get out of hand quickly. She doesn't want money to join this order, does she? She's not offering a pyramid scheme or timeshare opportunity? I told you last night that she asked me to join her club, Grandma Dotty gushed, looking like she was floating on cloud 9. It's a real honor to volunteer. The Royal Order of the Cherry honors and protects royalty. They don't ask just anyone to join. And they don't have membership dues. What was this Royal Cherry woman doing at Violet's party last night? Is she family? Someone's assistant? Try as she might, Maggie couldn't remember the woman her grandmother referred to. Does it matter? Grandma Dotty fanned herself with the envelope, still floating on cloud 9. Oh, it mattered, all right. This was sounding like something Maggie's father wouldn't approve of. Maggie tried again. I bet you could get me in the club, too. Her grandmother shook her head. No offense, but you have to have a certain pedigree and predilection toward the monarchy to qualify. But, I'm your granddaughter. Not to mention, she was in charge of keeping Grandma Dotty out of trouble this weekend. Doesn't matter. Her grandmother was maddeningly unyielding. Maggie scuffled her lug-soled boots. What are the qualifications of this organization? If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret club, now would it? Grandma Dotty smiled at the front desk clerk when he handed her a room key. She turned, beckoning the bellboy to follow her with the cart loaded with their luggage. Maggie accepted her key and trotted along after them. Hey, I'm dating a prince. I should qualify to join. That brought her grandmother up short at the elevator. True. But can't you give me my moment to shine alone before you barge in on my parade? Oh my. This was a recipe for trouble. Maggie's mind raced through a litany of excuses to join. How am I supposed to hit it off with Fitz if I can't immerse myself in his royal culture? Oh, Grandma Dotty blinked and then shook her head. You could do with an extra bit of knowledge, what with Nate being so casual about all things royal. She smiled, rolling her thin shoulders back. But you have me. You should just enjoy your time together and be yourself. Meanwhile, I'll be myself with the cherries. I think they are a charter to protect royal traditions. And they might even have a secret handshake. The elevator doors slid open, and Grandma Dotty flounced inside, looking like an elderly Mata Hari. The bellboy held Maggie back, whispering, "You shouldn't let her out of your sight. Dorothy Summer has a reputation here. We had a staff briefing on her this morning." Really? Even the bellboy knows Grandma Dotty's predilection for mischief? That didn't bode well for Maggie. "I'll make it worth your while to help me keep an eye on her," she whispered back. The bellboy scoffed, pushing his cart in the elevator. "Babysitting celebrity kids is easier money." "That can't be true." Maggie squeezed in after him. "Oh, it is." On the ride to the top floor, Maggie couldn't help but feel her spirits going the opposite direction. Because she was afraid the bellboy was right. Chapter 5. After lunch, when Grandma Dotty was safely ensconced in the resort spa, Maggie waited in the lobby for Fitz to arrive, humming along to the instrumental version of White Christmas. The resort lobby was a mixture of modern lines and huge timbers. A fire crackled in a huge stone fireplace, surrounded by cozy chairs filled with hot toddy drinking seniors. A huge Christmas tree dominated the lobby. It was decorated with bright, colorful lights and antique ski-themed ornaments. Several celebrities passed through the lobby. The men had their cell phones glued to their ears. The women wore high hairstyles and heels more appropriate in height for the Met Gala red carpet than a ski resort. Maggie wore her favorite pair of lug-soled boots, black ski pants, a black turtleneck sweater, and a black jacket vest. Her thick, springy hair was mostly squashed beneath a black knit cap. Totally appropriate for a ski resort vacation. She blended right in. Maggie's parents exited an elevator, arm in arm. Her father spotted Maggie and headed her way. Tim Summer was leaving middle age kicking and screaming. He dyed and highlighted his brown hair to hide the grays, had a regular appointment at the local Botox clinic, and worked out as hard as he managed his thriving business portfolio. He wore khaki slacks and a black turtleneck sweater. Maggie's mother was his perfect complement, if one judged by outward appearances. She wore a gray cashmere sweater dress with high-heeled black boots. Her brown hair fell in soft waves around her shoulders. She looked fabulous until one noticed the glazed, overly medicated look in her eyes. "My mother tells me you landed a Prince Margaret." Dad chuckled. "Royalty totally trumps Kitty stealing your fiancé." Grandma Dotty spilled the beans? When? "It's not like that, Dad." Maggie forced herself not to fixate on the black town car pulling into the portico, but she did try to identify the occupants with covert glances. "I'm not revenge dating. I'm fake dating." Huge difference. "Did your royal beau give you a big ring when he asked to marry you?" Mom's voice sounded dreamy and far away. "You should always hold out for a big ring. Marriage can be a trial sometimes." "Marriage? Marriage has never been a trial with you, my love," Dad said, completely out of character given his many affairs. And yet, Mom seemed pleased with his comment, smiling and blushing. "Now Maggie, your prince should have asked us for permission to marry you. You've misjudged men before. You don't want to rush into this only to back out on the wedding aisle again." Maggie's gaze darted back and forth between her parents, and when her father didn't correct her mother, she had to say something. Dad? Something other than that. Look, Gwen. There's Parker and Evelyn. Dad pivoted Mom in the direction of Uncle Parker and Aunt Evelyn. Mom walked slowly across the lobby, arms held wide in welcome, leaving Maggie and her father alone. Dad, I'm not engaged, Maggie said in a low voice, grinding her right boot heel against the floor as if she could crush that lie out of existence. You can't let Mom spread that around. Dad rolled his eyes. Margaret, for once, don't argue. Your mother is in a very vulnerable place. And I know what's best for her. He glanced about. Where's your grandmother? She's in the spa. Like she can't make trouble there, Dad muttered. Find her. I don't want any hijinks this weekend. He hurried to catch up to Mom. Given the royal order of the cherry business, Maggie was about to do as he told her, but Fitz and Nate entered the lobby, having driven up in a black SUV. They both wore stylish wool coats over their fine suits. Their blonde hair reflected the bright lights of the resort lobby. And Fitz walked as if he owned everything he surveyed. His gaze landed on her. Maggie forgot about mischief-making grandmothers, dazed mothers who imagined she was engaged, and obstinate, controlling fathers. She waved to Fitz, feeling uncharacteristically chipper as she attempted a curtsy. You came. I made a promise. Fitz bowed when what Maggie wanted was a hug and one of those sultry kisses she'd dreamed about last night. Fitz is very good at keeping promises, Nate said, also giving her a bow. There was something odd in his eyes, almost a note of suspicion. Maggie, you haven't been writing me, Fitz, notes or letters, have you? A note? We just met. Besides, I'm not a writer. Not so much as a Christmas card. Maggie was blathering but couldn't seem able to stop. Could you read the letter? Wasn't it signed? You know doctors are notorious for illegible script. And she, a veterinarian, was no different. Did someone slip you a note recently? That's weird, because my grandmother had a letter waiting for her here today. Hers was an invitation though, whereas I'd assume yours was a proposition of sorts, for Fitz? Oh, I am my Dotty grandmother's Dotty granddaughter. Maggie's cheeks heated. I'm rambling. I apologize. Late night. Early morning. Lots of family. She gestured toward her parents and relatives across the lobby, all of whom stared at them intently. And precocious grandmothers, of course. We understand the stress of family gatherings. Fitz came to stand in front of Maggie, gaze searching her face for something. And then a hint of a smile softened his features. I believe in your country, a man greets the woman he's dating with a hug. This is true. Maggie grinned, audience forgotten. Fitz hugged her politely. Hello. Hello, Maggie mumbled into his tie. Gosh, he smells good. Fitz released her, a rare, full smile gracing his face. And, oh, my. Maggie was struck by a lightning bolt of pure joy. She stood very still, even as Nate left them to check in. Because if she stood very still and continued to stare up into Fitz's bright green eyes, he might kiss her properly. Yes, please. There was a collective sigh across the lobby where her parents were talking to her aunt and uncle. And then the foursome headed their way. Maggie froze. They think we're engaged. Fitz, she began. He followed the direction of her gaze. I thought we might have an audience. Reality descended. Maggie's euphoria evaporated. None of the so-called affection Fitz had shown her was real. He was doing his fake dating duty. I hear congratulations are in order, Uncle Parker said as he approached them, just as Uncle Merrick entered the lobby with his wife. Everyone but Dad turned to greet the latest summer family branch to arrive. Listen, Dad whispered urgently to Maggie and Fitz. I realize you've only just begun dating. But Margaret, your much-medicated mother just told Parker and Evelyn that you're engaged. After what she went through last weekend, the doctor said not to upset her. Can you go along with it? Just until Monday? No, Maggie planted her feet firmly on the floor. We can do that, sir. Fitz surprised Maggie by slipping his arm around her waist. For the family. For the family. That's what this man honored. His family. And now hers. Maggie sighed dreamily. He was just too good to be true. Are you sure, Fitz? This is above and beyond what we talked about. And if Grandma Dotty gets wind of this, she'll press you for a wedding date. Before he could answer, the rest of the Summers descended upon them. Hugs and introductions were exchanged. Maggie, I hear you found yourself a prince. Uncle Parker was the last to greet Maggie. When he pulled away from his hug, his diamond-encrusted wedding ring caught the lights, and practically blinded her. Go, me, she mumbled, unable to look at Fitz. We're all checked in. Nate rejoined the group, looking as stiff and starched as Fitz when he'd first entered the pub yesterday. The king is awaiting us. The king? Maggie thought she might faint. Her family had fallen silent, eavesdropping unashamedly. The king is here already? Nate nodded crisply. He's requested we pay our respects. The king of Maggie's father leaned forward as if afraid he wouldn't hear whatever country Nate or Fitz claimed as their homeland. Maggie was curious, too. Even Violet didn't know from which kingdom Fitz hailed. Apparently, his presence at Harvard was supposed to be a secret. We don't advertise our presence, including dropping the name of our sovereign state, Fitz said with stiff formality. It's for security reasons. I'm sure you understand. Dad nodded. Fitz and Nate turned to go. Maggie caught hold of Fitz's arm. Will you still be able to come to the rehearsal dinner tonight? He nodded, smiling a little. Yes. I promise. And he always keeps his promises. Meet me at the gondola at 6, she told him. They were dining at the top of the mountain. Kitty and Beck had rented the entire Summit restaurant both tonight for the rehearsal dinner and Christmas Eve for the wedding ceremony. Fitz kissed the back of Maggie's hand, causing another wave of sentimental sighs from the Summer family females. And then the two men left to find their rooms and greet their king. I thought my mother was exaggerating when she said you were dating a prince. Dad continued to watch Fitz and Nate leave. What country are they from, Margaret? You'll understand if I can't say, Maggie replied with her nose in the air, willing to lie for Fitz. The help knows, Uncle Parker smirked. The help always knows. Maggie's gaze found the bellboy, standing near a cart filled with luggage. Did he know? You'll have to tell us all about how you met. Aunt Evelyn wore a bright red turtleneck beneath a fuzzy white vest that hung to her ankles. And heels. Red kitten heels. I'm sure it was. Romantic. It was, Maggie reassured her, backing away. You need to track down your grandmother Margaret, Dad said absently. I will. And if you truly love this man, do yourself a favor. Dad's gaze came around to land on Maggie and his voice morphed into his most commanding tone. Buy yourself a new pair of decent shoes and a dress in a pastel color. For once in your life, Margaret, try to look like I raised you, like you deserve to be a princess. Something bitter rose in the back of Maggie's throat. She'd tried the princess look on her disaster of a wedding day. I need to go. Maggie turned and rushed off, but not before reminding herself that she wasn't changing for anyone, not even a prince. What do you think he wants? Fitz asked Nathan, knocking on the door of a suite on the resort's penthouse level. Just to say hello. Nathan didn't look very happy about it though. His gaze was unfocused and he seemed to be fighting a frown. And to ask me if I've dated anyone since we arrived. When Fitz looked sharply at him, Nathan shrugged. I've known all along about what Father asked you to do while we're here. We should talk more. It'd save Fitz a lot of guilt. The door swung open. A burly security guard gave the two men a cool glance that lingered on areas of their body where weapons might be stashed. Always so suspicious, Votto. Nathan strode past him with all the confidence of a king. Fitz followed 5 paces behind, per protocol for less than equals. Father. Nathan bowed deeply. Sir. Fitz bowed even deeper. He never called the king father during formal visits and events. Come in. Sit. Both of you. Have some tea. King Alistair was solidly built, with a full head of golden blonde hair. He wore a pair of dark slacks and an ugly Christmas sweater, one featuring a gingerbread man riding Rudolph. Catching Fitz's quizzical look, the king glanced down. My sweater is a present from Princess Aurora. You never want to disappoint a woman you love, not even if she's only 12 years old. Aurora and Nathan were the king's only legitimate heirs and were nearly 2 decades apart in age due to the queen's infertility issues. But despite the age gap, the king's 3 children, Nathan, Fitz, and Aurora, were close and fiercely protective of each other. Good advice, sir. Fitz sat on Nathan's side of the room, unbuttoned his jacket, and began pouring tea, the duty of the lowest of rank. The suite wasn't cavernous, but it was large and appointed with lush leather furniture the color of melted butter, modern glass tables, and large pieces of artwork on the walls. The views out the window were of the steep ski slopes. In the corner, a large Christmas tree had been decorated with symbols of Naarsland, the mighty stag, church steeples, chocolate nuggets, and race cars. I hear you're dating, son. The king was all smiles for Nathan. I'm told it's someone in the wedding party that has the resort staff telling me where I can and cannot dine this weekend. Father's gaze shifted from Nathan to Fitz. It might have been Fitz's imagination, but his father's smile seemed to harden. Oh. Nothing good ever happens when he smiles like that. Yes, father. Nathan didn't look at Fitz. I'm dating Dr. Margaret Summer. Fitz nearly fell out of his chair at the lie. We haven't been seeing each other more than a few days, Nathan continued in a strong voice, a believable voice, a lying voice. And Fitz? Fitz had no voice at all. I'm glad to hear you're seeing someone. The king's smile was still of a steely caliber. Just remember that you must marry royalty to validate and secure your position on the throne. Yes, sir, Nathan said woodenly. The king talked about inconsequential things for a few minutes, the smooth flight over from Naarsland, the rising price of chocolate, one of their country's biggest imports, and the condition of the slopes. And then he got down to business. I'll expect you both to spend Christmas Day here with me. No skiing. No dates. Family only. Nathan and Fitz agreed and then stood, buttoning their suit jackets and bowing before turning toward the door. Fitz, a word, the king commanded, waiting until Nathan had left the suite before speaking further. Be careful with the summer girl. Me? Does he know Nathan lied? Fitz's pulse raced. His father frowned. I mean, do not let her sink her claws into Nathan with permanent intent. Your job was to get him dates, plural, not have him fall for the first woman he asked out. Yes, sir. The king dismissed him. After executing an unsteady bow, Fitz hurried out into the hotel hallway where he found Nathan waiting for him. Are you out of your mind? Why did you tell father you were dating Maggie? Because it made him happy. With both of us. Nathan led the way to the elevators, walking purposefully, which was unusual considering he usually moved like a man with distracted thoughts. Fitz hurried after him. Come back in an hour and tell father you broke it off with Maggie. This could all blow up in our faces. Maggie's mother is spreading a rumor about an engagement between her and I. The elevator doors slid open. As I understand it, Maggie is engaged to a prince. Nathan scoffed as he got on. They were sharing a suite on the top floor of a different tower, preferring to stay as far away from the royal entourage as possible. He adjusted his glasses. Why are you worrying? If father hears about the engagement, the dating pressure will end. But he won't hear about it. Trust me. We aren't going to be at the resort long enough for this to cause a problem. You can be with Maggie at the wedding events. Father said he wasn't allowed to go where they were being held. This is a bad plan. Hold that elevator, a woman cried. It was Dotty, rounding the corner of the hallway. She had a black towel wrapped around her hair, white cream on her face, strips of cotton wound between her painted toes, and a luxurious white robe covering her skinny frame. She duck-walked on her heels into the back corner of the elevator. Then she shook out her robe and turned to face the elevator doors. Almost as an afterthought, she looked at Nathan and Fitz. Oh, it's my royal friends. Maggie will be so happy to hear you've arrived in. Oh. She lifted her bare foot to reveal a small plastic cherry on the elevator floor. What in tarnation? Kids. They scatter their toys like snowflakes, don't they? Fitz fake laughed. He could have sworn there hadn't been a plastic cherry on the floor when they'd stepped on the lift. The hair on the back of his neck rose. Had the cherry come from Dotty? Was she their letter-writing stalker? Which floor are you on? Nathan smiled at Dotty, but it didn't reach his eyes. He had to be thinking the same thing Fitz was thinking. I'm on this floor with Maggie. Dotty used her foot to slide the plastic cherry to the back wall of the elevator. My son reserved a block of sweets. But I'm going back to the spa. Lobby level, please. Nathan dutifully pressed the lobby button. Where do you live, Dotty? Fitz moved to stand between Dotty and Nathan, just in case. New York City. Mostly. She waddled in place on her heels. Don't mind me. I need to get my steps in. This is my exercise snack. Behind Fitz, Nathan made a noise that might have been a choked-back laugh. Fitz's gut was telling him Dotty wasn't a stalker. But his head was telling him he had to make sure. Have you been in Boston a lot lately? You could say that. Maggie's royal-loving grandmother fiddled with the cuff on her robe. I've come to Boston several times since September to help Violet with plans for her wedding. I'm not a fan. The traffic in the Boston metro area is atrocious. You visited several times? Fitz glanced over his shoulder at Nathan, trying to imply this was no laughing matter. Are you a letter writer? I prefer face-to-face interaction. Dotty kept up her steps, sparing Fitz a raised brow look. My son would tell you that's because I can't keep my focus long enough to write a letter. The elevator came to a smooth stop on the ground floor. The doors slid open and Dotty duck walked out. She waddled around to face them, performing some bent knee movement that in no way resembled a curtsy. I'll see you tonight. Your Highness. Nate. Nathan glanced to the corner of the elevator before retrieving the plastic cherry. Fitz drew Nathan out and into the bustling lobby. He waited until they reached the elevators on the other side before saying, she's our stalker. Who? Dotty? Nathan shook his head. No. No way. She just admitted she lacks the patience to write a letter, much less draw hearts all over the page. She can't even sit still in a spa while her nail polish dries. I agree. On some level it doesn't make sense. But elsewhere, Fitz frowned. From the moment Dotty laid eyes on me, she knew I was a royal. We look enough alike that an old lady stalker could mistake me for you. She's been to Boston several times since we arrived. She shows up and a cherry appeared on the floor. That cherry could have been there already. I wasn't paying attention. Nathan removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. We don't even know what the cherries mean. Maybe plastic cherries are trending, like the latest way to pay good vibes forward or something. Unlikely. Dotty has motive and opportunity. And man, that was a shame considering Fitz was fascinated with her granddaughter. But at least, it seemed unlikely Maggie was involved in all this. Nathan put his glasses back on. What are you going to do? Sick the royal security team on an old lady? It's not her, Fitz. There's no way it could be her. And besides, if you suspect it's Dotty, what are you going to tell Maggie? As soon as Maggie finds out about your suspicions, she'll be done with you. Fitz didn't answer. He didn't know how. The elevator doors slid open. Fitz stepped on, waiting for Nathan to follow him before pressing the button for their floor. I say we get a sample of Dotty's handwriting. And if it isn't, Dotty? What then? Then we go home. All the way home. Back to Naarsland. Nathan didn't look at all happy with that statement. And thinking of Maggie, Fitz wasn't either. Chapter 6. Maggie couldn't find Grandma Dotty. It took a liberal tip to the spa receptionist to point her in the right direction, down a long back hallway and toward a small, private sauna. A murmur of voices drew Maggie closer to a door that was open an inch. The monarchy must never know of our involvement. A woman's voice, weighted with importance and slightly accented, like Fitz's. Of course, not, Grandma Dotty agreed. Mum's the word. The Royal Order of the Cherry is discreet, more legend than fact in most circles. That cool voice again. I was against inviting you to join, Dorothy. But I've been outvoted. I passed all your tests and took an oath, Grandma Dotty said in a soothing tone. I can keep a secret. Maggie couldn't help herself. She laughed. Her grandmother was a spreader of secrets, not a secret keeper. A middle-aged woman flung open the door, blasting Maggie with a wave of heat from the sauna. Who are you? She grabbed hold of Maggie's arm almost without Maggie realizing it. Are you a spy? No. I'm a veterinarian. Maggie wasn't a pushover. She treated horses and cows, some of which liked to throw their weight around. She freed her arm easily. I'm looking for my grandmother. Margaret. Grandma Dotty elbowed the door blocker aside. She wore a white, fluffy robe. Her white hair was slicked back, and her face was red from the sauna. Are you here to remind me it's time to dress for dinner? Yes. Maggie latched onto the excuse even though it was only a little after 3. It was a pleasure meeting you ladies. Grandma Dotty led Maggie away and said in a chipper voice, I love the relaxed pace of a spa. You get fidgety at the spa, Maggie reminded her as they turned down a corridor. You usually escape halfway through and go find trouble, something more exciting to do. This time excitement came to me. Grandma Dotty chuckled. But that's neither here nor there. My pores are open. My hair is hydrated. Anne. You met with your new cherry friends, Maggie guessed. They seemed like a bunch of laughs, not. Grandma Dotty shushed her. Keep your voice down. They have ears everywhere. And Diamond tried to vote me out. Diamond? That lady's name was Diamond? Maggie was tired and more than a little cranky after her search for her grandmother. What are you up to? Diamond wasn't your type of people. Grandma Dotty chuckled again as they neared the spa reception desk. It's too late. I'm in. I was read the royal rulebook and everything. Well, I've got your back if you need it. Her grandmother rolled her eyes. A member of the Royal Order of the Cherry doesn't need protection. They provide protection. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Please don't say anything about your new club to Dad. Maggie could just imagine her father's meltdown. What does this Royal Order of the Cherry do? They keep their secrets to themselves. Grandma Dotty pushed Maggie out the front spa door. I need to get ready. I'll meet you at the gondola at 6. She shut the spa door in Maggie's face. Secrets suck, Maggie greeted Fitz around 3:30. She sipped a beer from the bottle at the resort bar. She hadn't changed since greeting Fitz in the lobby earlier. She was dressed all in black. Her cloud of black hair was giving a black knit cap a run for the money, curling over the hat brim. She looked like a woman used to blazing her own trail. But there was her opening salvo about secrets. Hello to you too. Fitz signaled to the bartender that he'd have what she was having. Maggie sipped her beer, taking a moment to study Fitz. I have 2 observations for you. First, you look annoyed. He was. Fitz hated that he didn't know for sure who Nathan Stalker was or why they'd started adding plastic cherries to the mix. There'd been one dropped outside their hotel suite door. He'd spent a few minutes searching the symbolism of cherries online: prosperity, good fortune, eternity. The cherries didn't fit with the love letters. If you're not up to entertaining annoyed royalty, I can sit elsewhere. No, she laid a hand on his arm all too briefly. You are among friends. Friends. Where she was concerned, Fitz wanted to reject the label. But Nathan had told the king he was dating Maggie. In public view, Fitz could only be friends. Do you want to know my second observation? At his nod, Maggie grinned. It was an infectious grin. Second, princes aren't supposed to drink beer from a bottle. If Grandma Dotty were here, she'd probably say there was a law against it. Fitz took his beer bottle and clinked it against hers. And who would make such a law? The Royal Order of the Royal Rule Keepers, she deadpanned. They shared a laugh. Fitz liked Maggie. She had a good heart, a good sense of humor, and a depth to her dark eyes that intrigued him. You aren't upset about your mom saying we're engaged, are you? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? Maggie drew a small pretzel from a bowl on the bar and began breaking it into pieces. How did it go with your father? I try to stand up for myself with my parents, but my dad just doesn't listen. It's kind of the story of my life. Kitty used to say I came out of the womb with a stormy expression and a will to do the opposite of whatever Dad wanted of me. She reached for another pretzel. I can relate. Fitz laid his hand over Maggie's, stopping her from taking out her frustrations on another perfectly good pretzel. I was a rebellious teenager. Maggie stared at his hand. You don't seem so rebellious anymore. Right. I've been royally boxed into the point where rebellion is a pipe dream. Fitz's mind drifted to the past. To his tutor and the dark storage closet he'd sent Fitz to when he misbehaved. That closet had been tight quarters whenever Nathan, a mere 12 months older than Fitz, had been sent there due to his defense of his newly introduced half-brother. I'm sorry. Maggie drew Fitz back to the present. Our fake relationship has suddenly developed tricky twists and turns neither one of us planned for. You mean, our sudden engagement, he guessed. Maggie nodded, sipping her beer. I'm beginning to think I should have come solo to this wedding. Fitz almost said, don't break things off. Instead, he said, you don't mean that. Maggie smiled ruefully. Grandma Dotty is enjoying our fake relationship. Me. Not so much. Where is Dotty? I saw her earlier. Fitz glanced around as if looking for her, although he suspected she was still in the spa. My grandmother is getting ready for dinner tonight and hanging out with her new, snobby friends in the spa. The furrow between Maggie's brow brought to mind the words she'd said when he'd first sat down, secrets suck. Your grandmother is up to something top secret and you don't like it. Fitz didn't either. Because that might incriminate her as their stalker. She can be overzealous, Maggie allowed. About everything, including royals. Her frown deepened. But now. You're worried about this latest obsession she's developed. Maggie nodded, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, only to have it spring free almost immediately. She makes friends too easily, but she doesn't usually choose them over family. She pushed me out the spa door. Maggie scowled fiercely. Has Dotty ever talked about corresponding to someone in Boston? She mentioned visiting there frequently. Maggie shook her head. She's been included in Violet's wedding plans with the rest of us, but Grandma Dotty never goes off on her own like she does in New York. Or here. Not even on the Harvard campus where Violet teaches? Just voicing the question out loud made Fitz doubt his logic. Dotty complained to me about traffic in the area. She doesn't drive. And I never took her on campus or let her out of her sight. Maggie blew out a breath. Now me, I let her loose today. My father is going to pitch a fit when he finds out she's hanging out with people we don't even know. Dotty was sounding less and less like a suspect since she didn't have opportunity. I didn't come here to listen to myself whine. I should be happy that my grandmother is happy. Maggie sipped her beer, studying him. You showed up annoyed. Let's flip the script. Tell me what's bothering you. It didn't escape Fitz that Maggie didn't ask if he'd share. She expected her fake fiancé to be an open book, the way she was with him. Fitz rubbed his chin, trying to decide how much to tell her. If it's royal business, I suppose you can't say anything. Maggie half turned away, expression tinged with hurt. I'll let you wallow on your own. No, Fitz didn't want to do anything alone when she was near. It might help me clear my head to talk this through. And then it all came tumbling out. Since arriving in America, there have been several letters delivered to our apartment. The creepy, love letter kind of notes, decorated with intricately shaded hearts and never signed by anything more than lover. He didn't add that the letters were addressed to the true prince. Still facing the back bar, Maggie stared at him over her shoulder, as if weighing his words. It wasn't anything close to the kind of expression he wanted her to send his way, empathy, understanding, affection. But it wasn't a topic he wanted to discuss either. Maggie sipped her beer. I'm going to assume from your previous inquiries about Grandma Dotty that you were wondering if she was your pen pal. That was a polite way to tell Fitz that she was aware of the point of his interrogation. He nodded. Not my proudest moment. Neither was suspecting her, although she'd never been a fitting suspect either. My grandmother is a woman of action, Fitz. Love letters aren't her style. Maggie held her beer bottle up, as if checking how much brew was left. She's more the grab the bull by the horns type. Her tone was scorching. Accusing sweet, little old ladies of being a stalker isn't my style, normally. And yet, you asked, Maggie pointed out, her tone fiery. You've just reminded me that we aren't really dating, much less truly engaged. You and I are just for show. And the reviews aren't promising. We're engaged, he said softly, purposefully leaving the fake part out. And I had to be sure about your grandmother. You can't take any chances nowadays. Maggie took another sip of her beer. And then another. Oh, she wanted to finish her drink and be gone. Longing fought responsibility in Fitz's gut, twisting him up inside, weakening his detachment. Have you ever been part of something larger than yourself? A membership that requires you to do or say things you'd rather not because of your position and the things you must protect. The safety of my brother, not to mention my precarious position in court. Maggie was truly excellent at the sarcastic eye roll. Fitz, are you asking if I know what it's like to be a member of a large, wealthy, prominent family? If sometimes loyalty to that family puts me at odds with what I want to say or do? He nodded. Laughter from the other side of the bar drew their attention. A group of people drinking martinis raised their glasses in toast. A large Christmas tree stood behind them, big colorful lights enveloping them in a warm glow that kept others out. My cousins. Maggie leaned her elbows on the bar and set about tearing the label from her beer bottle. Classy folks. A prince would fit right in over there. He wouldn't suffer a crisis of confidence about lowering his guard with a pretend fiancé. It was a dismissal. Fitz wasn't budging from her side. I'm not a fan of martinis. Maggie rested her chin on her fist, staring at him dispassionately. You're nothing like what I expected. You wanted a prince as a date for a reason. Looking at her well-dressed cousins, it suddenly made sense to him. You wanted a sophisticated man who'd fit in with the martini drinkers, someone who'd make you feel as if you belonged. Maggie's gaze cooled, letting him know he'd struck a nerve. Fitz leaned closer, not looking away. But the fact is that we'll never belong, you and me. You'll wear those boots and he caught himself before he said he'd always be the king's illegitimate son. I'll never be the favored son. Her gaze softened. Fitz, You deserve the prince you dreamed of. But it wasn't him. It would never be him. Fitz stood. Maggie laid a hand on his arm, holding him in limbo with the lightest of touches. I've never been the kind of girl to dream of princes. Or the girl anyone expected to date one. If you're having second thoughts about pretending to be with me, I'll understand. I won't make a scene. Just tell me that duty calls. Duty was calling. Fitz needed to discover who was obsessed with Nathan. But Fitz's half-brother was safely locked in their suite. And it was impossible for Fitz to walk away from Maggie after their conversation. They were alike in so many ways and she made him feel like he was good enough. For his country. For his father. For her. I could love her. Fitz took hold of Maggie's hand. And in that moment, he didn't want to ever let go. So much for fake relationships. Where's your bodyguard? Maggie stared at Fitz with longing in her eyes, as if she, too, was only just realizing that they could be so much more to each other. My man had some emails to send. Nathan was corresponding with Nancy, the Harvard reporter. Their interview was scheduled for late tomorrow morning. In the interim, Fitz wanted a kiss. But kissing Maggie out in the open wasn't wise. Anyone could see them. Anyone could report them to the king. The martini crowd laughed again. Can we get out of here? Maggie hopped off her bar stool to stand in front of him. Maybe go somewhere more private where we can talk? Yes. She was speaking his language. Tossing a big bill on the bar, Fitz followed Maggie out, down a sparsely furnished hallway, and to an alcove outside the kids' day camp area, which was closed and deserted. She took a seat on the narrow settee and patted the cushion next to her. When he sat, Maggie half turned to face him, her knees bumping into his. "Who are you?" "Really?" Fitz's mouth went dry. "She knows I'm not a true prince? And she's not slapping me? Who is Prince Fitzhugh?" Maggie pronounced his full name the way her grandmother did, as if she was sneezing. But she grinned when she said it, and added in a more sultry voice, "A girl likes to know more about the man she's kissed before she kisses him again." Relief coursed through him. Relief and regret and wanting. A girl likes to know? Fitz leaned forward, lost. Completely and utterly lost. To her. To the possibility of happiness, understanding, and love. Which girl? Any girl? This girl, Maggie whispered. There's still time to do the right thing. To walk away or to tell her the truth about who he was, to apologize and grovel, to promise never to let a misunderstanding or lie come between them again. In his head, Fitz told her the rest of it, too. About his mother almost being queen. About his father turning to an old flame when his wife suffered from postpartum depression. About growing up not knowing who his father was until his mother was killed in a traffic accident and he was whisked to the palace. Alone and afraid. But Fitz didn't think now was the time to come clean, not with a stalker to find. And he didn't want to talk about his painful past. Instead, he traced a scar on the back of Maggie's hand. "What's this?" "A love bite from a pregnant mare that was hurting." She smiled almost fondly, turning her hand sideways to reveal a finger joint that was crooked. "A prickly racing stallion caught me when I touched a festering spider bite on his behind." She held up her other hand, pride in that. Smile, pride ringing through her words, too. "I interned with a small animal vet one summer. A big tomcat tore into my thumb while I tried to apply ointment to an infected wound on his head." She rubbed her hands together, as if washing them with imaginary soap. And then she held them up in the air in between them. "I know these aren't the hands of royalty. They're not." Fitz captured one of her hands, twining his fingers with hers. "But they're the hands of an honest, hardworking woman, one who inspires loyalty, trust, and love. Respect. And that's more important than a long, traceable line of royal relatives or a title bestowed on you at birth. Pride. Trust. I need to tell her the truth. Even if you aren't your father's favorite son, I bet you made your mother proud when she was alive," Maggie whispered, eyes huge and brimming with the affection he hoped was reflected in his own gaze. "My mother. More than anything, she'd wanted him to be a true part of the royal family. She written that request of King Alistair in her will." Caught between duty and desire, Fitz was speechless for the second time that day. So, instead of telling Maggie he wasn't a true prince, Fitz swept her into his arms and kissed her deeply, vowing to tell her the truth when their kiss ended. Except the kiss didn't end. It was gentle and lasting, a kiss that lingered and left its mark, like the smell of lavender after cutting a stem from a flowering shrub. And Fitz would have kept on kissing Maggie had Nathan not shown up, and made his presence known with a clearing of his throat. Maggie drew back, smiling the way a woman should smile after kissing the man she was engaged to and in love with. "Do you have a tracker on you somewhere, Fitz?" "Nate found you pretty easily." "I found him by locating his phone," Nathan said testily, reminding Fitz of the many times he'd found his half-brother the same way in the large science library. "We share our locations on Google." "I hate to interrupt, but I received a note that requires your attention, Your Highness." "Another love letter?" Maggie gasped, brown eyes widening. "How could that be? Is there anything I can do? Should you alert security?" Nathan gave Fitz a quizzical look, gesturing toward Maggie. "Yes, I told her, Nathan. And no, our own security will be handing the note, Maggie." Fitz stood on legs that weren't steady. Deep kisses and persistent stalkers tended to do that to a person. Then he drew Maggie to her feet, kissing the scar on the back of her hand. "We'll continue this conversation at a later date, Maggie. I have something I want to tell you. Something you need to know about me. Because no real relationship could be based on a lie." Tell me about the note, Fitz said to Nathan on the ride up to their suite in an elevator. Actually, there were two. Nathan shoved his glasses as high up his nose as was possible. One from Dotty, inviting me to dinner. Short and sweet, will you have dinner with us tonight? She writes with a spidery script, not a single heart anywhere on the note. She's not our stalker. In talking to Maggie, I came to the same conclusion. Fitz was certain of it. Did the other note come with a plastic cherry? Nathan shook his head. The elevator doors slid open. Fitz checked the hallway before fully committing to exiting the car. You were kissing your fake fiancé, Nathan said, annoyance glazing his words. Or should I say my fake fiancé? You'd begrudge me a kiss? Fitz marched away from his half-brother. Maggie is a breath of much-needed fresh air. You could have called or texted about the notes. You shouldn't have left our suite unescorted. It's too risky, and the note proves it. Fitz was stomping now, much the way Maggie did when she was passionate about something. I can't just stop living because of some unknown person's obsession with me. Nathan increased his pace until he was striding next to Fitz. But you shouldn't be kissing strangers either. Maggie isn't a stranger. You met her less than 24 hours ago. That is the very definition of a stranger. Fitz slowed as they neared their suite at the end of the hall. Why are you picking at me? Me? Picking at, Nathan grabbed Fitz's arm. Stop. We're fighting. Fitz frowned. That isn't unusual. Yes, it is. Nathan dug in his back pocket and produced a room key. We bicker over me being a nerdy hermit and you wanting me to have a social life. We bicker about how much time I spend in the library and squinting at the internet. We don't argue about anything else. Or we haven't until now. There was a bad taste in Fitz's mouth because Nathan was right. I don't like it when we fight. Nathan's voice had dropped to a whisper, reminiscent of the days when they were young, and their rat-faced tutor would lock them in the dark supply closet. Because they'd done something he didn't approve of. I don't like it when we fight either. Because in the end, all they really had was each other. Aurora was just too young to rely on. Fitz gave Nathan a hug, and then let him open the door to their rooms. Fitz entered first, checking in the showers, closets, behind the curtains and under the beds, before telling Nathan all was clear. Nathan handed Fitz an envelope. Inside was a piece of paper folded twice to make a card. It was decorated with brightly colored flowers, rainbows, birds, and hearts. As usual, it contained an unnerving message but no signature. There will come a time when we'll never be apart again. Fitz felt a chill ripple down his spine. That note has a death knell quality. Nathan's voice rasped. He was rattled. They both were. But Fitz was more than rattled. This had been going on for several months. He was beginning to get angry. I've been thinking about something, Fitz said slowly, pacing the length of their sitting room. If I were a stalker, I'd make my move this weekend while we're away from home and out of our routine. But I'd make my move before the wedding tomorrow. People take photographs at weddings. I'm okay hiding out here tonight. Nathan sank onto a sofa. Fitz stopped pacing. I'm not. I want to draw the stalker out. I want to be rid of them. The same way he wanted to be rid of this ruse with Maggie. So, tonight then. Nathan sounded resigned, looked grim. I take it that means we're escorting the summer women to the rehearsal dinner. I made a promise, Fitz reminded him. Would you prefer we tell Vado? It's your call. We aren't schoolboys, Nathan said stubbornly. He removed his glasses, washed a hand over his face, then put his glasses back on. All right. Tonight, we enjoy the company of two women guaranteed to make us smile. But we'll be on guard, come what may. That was their code phrase, to be ready for an emergency. Any emergency. Come what may, Fitz echoed, hoping he wasn't making a huge mistake. Chapter 7. 1 minute after 6. Alone, Maggie fidgeted at the gondola entrance, wrapping her black wool coat tighter around her black silk pantsuit. She touched her hair, having swept it into a too tight bun, trying to appear put together. But with her hair, one good gust of wind and it would start to work its way free. The large clock on the wall ticked. 2 minutes after 6. Most of the wedding party guests had already taken the 10-minute ride up the mountain. Maggie was restless. No Grandma Dotty. No Nathan. No Fitz. Fitz had opened up to her today. Maggie liked him. Sure, they'd met on a blind date. Sure, their lives were on different paths. But Maggie could see them together. Days spent trying to make the world a better place for birds and animals. Nights spent talking about anything and everything, interrupted by sweet, sweet kisses. She rolled her eyes. That's teenage Maggie talking. Adult Maggie scoffed. Someday soon, Fitz and his kisses would be nothing but a daydream. Movement at the end of the hallway caught her eye. Fitz and Nate appeared, wearing black suits beneath their thick, black wool coats. Their black dress shoes had a bright shine. They both looked tense. Something's wrong. More love letters? It's okay. Maggie hoped to reassure them with a trivial detail. My grandmother is late, too. Before Maggie could ask what was bothering the two men, there was a rustle at the end of the hall. It was Grandma Dotty. She struck a pose in a blue satin, hooped skirt ball gown embroidered with small cherries, which was shocking in itself, but her hair. Oh. My. Goodness. A blue-gray wig reminiscent of Queen Charlotte's wig in Bridgerton balanced on Grandma Dotty's head. The hairpiece was easily 2 feet tall, 2 feet in diameter, and heart-shaped, with bride and groom dolls seemingly floating in the center of the intricate, blue-gray curls. That's what was in the steamer trunk. What do you think? Grandma Dotty walked toward them slowly, holding out her arms as if ready to catch the wig should it teeter one way or the other. I'm so happy with the way it turned out. Dotty, Nate hurried to her side and offered his arm for balance. He was grinning, whatever had been bothering him earlier forgotten. It's a showstopper. That's what I'm afraid of, Maggie murmured. This would certainly take the spotlight off bride Kitty at the rehearsal dinner. Are you sure you're up to wearing that tonight? Your wig looks heavy. It's 20 pounds. Grandma Dotty visibly leaned on Nathan's arm. But it comes in parts. After I make my entrance and we rehearse the ceremony, you can unclip the second story. It'll make a great centerpiece for Kitty and Beck's table, like a cake topper without the cake. Oh, boy. Fitz turned his back to Maggie's grandmother and whispered to Maggie, say the word and I'll have Nathan make up some kind of excuse to stay behind with her. That's very sweet, Maggie reassured him. But everyone knows my grandmother lives large. She doesn't mean to be. A spectacle? A spotlight stealer, Maggie said firmly, if quietly. No one will be embarrassed by her. That's just the way she is. Larger than life. I always wanted a reason to dress like a queen. Grandma Dotty reached them, smiling dreamily at Fitz. And now, I'm being escorted by a prince. My pleasure. Fitz took her other arm. Neither Nate nor Fitz were able to stand close to her. The hoop skirt kept them a good distance to either side. They passed through the automatic doors to the gondola queue, Maggie bringing up the rear. There was no one in line. The restaurant at the top of the ride was closed to the public tonight. There was no night skiing given the high wind warning. The sun had set. Beyond the waiting gondola, the snow glistened on the bunny slope in the resort lights. The cold mountain air swirled around Maggie's ankles. Are you warm enough, Grandma Dotty? I'll make do, her grandmother promised, which Maggie took to mean that yes, she was cold. But no, that wasn't stopping her. If your teeth chatter, I'm taking you back to the room, Maggie promised. If my teeth chatter, it's because your grandfather's long johns aren't thick enough, Grandma Dotty countered, stepping gingerly into the gondola. I'm old. I know the importance of layering, Maggie. Nate chuckled. You boost my morale, Dotty. You're a charmer, Nate. If you had a crown, the ladies would be beating a path to your door. Nate laughed louder and energetically. His glasses slid down his nose. Fitz released Dotty and turned to offer Maggie a hand as she stepped onto the gondola, which could hold at least 20 people. Or 16 people and one Queen Charlotte impersonator in a full ball gown. Did you layer, Maggie? Nope. She took his warm hand in both of hers. I thought my prince would keep me warm. Always, he murmured, stealing another bit of Maggie's heart. At this rate, she'd be head over boots in love by Christmas Day. Grandma Dotty and Nate went to stand in the front of the gondola where the heating vent was. They talked quietly. Fitz and Maggie stood in the back. The ground operator closed the doors. You have a big heart. Fitz moved his arm behind Maggie for added support as the gondola began moving upward. Too bad it was broken by the groom. It wasn't broken exactly, Maggie allowed. But it hurt all the same. Do you have siblings? Fitz looked toward Nate and Grandma Dotty. Yes. Sometimes, I wish I came from a smaller family. Maggie swayed into Fitz for balance as the wind struck the gondola. 20 cousins. 4 sets of aunts and uncles. When we all get together, it's chaos. But somehow, I picture you hovering on the fringe of every crowd, wanting to be fully ensconced in the heart of things, yet always holding back. She stared up into those emerald green eyes. He was right. How did you know that? I saw the way you looked at the martini-drinking branch of your clan. He gave an elegant shrug. And I saw you with your sister Kitty. You look at her the way I look at my father. As if you'd do anything to patch things up between you, as if you're willing to make concessions not to be seen as a problem. I can only imagine why your father can't fully accept you, Maggie said slowly. But what's between Kitty and me? It's one thing to say you're over the past and it's another to feel it still inside you, holding you back just in case there's more hurt to come. She glanced at the bright, beautiful lights at the top of the mountain. And I don't bear any grudges, but there's just these slivers of wounded pride and caution in my chest that keeps me from being me with her. I don't know why I can't just say that to her. It seems like she knows. Fitz's smile was warm and understanding. If you want to try talking to her this weekend, speak from the heart like you did just now. She'll understand. I should just do it tonight. Right? She took note of his supportive nod. Maybe someday, I'll return the favor. And be there for Fitz when he tried to build a better relationship with his father. The king. They didn't say anything else, taking in the views of the valley as the lights from the resort hotel became fainter and smaller. The wind would occasionally make the gondola sway, which made Maggie hold her breath and Grandma Dotty and Nate laugh. 2 peas in a pod, Fitz murmured. She makes him forget his worries. That's because she has none. Her grandmother had lived a life without regrets and continued to do so. I can be like her. All I have to do is talk to Maggie. With Fitz by her side, it seemed easier than ever before. They reached the top and stepped out onto the platform, receiving the full force of the wind. Maggie had to hold up Grandma Dotty's wig from behind to prevent it from tipping over. Look. The ski patrol parked their snowmobiles here. Grandma Dotty paused on the sidewalk to admire the fleet of vehicles. One even had a stretcher hitched to it. I've always wanted to take a snowmobile down the mountain at night. We're committed to the gondola, Maggie said firmly. You never know when there'll be an emergency. Grandma Dotty moved toward the restaurant door. I know how to drive a jet ski now. A snowmobile can't be that different. And if they didn't want people to take them, they wouldn't have left the keys in the ignition. Maggie had a sinking feeling in her chest, as if her grandmother was going to get the best of her and steal a snowmobile. I think they do that when the ski patrol is on duty, not so regular people can borrow them. Regular people? I can't remember the last time someone called me regular. There was pure glee in Grandma Dotty's tone. She was having the time of her life. Maggie hoped she wouldn't have to be the wet blanket that smothered Grandma Dotty's happiness tonight. Promise me you don't have anything extra planned for this evening. Her grandmother laughed, not promising anything. They traversed the cold, snowy walkway from the gondola platform to the summit restaurant where they were greeted by a hostess who took their coats. Christmas music was playing and there were more Christmas trees around than Santa had in his workshop. You're just in time for a cocktail before the rehearsal. The hostess gestured toward a bar where many of the wedding guests looked to be having a good time. Margaret. Maggie's father didn't waste time chastising her for his mother's appearance. Frowning, he gestured toward Grandma Dotty. I blame this spectacle on you. Being engaged doesn't mean you can shirk your responsibilities. Ignore him, Maggie. Grandma Dotty swept past. Hang on. Maggie? You're engaged? She tumbled back into Maggie's arms, wig listing precariously onto Maggie's forehead. We have to set a date and pick a location. But I truly hope the king offers you the castle. Armor and scepters and thrones, oh, my. I'll let you and Nate work out the details, Maggie told her grandmother. There are too many rules to be followed. Finally, the royal message is sinking in. Grandma Dotty righted herself and the wig. Rules must be obeyed. Rules? Dad scoffed. Mother, you know nothing of rules. Just look at yourself. She looks marvelous, sir, Fitz told Maggie's father, earning bonus points from Maggie. Her father struggled not to frown at royalty. He backed away, shaking his finger at Maggie. Do better. Ignore him, Grandma Dotty said. She and Nate moved into the restaurant proper. There's the happy couple. Uncle Parker greeted Fitz and Maggie next, ignoring his mother's Queen Charlotte impersonation. Maggie, it's good to know you've finally moved on from Beck. Now, everyone wants to hear the story of how you got engaged. Oh. Maggie shot Fitz with a quick, panicked glance. Fitz clung to his regal detachment, but gave her a curt nod, as if granting permission to spin a yarn. You said it was romantic, Maggie, Aunt Evelyn cooed. She wore a diamond-encrusted necklace, a black evening gown, and a sentimental smile. It was. Maggie gathered her breath and dove into something every 12-year-old girl dreamed of. It was incredibly romantic. Fitz rode up to my house on a white horse in his royal dress uniform. He dismounted, dropped to one knee, and proposed. Ugh. Imagination isn't my forte. Oh, Maggie. You make it sound so simple and understated. Fitz's voice was deep and endearing, his hand on her hip reassuring. You're forgetting to mention how I wax poetic about your beauty and the depth of your sweet soul. And how it started snowing gently while we professed our love to each other. They were thick snowflakes. The kind that stick to your hair and eyelashes. It only made her more beautiful to me. But Maggie looks gorgeous when she comes home from a hard day at the office. Fitz glanced at Maggie, expression so full of love that even she believed he loved her. There was a pause, wherein Maggie realized Fitz had been handing her the conversational ball with that look of his. Oh, and, she drew a blank. Fitz stepped into the void, facing Aunt Evelyn. You know, Maggie loves everything about Christmas. Snow, crackling fires, and Hallmark movies. I do, Maggie agreed. At this point, she'd have agreed to anything he said, even if she was more of a superhero movie gal. And her ring? Aunt Evelyn looked at Maggie's finger. Her bare finger. Aunt Evelyn frowned. She was married to the family diamond king. It's being resized, Fitz said smoothly. A man can't be expected to do everything right. Even a prince. That brought out a series of appreciative chuckles and swoony sighs from the gathered Summers. Let's toast to their love. Uncle Parker raised his glass. Even if Fitz didn't come to the family for a ring. Maggie's spirits sunk. She was the focus of their attention. This was the last thing she wanted to happen. It was Kitty's night, not Maggie's. As much as we appreciate your well wishes, Fitz said in that regal voice of his, coming to Maggie's rescue without being asked or prompted. Tonight we should only be toasting Kitty and Beck. You found yourself a good man, Margaret. Dad clapped a hand on Fitz's shoulder. Despite those hideous boots of yours. I did. Maggie stared up at her fake fiancé with a worshipful gaze. I like your boots, Fitz told her. Maggie sighed. If only Fitz was available for more than a weekend. A lifetime would be nice. Kitty drifted into their circle, looking beautiful in a soft pink evening gown. Her dark brown hair was swept into an intricate design on top of her head. She looked gorgeous. And when she smiled softly at Maggie. It's time to speak from the heart. Maggie made her way to Kitty, hugging her. It's me. I had trouble getting over the embarrassment of what happened, the pain of it all. But I have. A long time ago. And I'm sorry I couldn't bring myself to tell you. I miss you, Kitty. Anne. Say no more. I've always understood. I was just waiting for you to heal. Kitty grinned, eyes filled with tears. Did you see Grandma Dotty? Did you see Dad's face when he saw Grandma Dotty? Yes. It was priceless. And then Maggie leaned closer to ask, did you blackmail Dad into acting like a prince with Mom this weekend? Yes, Kitty said, although in such a delighted tone that it was almost a squeal. I knew it. And finally, Maggie felt it. Their connection. All was right between them. Kitty must have felt it, too. Because they both began to laugh. And they couldn't stop laughing. It seemed natural for Maggie to throw her arms around Kitty once more as their laughter turned into tears. By the time the wedding rehearsal was wrapping up, Fitz was convinced he'd been wrong about their stalker. Are we eating soon? I'm famished, he told Nathan when they met up near the bar. I was beginning to think you were wrong about our stalker making a move tonight, Nathan told Fitz in a low, brittle voice. And then, I found a plastic cherry on the carpet near the restroom facilities. And here I'd hoped the only cherries we'd see tonight were on Dotty's dress. Fitz shook his head, brought back to reality. I hate being right. A waiter approached with a tray of appetizers. I need food if I'm going to be called into action. Fitz caught the waiter's eye and took a shrimp wrapped in bacon from the man's tray. As he lifted it toward his mouth, someone slapped it out of his hand. What? Why? Fitz turned to confront the slapper. Prince Fitzhugh, you know better, Dotty whispered urgently, her hoops bumping brutally against Fitz's shin. Her skirt swung back and forth like a bell ringing against his leg. Dong dong dong. It was going to leave a bruise. Dotty swung on Nathan next, skirt banging against his legs. And you know that royals aren't allowed to eat seafood away from home. Nathan shook his head. That's not a real rule anymore, Dotty. It was made back in the day, before food safety regulations. Problem solved. Stomach growling, Fitz reached for another bacon-wrapped shrimp. Not so fast. Dotty snatched the appetizer from him and popped it into her mouth. And then she proceeded to devour the rest of the shrimp on the platter. Rules are rules. She suppressed a belch. I saved you, Your Highness. She nudged Nathan with a pointy elbow. You should be as dedicated as I am to your prince. Nathan's eyes shone with amusement. It was nice to see him forget about their troubles, if only for a moment. Please tell me we aren't having lobster for dinner, Fitz lamented. Dotty knew of rules that Fitz had never heard of, and he was suddenly afraid she was going to make sure he didn't eat anything. We're having surf and turf. Steak and lobster. Dotty pressed her fist to her sternum. I'm up to this. That won't be necessary, Fitz reassured her. I can just eat the steak. While I enjoy double the lobster. Nathan grinned. Dibs on yours, Fitz. Well done steak only, Your Highness, Dotty murmured. The bride and groom approached with Maggie. Kitty had her arm hooked through Maggie's. Fitz was happy to see the sisters together. If only their stalker would reveal herself to be someone as harmless as Dotty, he could enjoy the weekend. I'd love to borrow your costume sometime. Kitty fluffed her grandmother's dress sleeves. For Halloween? Fitz murmured, earning an elbow from Maggie. She'd inherited her sharp joints from Dotty. Nope. Not for Halloween. Beck had a mischievous smile worthy of his grandmother-in-law to be. Having watched every episode of Bridgerton with Kitty, I wouldn't mind taking that ensemble with us on our honeymoon. Kitty shushed him. Or tried to. Beck wrapped his arms around her, then swung her around in a circle. Their laughter filled the air. Without conscious thought, Fitz reached for Maggie, drawing her close as if they were a real couple sharing in the bride and groom's joy. Maggie laid her palm on Fitz's chest and gazed up at him with what felt like real affection. He hoped that feeling was mirrored in his own gaze. The lights flickered. The conversation fell to a hush. And then the lights came back on, full force. Transitioning to security guard mode, Fitz released Maggie, gaze roaming the room, looking for anyone staring at Nathan too intensely. No one. He found no one. Fitz, Nathan said in a too calm voice. Come what may. Yes, Fitz agreed. Is everything all right? Maggie asked. The power fluctuates when it's windy, a waiter answered, offering them small cubes of bread, each with a swirl of butter on top. Fitz filled a paper napkin with half a dozen and then practically inhaled the lot. He needed energy in case the stalker was about to make her move. His gaze touched every shadowy corner, every stare directed Nathan's way. Again, nothing. Hey, does anyone know who that woman is over there? Beck pointed toward the restrooms, where a middle-aged woman in a conservative red dress lingered. She looked decidedly out of place for this swanky crowd. She's been standing at the restrooms and staring at Nathan and Dotty since they arrived. Kitty thinks she's a wedding crasher. Fitz eased closer to Dotty, trying to get a better look at the woman. If she's a wedding crasher, she came a day early. Nathan shoved his glasses in place. Suspicious, don't you think? I can't see her. Dotty was moving stiffly. Can you, Maggie? Nope. Your marvelous wig is in the way. And Maggie seemed more intent upon gauging Fitz's mood. I wouldn't worry, Fitz. She's probably someone's assistant, new and unused to the glamour and shenanigans that happen at summer gatherings. Fitz nodded. Then noticed something red on the lush carpet near Nathan's feet. It was a small plastic cherry. His stomach dropped toward his toes. Nathan noticed it, too. He bent to pick it up. The lights flickered again, causing another collective expulsion of breath. Fitz glanced toward the restrooms, but the woman in red wasn't there anymore. Come what may, he said to Nathan. And then the lights went out completely. No one panic. That sounded like Dotty's voice. A firm grip closed over Fitz's forearm. Something banged against his shin. And then Fitz was tugged back toward the door. I've got you, Your Highness, Dotty told him. Dotty, stop. Fitz tried to dig in his heels, but her hoop skirts kept banging against him and throwing him off balance. Where are we going? Where is Nathan? Protocol. Need to know only. Is Dotty the stalker? Fitz couldn't believe it. I need to know. I can't leave without Nathan. And Dotty, you need to be careful. I don't want you to fall with the lights off. I have the eyes of a cat. Dotty tripped over something, yanking Fitz forward and then rebounding back at him. The springs on those bell skirts were incredibly bouncy. Grandma Dotty. Maggie called from somewhere behind them. Where are you? Fitz. Nathan sounded nearby as well. I'm here. But it was dark. So very dark. Fitz didn't know where here was. Hurry. Dotty stumbled forward, pushing through the outer restaurant doors into the cold, snowy evening. The moon was covered by clouds. The sky was inky. Dotty's tall wig was blown over backward. It whacked Fitz in the face. With a mouthful of hair, Fitz had to face facts. Dotty was the stalker. It's you, he said, pushing her wig back into place. Yes, I'm Dotty Summer from the Royal Order of the Cherry. The what? Maybe it wasn't her. Top Secret Royal Protective Services. Here to assist and rescue, Dotty scrambled ahead. Don't fall apart on me, Your Highness. I've scoped out the routes of exit. She tugged him forward. I was briefed earlier. Lights out is a likely sign that kidnappers are closing in. We need to get you to safety. Not without Nathan. Fitz dug in his heels, changing his mind about Dotty's stalker status once more. Prince Fitzhugh. Dotty turned to face him. Only her silhouette was visible. Her wig wobbled precariously in the wind. You need to come with me. Tug tug tug. No. Grandma Dotty. Maggie burst out of the restaurant door. It looked like Nathan was right behind her. If it wasn't the prince, it was a tall, thin, gangly man who wore glasses and ran like a scarecrow. The wind gusted Dotty and her wig closer to Fitz. Her skirt creaked and groaned against his legs. It was cold. They didn't have jackets. Not that they could go back inside to find them. Someone was up to no good back there. He could feel it in his bones. Over here. Fitz cried. Shush. It's against protocol to save anyone but the highest-ranking royal. Dotty stood upright, rattling her dress hoops as Maggie and Nathan caught up to them. But now, you have no choice but to come with me. All of you. She grabbed hold of Fitz's hand, then spun around, sending her heavy hoop skirts into Fitz and sweeping his legs out from under him. The old woman had a deceptive strength. She hauled Fitz behind her in true caveman form while his feet sought purchase on the snowy, icy sidewalk. Nathan and Maggie helped him to his feet. And then the three of them stumbled along after Dotty, who was charging forward like a woman on a mission. The Royal Order of the Cherry? Fitz had never heard of it. We need to stick together. Dotty hitched up her hoops and straddled the ski patrol snowmobile with the stretcher hitched to it. Her legs were encased in cream-colored long johns. Nate, you ride with me. Maggie, you put the prince in the stretcher and cover him. Cover him with what? Maggie demanded, sounding exasperated. Your body. In case anyone tries to assassinate him. Dotty was all business, barking out commands. Move people. You're slowing me down. Grandma Dotty, I think this has gone far enough. Hey, a woman called from the direction of the restaurant. The woman who'd been staring at them? Fitz couldn't make out enough detail. Stop, the woman cried. Enemy alert. Dotty fired up the snowmobile. The engine came alive with a mighty, mechanical growl. Let's ride. I can't believe I'm going along with this. Maggie hopped onto the stretcher and dragged Fitz along with her. It was a metal stretcher, not made for comfort, and it was as cold as ice. Nathan hopped on the back of the snowmobile. Dotty, I don't think this is a good idea. Maybe we should wait for the gondola. Which was lit up and ascending the mountain but at a very slow pace. People. Dotty glanced back at them each in turn, something wild in her gaze. Leave the rescue to me. Fitz wasn't sure that was a good idea. Maybe I should drive. Dotty revved the engine, completely committed to a snowmobile escape and possibly drowning out Fitz's offer to pilot the vehicle. Hang on. Fitz put his arms around Maggie. And then they were off. Chapter 8. Grandma Dotty launched the snowmobile from its parking space like a rocket shooting for outer space. The sheer force of acceleration sent her massive wig flying off Grandma Dotty's head, past a ducking Nate toward the towed stretcher, and into Maggie's face. The force threw her back against Fitz. She scrambled to remove the heavy wig, gaining new appreciation for the actresses who brought Queen Charlotte to life. The wig was thick, and so heavy that it practically suffocated her. Hang on. Fitz clutched Maggie to his chest. And despite them barreling down the mountain in the dark of night, Maggie registered how firm and steadying Fitz's chest and arms were. Maggie managed to lower the wig into her lap. But without it in her face, she could see what was coming and she didn't like it. The black diamond slope. Adrenaline prickled her insides, making the stinging cold on her skin that much worse. The black diamond slope was the steepest, windiest ski run at the resort. A fact pointed out to Maggie every year by her father after he did his daily run. It was filled with treacherous moguls and sharp turns. And her grandmother was sending them roaring down it as if she were a legitimate ski patrol member and getting to the resort was a matter of life and death. No! Maggie white-knuckled the icy stretcher rails. They took air as Grandma Dotty launched them off a mogul. Up, up, up. Time slowed. The snowmobile's engine raced. Maggie's heart pounded harder in her chest than galloping horse hooves on a dry track. Down, down, down. The snowmobile slammed back to earth. The stretcher landed, bounced, rattled, and swerved wildly, nearly out of control. Slow down. Maggie shouted. Nate. Do something. Fitz's right-hand man glanced back at Maggie, and she could swear he was smiling. Smiling. Grandma Dotty had found the perfect foil. The snowmobile banked, the stretcher fishtailed behind it, bringing Fitz and Maggie perilously close to the trees. Slow down. Maggie cried again. It's no use, Fitz shouted in her ear. Dotty won't listen. She's convinced this is a kidnapping attempt and that we're in danger. Kidnapping? The immediate danger was of crashing. The moon emerged from the clouds. Maggie caught a glimpse of the steep ski run and moguls to come. Fear stole her breath. There was no way they wouldn't crash. Weighed down, the towed stretcher was a liability to those on the snowmobile, especially at this reckless speed. The clouds stole more moonlight, plunging the slope ahead into darkness once more. Maggie made a decision. We have to jump. Fitz drew her closer. What? Maggie pointed to the looming shadow of trees. The very pines they were careening toward. We have to jump before we crash into those. Have you lost your mind? No. Trust me. If this stretcher hits the trees, the snowmobile will fishtail out of control. And send them all crashing. Grandma Dotty was tough, if excitable. But her old bones were fragile. Maggie and Fitz had fragile bones, too. After a moment, Maggie felt Fitz nod. All right. On the next turn when we slowed down, Maggie loosened her hold on the stretcher rails, gripping Grandma Dotty's wig instead. Grandma Dotty didn't slow as she approached the turn. This is going to be bad. Now. Fitz tilted the stretcher, dumping them mid-slope. They tumbled, bouncing and sliding on ice and snow. Without their weight, the snowmobile lurched forward. Grandma Dotty and Nate disappeared around the bend, the whirring sound of the engine fading. Meanwhile, Maggie and Fitz rolled to a stop, Fitz on the bottom, Maggie on top, the wig between them and an overwhelming urge to celebrate their safety with a kiss. Maggie lowered her lips toward his. Quick. Fitz wasn't in the kissing mood. He set Maggie to one side. We have to follow them. If anything happens to Nathan. I'm worried, too. Maggie got to her feet, immediately glad that she'd worn her lug-soled boots since she didn't slip. The wind whipped past and through Maggie's thin silk pantsuit. But, why did the power go out? She glanced back up toward the summit, but the tall trees hid the restaurant from view. You think it's your letter writer? Yes. There was that woman who was staring, Fitz said matter-of-factly, moving to stand next to her. She made a mistake. We've seen her face now. I didn't get a good look at her before the lights went out. Middle-aged. Average appearance. Nothing stood out. Although it could be the cold, freezing her brain along with her limbs. I'd know her if I saw her again. Fitz cocked his head. Hey. Do you hear that? A mechanical whine. The sound grew louder. It's another snowmobile. Maggie turned, facing uphill, shaking uncontrollably, ready to be rescued. Hallelujah. I bet it's the ski patrol. I'm not taking that bet. Fitz dragged Maggie and the wig into the trees. I think it's her. As soon as they'd stumbled behind a tree, a second snowmobile sped past them. It went by so fast, Maggie couldn't make out much more than the fact that Ryder wore a dress beneath a long coat. That's her, Fitz said grimly. I hate being right. Let's go. We should have taken a snowmobile ourselves. Maggie scrambled to her feet, losing her grip on the wig, which skittered down the ice. Too bad we can't ride that wig back to the resort. What if we can? Fitz took her hand and led her downhill to the wig. He removed his fine wool suit jacket. If we put the wig inside my jacket, sit on the wig, and use the sleeves to steer, we'll have a better chance of making it down the hill in time to save Nathan and Dotty. I'll try anything at this point. Shivering, Maggie sat in the cradle of Fitz's legs on top of the wig and helped scoot forward so they could push off and slide downhill. It wasn't perfect. Their shared warmth was much needed, but Fitz's suit jacket sleeves failed as a steering mechanism. Whenever there was a turn, they had to tip over into the snow, climb back on, and then point the wig jacket in a new direction. But they made progress, covering more ground than if they'd walked downhill. I'm sorry, Fitz, Maggie settled between his legs again after a particularly brutal wipeout. She wasn't a fan of skiing or roller coasters or bumpy rides or the stinging cold. In short, her spirits were flagging. I'm sorry for my grandmother's zeal. I'm sorry for not taking your stalker threat more seriously. And I'm sorry for the fact that we aren't meant to be together, even as a fake couple. Because once his royal family heard about the stalker and her grandmother's sloppy rescue attempt, they were bound to ban Fitz from seeing anyone in the Summer family ever again. I'm sorry, too. Fitz set them moving again, out into the open where the wind stung fingertips and noses. I'm sorry for things I should have told you. But, they were brought to an abrupt stop by a particularly steep mogul. Even in the midst of all this, I think we make a great fake couple, Maggie. He helped her to her feet, holding her hand as they walked carefully around the big mound. We'd make a good real couple, too, if given the chance. Maggie's heart pounded harder. You have the worst sense of timing. The wedding. A kidnapper in their midst. All things in good time. On the next slide, the lights of the resort came into view, bright and welcoming, promising safety and warmth. They reached the bottom of the hill without any more serious discussion. Look. The snowmobiles. Maggie pointed toward the far side of the resort. She ran closer, the wig and Fitz's jacket tucked under her arm, feet sinking in nearly a foot of snow. Is that blood on the seat? Maggie's legs gave out and she sank into the snow, not caring about the cold anymore. Fitz. There's a blood trail on the snow, too. It's okay. Fitz brought Maggie to her feet and helped her toward the nearest door, rubbing her arms to keep her warm. Those are red plastic cherries. We've been finding them all over. Nathan could have used them as breadcrumbs. Cherries? As in the Royal Order of the Cherry? Anger recharged Maggie. She started to run once more. I have to find my grandmother. Fitz ran next to her. When we get inside, I'll check my phone. Nathan and I share our locations. I'm hoping they went to security. If not, I'll call our security. I don't know what Nathan had in mind when they arrived, Maggie said dismally, thinking about his delighted smile on Mr. Toad's wild ride downhill. But my grandmother isn't the type to run to the police. Look at this. Fitz pointed to a crown someone had drawn with their finger on the entrance's ice-covered window pane. That's a sign from Nathan. He's okay. Or at least, he was when he was here. Maggie burst inside, shivering uncontrollably. We need to get out of these wet clothes. Fitz put his arm around her and gestured toward a shop ahead of them. We won't be of any use to anyone if we're popsicles. We need a change of clothes, Fitz told the clerk when they entered the boutique. He dug his phone out of his wallet but it was crushed and no longer working. Shoot. Did you see an old woman in a big blue dress and a man my age run past? There have been a lot of people running by tonight. The clerk was well trained in sales. She held up glittery sweaters for Maggie to choose from. I did see those too. And before you came in, a woman ran through here as if she was looking for someone. She didn't even talk before she ran back out. Fitz stared out of the shop, torn between leaving Maggie and chasing after them even if the trail was cold, and stopping to put on dry clothes. His toes stung with the cold and his fingers were burning as he rubbed his icy hands together, trying to restore circulation. Fearing frostbite and trusting Nathan to have enough of a head start to find a place to hide, Fitz relented. We don't want any glitz or glam, Maggie was telling the clerk. We'll have those black resort hoodies, 2 pairs of black ski pants, and dry socks. In no time, they were changing into dry clothes, with the clerk promising to send their wet things to their rooms. Fitz emerged from a dressing room first. Fitzhugh. The regal, feminine voice had Fitz turning slowly toward the shop door. Mother. She was actually his stepmother, but Queen Laetitia insisted he call her that. She was fashionably dressed in white slacks, a red cashmere sweater, and a cumbersome amount of diamond jewelry. Her blonde hair spilled over her shoulders. Are you all right? Yes, he assured her, looking toward her security detail in the hallway, within easy distance if Fitz wanted to ask for help. Do I want to ask for help? He did. Fitz opened his mouth to set off a royal alarm, but his stepmother cut him off. "Where is the prince?" The queen gave the store a regal sweep with her gaze, as if expecting her biological son to obediently appear. Fitz wanted that, too. "I haven't seen Nathan since we parted about 20 minutes ago." That was the truth. But he knew it wasn't enough information for the queen, whose stony gaze landed back on Fitz. He went somewhere with that summer woman. The queen's eyes narrowed. What does she look like? This summer woman that's beguiled him. She probably meant the summer woman who was engaged to a Naarsland prince. Fitz thought it best to describe the summer woman he hoped was with Fitz. She, had blue hair this evening. The wig that they'd used as a cushion to slide down the hill, which was currently with Maggie in the dressing room. Hard to miss her. Blue hair? Americans. So gauche. Queen Laetitia glided out of the store just as Maggie emerged from the other dressing room. Maggie's hair was a dark cloud, freed from whatever had held it up earlier this evening, and looking as stormy and unpredictable as her gaze. What's she doing here? You know her? The queen? Fitz's pulse accelerated. Maggie scowled. She's the riffraff my grandmother made friends with at the spa today. Friends? Fitz's stepmother didn't make friends with commoners, much less gauche Americans. Do you know her, Fitz? Fitz didn't want to lie anymore, but now wasn't the time to explain either. Now that they were warm and dry, they had to find Nathan and Dotty before the stalker did. Yes, I know her. Let's find Nathan and your grandmother. Do you have any idea where they'd go? No, Maggie's head snapped up. Yes. She hurried out the door mumbling something that sounded like, "Stupid cherries." Excuse me, Miss Summer. You can't be in here, the chef of Grandma Dotty's favorite restaurant told Maggie as she barged through his kitchen. He had a short, gray ponytail and held a big cleaver. Chef Lyon, you can't let my grandmother in and then keep us out. Maggie pushed past the chef, desperate to find Grandma Dotty. Maggie couldn't, however, ignore the man's hand on her arm, holding her back. She whirled, placing her hand on his shoulder, and keeping him and that cleaver at arm's length. Chef Lyon, I suspect my grandmother is in your cooler along with the rest of your fresh fruit, especially your out-of-season, imported cherries. I know you're loyal to her, but this isn't a party game. She's in trouble and I need to get her out of here. My Dotty? In trouble? The chef gestured toward the coolers deeper in the kitchen. His staff was well trained. They ignored the kerfuffle, heads bent to their work. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Fitz murmured from behind her. I've always been direct. Maggie stomped toward the back of the kitchen and over to the first cooler. She flung open the door, revealing containers of meat and racks with hanging fowl. Grandma Dotty? There was no answer. And there was no good place to hide either. Suddenly, Maggie wasn't entirely sure that her guess had been correct. Let's look in the other cooler. Fitz drew her out and closed the door. Maggie hurried to the next one and rushed inside. Grandma Dotty? This cooler was filled with fruit. And thankfully, there was no hiding the blue hooped skirt with embroidered cherries behind a stack of cherry-filled crates. Hello. Nate stood, popping a cherry into his mouth. He held a wineglass full of pits and wore a royal blue parka with the resort logo on the front. We've been waiting for reinforcements. Haven't we, Dotty? Her grandmother stood slowly. Her blonde hair was slicked back. She wore a blue resort jacket that matched Nate's. Is it safe? When we reached the resort, we heard another snowmobile coming down. Her gaze fell on Fitz. Thank heavens, you got the prince down safely, Maggie. When we arrived without our cargo, I thought they'd captured you. Maggie hugged her grandmother and then did a quick visual inspection to reassure herself she was okay. She's been planning your rescue, Fitz. Nate grinned. While we ate cherries. It's important to keep your energy up when on duty protecting a prince, Grandma Dotty said. We should call security. Fitz was all business. We have a chance to capture that woman. Or, Nate didn't look as if he was taking the kidnapping threat seriously. Or we could have a celebratory dinner. We thwarted her. We're safe here. That's right. Grandma Dotty tapped her thumb to her chest. I'm on the job. And if your man says we're safe now, we must be safe now. Maggie and Nate shook their heads. The chef opened the door. There are several royal security guards seated in the main dining room. I suggest you dine with us under their watchful eye. Everyone looked to Fitz for confirmation. That isn't a request. Chef Lyon made a growly noise deep in his throat. Out. My staff needs access to the fruit. Fine, Fitz relented. Fantastic. Yes, we'll be having dinner here, Lyon. Grandma Dotty brushed the wrinkles out of her hoop skirt. Thank you for the parkas. You can charge them and the cherries to our dinner tab. Bill it to room 1204. Chef Lyon seemed appeased. He gave them a brisk nod. Follow me. The foursome filed out of the cooler, behind the chef. Maggie drew her grandmother aside, slowing her down. Room 1204? That's Dad's suite. I know that, dear. Chapter 9. Fitz. Nathan held Fitz back when he would have taken a seat next to Maggie. He nodded toward a table by the hostess stand. The chef was right. There are royal security members dining here. Good. Fitz followed the direction of Nathan's glance. Sure enough. Four men in suits stared intently their way, phones out on the table as if awaiting orders from Vato. We need them. He moved toward the table once more. Nathan held him back again. But you can't be Maggie's +1 with them as your audience. You're right. I'll sit next to Dotty, Fitz said, not without remorse. But to uphold the impression with the Naarsland contingent that Nathan was dating Maggie, it had to be done. Did you get a good look at the woman who was following you? No. We ran inside as soon as we arrived and heard the snowmobile tailing us. Nathan took the seat next to Maggie and scooted his chair a little closer to hers. And even though Fitz knew it was all for show, a rush of jealousy pounded in his temples. Has anyone seen my wig topper? Dotty accepted the help of the busboy to remove her parka. She looked worn out, although her lips were the ruby color of cherries. You can't hide in that dress. Maggie smiled fondly at her grandmother. That's probably true. But it'd be a shame if my wig was lost on the ski slope, Dotty continued. Beck and Kitty wanted to take my ensemble on their honeymoon. She struggled to sit with her hoop skirt. It bumped the table forward and the chair out from behind her. Luckily, Fitz caught her before she fell on her backside. I don't know how ladies used to sit in these skirts. Dotty hitched up the hoops, collapsing them together in her fists, revealing her saggy long johns. And then she sat on the chair, her skirt no longer resembling a bell but a frisbee. They certainly didn't ride horses or snowmobiles dressed like this. Nathan leaned closer to Maggie, playing a convincing bow and annoying Fitz once more. I'm partial to the cherry-glazed duck, Maggie. Do you have a favorite here? The braised pork chop is excellent. Maggie sounded annoyed. At Fitz? At Nathan? Fitz didn't know. I don't want cherries. Maggie frowned at her grandmother. Not ever again. No cherries, Dotty grumbled. I take that personally, Maggie. Movement by the door caught Fitz's attention. Members of the rehearsal dinner appeared at the hostess station, which was lavishly decked out with wide gold ribbon and live greenery. A few in the wedding party called out to Maggie and her grandmother. Now it was tension pounding in Fitz's temples, because the Summer clan believed he and Maggie were together. Kitty glided over in her pink evening gown. The power is completely off at the summit. You guys must have been in the first gondola. We were closest to the door. Dotty smiled too innocently at Maggie's older sister. Thought we'd beat the crowd. There's the newest happy couple. Maggie's father came to stand on the end of the table nearest Fitz and Maggie, resting a hand on each of their shoulders. If you get married in your prince's homeland, Margaret, don't be surprised if my mother attends wearing a suit of stolen armor. The Naarsland security team scowled. Panic flashed across Nathan's face before he covered it with a fake smile and a hearty laugh. He laid his arm across the back of Maggie's chair. I think people would enjoy Dotty's commitment to a style. He laughed again, clearing his throat, and leaning toward Maggie. Don't you agree? Fitz held his breath, wondering how this was going to go. Maggie gave Nathan an odd look as her father escorted her mother to a table. Dotty leaned forward to whisper, "Can you describe the would-be kidnapper to me?" Yes. Fitz was grateful for the change in subject. Average height and build. Middle age. Light brown hair pulled away from her face. Ring any bells? She shook her head. You've just described half the women at the resort. Maggie rested her forearms on the edge of the table and fixed her grandmother with a stern stare. Forget the woman for a moment. I'm more concerned about the Royal Order of the Cherry. You could have been killed racing down the mountain like that. The Royal Order of the Cherry? Fitz had never heard of them before tonight's daring escape. Why complain? Dotty scoffed. We all survived. The busboy delivered a basket of assorted breads and a tray of oil and vinegar, pausing the conversation. You were lucky. Color rose in Maggie's cheeks and her tone took on an edge. And I'm angry that you were weaponized by those darn cherries. So she's not angry at me. Weaponized? You say that like it's a bad thing. Dotty grabbed a roll and tore off a piece. The charter of the order is to protect royalty. I did my duty. You practically kidnapped Fitz yourself. There was a sharpness in Maggie's stare and recrimination in her tone. How do you know this Royal Order of the Cherry isn't a hoax? They could be using you to help them kidnap Fitz. The truth of Maggie's words struck Fitz like a cold splash of water to the face. He poured too much oil on his bread plate. She's got a point, Dotty. Indeed. I've never heard of the Royal Order of the Cherry. Nathan swirled a piece of ciabatta on a plate filled with the perfect amount of oil and vinegar. Have you heard of them, Fitz? No. Fitz added more vinegar to his bread plate. Do you know anything about the order, Dotty? Who they are and how they came to be? All I know is they exist to protect royalty. And Dotty seemed adamant that was all they needed to know. Maggie wasn't satisfied. Did they show you their official law enforcement badges? She didn't let up the interrogation. Or offer any proof that they're a legitimate organization? Licensed to protect? Anything? The cherries are the real deal. Dotty's chin came up and her words had bite to them. They had code names related to cherries, like Blossom, Bing, Sweet, and Sour. Mine is Maraschino. I don't envy the agent named Pitts, Nathan quipped. Fitz bit back a smile because the Royal Order of the Cherry did seem a sham. That's beneath you, Nate. Frowning, Dotty reached in her cleavage and then produced a familiar, red plastic cherry. I recognized the truth of their noble charter, just like I spotted Fitzy and knew he was the real deal. And they gave me these cherries to leave around you to reassure you that the order is on the job, even if you don't see us. They could only be reassuring if we knew what they meant. Obviously. Fitz moved his bread plate aside. When did they recruit you? Maggie and Dotty brought Fitz and Nate up to speed on how Dotty had been contacted at Violet's engagement party last night in Boston. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Nathan said to Fitz in a somber voice. Yes. Fitz nodded. The stalker could be a cherry. No one in the cherries would stalk or kidnap. Dotty frowned. Do you know how to get in touch with your cherry friends? Maggie asked. It was less a question than a command. I think I should infiltrate their order, just to be sure. You can tell them you recruited me. Someone in this family is always raining on my parade, Dotty grumbled. Can't I just have one thing for myself? I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, Maggie said softly, pouting a little the way she might have when she'd been a little girl. Please? For Fitzy? For Fitzy? Fitz rolled his eyes. All right, Dotty relented. There's a meeting tomorrow before lunch. I'll bring you Maggie. The waiter came to take their order. By silent agreement, they talked about other things during dinner. Dotty ordered the cherry-glazed duck and cherries jubilee for dessert, of course. She was completely committed to this cherry thing. Toward the end of their meal, Kitty returned to their table. Guys, I'm so sorry that we didn't get to eat together. The wedding party is scattered throughout the restaurant. What do you think about breakfast in my suite tomorrow? At their nods, she clarified, this invitation includes Fitz and Nate. Dress as casual in the morning because tomorrow night is white lace and black tie. Her wedding. Of course they'll come. Dotty accepted for Nathan and Fitz. We have some errands to run together afterward. Errands? Kitty's brow furrowed and she looked to Maggie. Nothing that will delay you from the wedding, right? Nothing will keep us from your wedding, Maggie reassured her sister. We promise. Not even cherries will keep us away, Dotty added, pushing her empty plate of cherries jubilee to the middle of the table. Now, if you'll excuse us, Kitty. We need to walk Fitzy and Nate to their room. Really? Kitty's brows rose, and she looked to Maggie for answers once more. No, Fitz told her. We'll say goodnight here and let Maggie and Dotty visit with the family. Besides, Fitz suspected the Naarsland security detail was going to follow them to their suite. And as much as he wanted to kiss Maggie goodnight, that wasn't wise with security watching. Okay? Maggie frowned, looking at Fitz and Nathan. We'll see you at breakfast. Dotty started to protest, but Maggie and Kitty smoothed things over. Fitz and Nate did have a security escort. But the 4 men didn't enter their room. Which was a good thing because there was a heart-decorated envelope on the floor just inside the door. We're going to have a Merry Christmas, darling, Nathan read the note out loud. That note surprises me. Fitz took a turn reading it. I would have expected something like, sorry to have missed you, given she cut off the power at the restaurant. We're going to have to bring in Votto, Fitz said, referring to the head of Naarsland Royal Security. Tomorrow, Nathan promised. After breakfast, coffee, and my dose of Dotty. Then it won't feel so real? Fitz was afraid it was all too real. And with tomorrow being Christmas Eve, he was very much afraid that something bad was going to happen. A daring Christmas? What did that mean? What's this? Grandma Dotty entered their suite, rushing forward toward the coffee table. It's my wig. Next to the wig, Maggie's black pantsuit had been neatly folded. The resort staff must have delivered them. Maggie held up the silk pantsuit. It was in bad shape. She set it back down. How efficient. Ah. I've lost the bride and groom dolls in the wig, Grandma Dotty lamented. Her shoulders sagged. It had been a long day and she looked exhausted. There would be snoring in their room tonight. My hairpiece needs a talented hairstylist to bring it back to life. The curls have unraveled. Did someone step on it? Who knows? Maggie wasn't going to admit that she and Fitz had slept on it. Let me help you out of that dress. She took Grandma Dotty by the shoulders and gently turned her around, studying the very small buttons down the back before beginning. Did you think Fitz and Nate were acting oddly at dinner? Her grandmother glanced over her shoulder at Maggie. In what way? It's just weird. Fitz didn't sit next to me. Nathan kept drifting into my space. The way she'd expected Fitz to do. We agreed the timing is all wrong for romance. But who am I kidding? He's a prince. The timing would never be right. He's distracted by the cherries. Don't worry. Grandma Dotty tilted her hoop skirt up to allow Maggie easier access to the back. Moments of insecurity are to be expected when you rush into a relationship like you two have. I'm sure you have second thoughts about getting engaged, too. No, well, maybe. I can't help but wonder why me. Why had she attracted the heart of a prince? That's your trouble, Maggie. Grandma Dotty turned, hugged her, and then held Maggie at arm's length. You need to flip that around. Why not you? Chapter 10. You know what would be fun? Grandma Dotty asked when they sat around the large dining room table with plates loaded with food the next morning. She wore a bright yellow tracksuit that would make her easy to spot in a crowd. It was Christmas Eve morning. Kitty and Beck's wedding day. The Summer family was gathered for breakfast in Kitty's suite. Every summer sister had their significant other by their side, except the bride. And Maggie could sense trouble in the air, trouble caused by her grandmother and her latest idea of fun. "I'll bite, Dotty," Fitz said, sitting in between Maggie and her grandmother, attentive and easing the concerns Maggie had from the night before. "What would be fun?" Grandma Dotty raised her teacup as if making a toast. "A trip with Fitzy and Maggie to his homeland to celebrate their engagement. Wouldn't that be fabulous? We should plan it now while we're all together, don't you think? We could even consult the king." "No," Fitz blurted, stiffening beside Maggie. Silence descended in the room. Maggie felt her cheeks heat. She eased away from Fitz, gaze-seeking kitties. Her sister was sitting on the other side of Grandma Dotty. "What Fitz means is that there's no need to consult the king," Nate said solemnly. "Plus, it's customary to make a trip with his fiancée first." "Alone?" "Well, I don't count," Grandma Dotty piped up. "Because I'm a cherry." Dad groaned. "Everyone needs to slow down," Maggie said in a loud voice that felt like the precursor of doom. "We're not here to talk about me. Today is Kitty's day. Let's toast to Kitty's happiness, shall we?" She raised her mimosa glass. The family was suitably distracted. Or at least, Grandma Dotty was. Maggie was back to square one, a woman with a fake royal date. One who wasn't attentive when out in public. "Why am I worrying about this? He's attentive with my family, which is what every fake boyfriend should be." The trouble was, Maggie didn't want Fitz to be her fake anything. When the toasts were said and done, and people began streaming out the door, Fitz pulled Maggie aside. "I'll see you later. We're meeting the head of our royal security team in the hotel's security offices." "A meeting about last night?" Maggie wore a black sweater dress, topped with a jeans jacket. She stuck her hands in her skirt pockets, feeling dismissed. "We should be there, too, Fitzy." Grandma Dotty barged into the conversation in her bright yellow tracksuit. "To give our statements." Fitz sighed. "I'll grab my purse. It has a supply of plastic cherries inside. We might need them." She crossed the room, dug in a small leather purse with Santas on it, and then held up a handful of small, plastic cherries. The gals must have cleaned out a dozen Hi-Ho Cherry-O board games for this stash. "They were delivered to my room this morning. Can I have some of those cherries?" Nate glanced at Fitz when Grandma Dotty gave him a handful. "You never know when you might need breadcrumbs when we're one phone down. I've heard there's more cherries where these came from." Grandma Dotty slung her crossbody purse across her body. Fitz took Maggie's hand, gave it a kiss and her a smile. "You're right, Dotty. Let's all go together." And then he strode down the hall as if he wore his dress uniform, not blue jeans and a fine gauge blue sweater. A burly man in a very nice suit stood at the elevator. When they approached, he bowed, then pressed the elevator button. "Your Highness. This is Votto, head of royal security." Fitz introduced Grandma Dotty and Maggie as Dotty and Maggie. Nothing more. Odd. The elevator doors slid open, and they all traipsed on board. Votto came on last, turning to face the elevator doors. Nathan and Grandma Dotty were directly behind him. Fitz stood near Maggie at the back, but he wasn't even within elbowing distance. More mixed signals? Maggie crossed her arms over her chest, not uncrossing them as her grandmother's words came to mind, "No public displays of affection." Did that explain Fitz's behavior? Or was there something else going on? Maggie didn't know what to think. Grandma Dotty squeezed Votto's bicep. "Good muscle tone. This is what I expect from a royal security guard. How many ways do you know of to kill a man, Mr. Votto?" "Ignore her." Nate turned to grin at Fitz and Maggie. "Ma'am, I give you the benefit of the doubt when we were introduced," Votto said with the same light accent Fitz had. Only Votto's voice was a deep baritone befitting his large size. "I didn't frisk you or search your purse. I respected your space. I expect you to do the same." In other words, he glanced down at Dotty and lowered his voice. "Hands off." "Huh." Not in the least bit put off, Grandma Dotty stared critically at Votto. I don't need to pat you down to know you're carrying an automatic handgun and a knife strapped to your ankle. Votto drew back in surprise. How did you know that? Maggie was surprised, too. A man his size can never get a suit to fit right. Grandma Dotty scoffed. I've seen more than my share of security guards in my lifetime. Plus, I've seen every John Wick movies. Twice. There was a lot Maggie could learn from her grandmother when it came to holding her own with royals. But she doubted she had enough time to learn enough to hold her own with a prince. If you were a true John Wick fan, Nathan said to Dotty when they reached the lobby level where a Christmas market was being set up for last-minute shoppers. You'd have a dog and a fast car. Vintage. Who says I don't? Dotty sassed. Votto glanced back at her with what Fitz imagined was the beginnings of a smile. Impossible. Votto led them toward the side corridors at a brisk pace. Are you feeling all right? Fitz asked Maggie because she was walking with a closed-off expression and stay-away body language that contradicted the soft, long black sweater dress she wore. I'm fine. Which any male worth his salt knew was code for, you did something stupid and pissed me off. The question was, what had he done? Fitz just wanted to get through the weekend with Nathan safe and then have a real chance with Maggie, free of deception and danger. Votto opened the resort's security door with a key card and held it open for them to enter. The hotel's security hub was a large room filled with monitors and people in gray suits. They were shepherded into a small conference room with two representatives from hotel security, Brett, the head of the department, and his assistant, Tina. Brett was a balding man with a sharp-eyed, jaded look of a former member of a clandestine organization, like the FBI or CIA. Tina was much younger, with the fresh-faced innocence of a tech genius confident in her skill. Votto only introduced himself. Per security protocol, he didn't identify members of the royal family. Thank you for your early morning briefing, Mr. Votto, Brett said when they'd all taken seats. He used a remote to queue up video. We reviewed footage yesterday from the locations and times of concern you referenced. First up, the VIP sauna corridor within our spa yesterday afternoon. There's me, Dotty said happily, adding in a less-than-pleased voice, Maggie, do you think I'm developing a shoulder hump? She reached behind her neck to pat the back of her yellow track jacket. You were tired, Maggie told her. You droop when you're tired. You don't have a shoulder hump. That droop looks an awful lot like a humpback whale. Dotty sat up taller and continued to frown at the screen. There's the Queen and her entourage, Votto said in his deep voice. Maggie flinched in her seat. Dotty sat up. That's Diamond, the leader of the Royal Order of the Cherry. Fitz gave himself a mental head thunk. Of course, the Queen would be behind a Royal Order of Women. The question was, why? He didn't buy into the protection excuse she'd told Dotty. Meanwhile, the recording was rolling. That's her. Pause the video. Fitz pointed to the screen as the woman from the restaurant and snowmobile chase appeared, glancing up at the camera. Who is she? Do we know? Bing, Dotty murmured. Bingo, Maggie echoed with an additional syllable, probably trying to make light of the Cherry nicknames as well as keep her grandmother from being associated with them. I knew the Royal Order of the Cherry was involved, Fitz muttered. Dotty stood. I'm sorry. I just realized I have another appointment. She headed toward the door, her sneakers squeaking as she walked out. Without hesitation or so much as a glance toward Fitz, Maggie excused herself and followed her. I'm fine, she'd said. Maggie wasn't fine, not at all. Fitz was torn between his duty and going after the woman who could mean everything to him. Should we just let them go? Nathan looked to Fitz, glasses sliding down his nose. It might not be safe. We need to put your safety first, Fitz told him, hating that he was in a position where he had to choose. He leaned forward, pointing toward the screen and the woman who'd chased them downhill last night. Does anyone know that woman? Yes. Her name is Lady Adina de Burgh, Votto said in a decidedly neutral voice, giving away nothing about his personal opinion of their stalker. Her father was recently raised in rank. Lady Adina hasn't been at court long, which is why you don't recognize her. And this is the first time she's been in America, arriving with the royal family last weekend. Something wasn't adding up for Fitz. We met the groom for the summer wedding. He saw Lady Adina in Boston on Thursday. She took ill on Wednesday. Votto frowned, an intimidating expression if you weren't used to it. Or she may have lied. We weren't watching her. She could have left the resort. She wasn't with the Queen again until yesterday. What did she do last night? After she chased us down the mountain? Nathan fixed the head of resort security with an uncharacteristically commanding stare. She lurked in the lobby. Brett toggled through his remote until video of the hotel lobby appeared. Where she could see the elevators, Fitz surmised. I didn't see her. When did she leave? After you went up to your rooms with a security detail, Brett said. Clearly, he and his team had done a good job of reviewing video footage. Did she slip a note under our door yesterday afternoon? Nathan asked. Or last night after we came down the mountain? That was someone different. Brett operated the remote once more. And I say that because the note last night was delivered while both you and Lady Adina were at the wedding rehearsal. He queued up a clip of a maid pushing a housekeeping cart. Her back was to the camera. She paused at Fitz and Nathan's suite to slide something under their door and then continued down the hall. A separate clip showed her leaving the cart around the corner. Her head was ducked, as if she knew where the camera was placed. She disappeared through a service door. She changes her clothes in the stairwell and exits out the service hallway several minutes later. Brett showed a clip of a woman with a baseball cap on. She left the hotel, head down, as she walked away. She exited the property through the woods. If we want to know more about her, we'll have to alert the local police. Please do that, Votto allowed, always a man of few words. Fitz. If the stalker wasn't at the Summit restaurant last night, Nathan let the sentence go unfinished, but he was smiling a little as he straightened his glasses. Then the electricity might truly have gone out because of the wind, Fitz finished for him. And our ride downhill was just a joy ride. Nathan beamed, happier than Fitz had seen him in a long time. Never assume. Lady Adina could have a different agenda than your love letter writer, Votto said, words heavy with the weight of experience. It's unwise to rule anything out. We need to question her. But first, we have to tell the king. No. Later, Nathan said in a voice ringing with command. I have an interview scheduled with a scientific research publisher. He stood, looking and sounding determined. He wore a brown leather bomber jacket over a green holiday sweater and black slacks. He'd taken care with his appearance today. He'd been looking forward to this for a long time. You and Fitz can report to the king. Not so fast, Your Highness. Votto took out his cell phone. I need Fitz with me. I'll assign you a security detail. There's a Christmas market in the lobby. It's expected to be a crush, with all sorts of people coming and going. It's a security nightmare, Brett agreed. Tell them where I'm going. I'm not waiting. Nathan strode toward the door. Nathan. Fitz hurried after him. Don't be foolish. Nathan placed a hand on Fitz's shoulder. Nancy has been supportive of my research all term. I'm safe with her. I'll be on property in the coffee shop downstairs. You go with Votto. Tell father that I ordered you to keep the letters a secret. He won't believe that. Even Votto was rolling his eyes. I can't miss this interview, Fitz. Nathan backed out the door. And then he was gone. You're assigning him a detail, right? Fitz asked Votto. The big man nodded. Already done. Chapter 11. Dad's going to kill me when he hears about this, Maggie said as she and her grandmother stood in front of a hotel room door. They'd located the woman who'd followed them last night, being, of the Royal Order of the Cherry, by tipping the concierge. They'd gone immediately to her room and knocked on the door. I mean, Dad is really going to be upset. Especially if this turns out badly. You have no call to complain. Grandma Dotty flipped the collar of her bright yellow tracksuit. I'm going to lose my charter into a most exclusive club. And it's not even my fault this time. She cracked her knuckles, rolled her shoulders, jogged in place, acting like a fighter warming up for the ring. Bing is a traitor. There will be no violence, Maggie warned. The door opened. Bing, Grandma Dotty said spitefully, planting her feet and doing some jazz finger moves as if her hands hovered over 6 shooters and she was readying to draw. Maraschino. Bing's cool gaze swept over Grandma Dotty. Bing was in her 40s and looked like she'd never done her own laundry. Her red dress was unwrinkled. She wore white tights and pumps, not exactly a stylish fashion choice, but more like an indication that this was a working holiday. Her dull brown hair was pulled back into a bun so tight her features had no chance to express emotion. Which, Maggie supposed, was the point. To what do I owe this pleasure? There was an attempt to kidnap the prince last night. Grandma Dotty pushed past Maggie and into the small suite. As I'm sure you know since you followed us down the mountain and waited like a hitwoman, in the lobby. You're going to talk. You're going to tell us why. Bing laughed, which on a scale from Santa's hearty ho 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 to the Riddler's villainous tee hee landed Bing more on the Riddler side of the scale. Chilling. You're breaking your oath, Maraschino. She gestured toward Maggie. Emergency circumstances. Maggie darted past Bing and into her hotel room because there was something going on here and it wasn't just a prince who was in danger, it was her grandmother. It's you who betrayed the cherries, bingo. Grandma Dotty wasn't far behind Maggie. She went directly to the small kitchenette and poured herself a small coffee and knocked it back as if it was a shot of alcohol. She was acting like she was an elderly, female version of James Bond, confronting an enemy with no hint of fear. Without a martini, shaken, not stirred either. You've been stalking the prince. That was my assignment. This doesn't look good for you. Bing closed the door and followed them into the suite proper, narrow-eyed. I don't know what you're talking about. But for all the bravado in her tone, Bing stood behind a chair and clung to the chair back. I follow orders. As the newest member of our order, you're the one risking your position by going rogue. I should have been the one to bring the prince down the mountain last night. You are just an information gatherer. The two cherries exchanged glares. Maggie didn't know who to believe. But she did know one thing. You're afraid, Bing. Why? She's a pawn. It's always the blindly loyal servants who get set up for a fall. Grandma Dotty slurped a bit more coffee. I hope you like prison, Bing. That was going a bit too far. Something isn't making sense. Maggie began pacing. Moving always helped her with a tricky medical diagnosis. Fitz and Nate hadn't heard of the order. Why is that? She directed the question at Bing. You should know that hotel security considers you a suspect in a potential kidnapping. They have video of you stalking the prince because you haven't been on guest lists the past 2 nights. That's enough to get you brought into police custody. If you talk now, we can help you. Bing looked uncertain. I'd vouch for you the way you vouched for me, Grandma Dotty said kindly. We both want the same thing, to keep the prince safe. That man is going to marry my granddaughter. Marry her? Bing scoffed, lifting her chin rebelliously. I won't tell you anything. I knew this would take force. Grandma Dotty tilted her head from one shoulder to the other, making a really distressing cracking noise. You hold her down, Maggie. I'll get it out of her. We're not going to torture Bing, Maggie said levelly, because someone had to keep her head. We're going to take her to the queen. She'll get the truth. Now wait just a minute. Bing was riled. Her nostrils flared. I won't be spoken to like this by the woman who is engaged to the prince without permission. Me? Maggie was happy to be a rebel, turning with a swish of her skirt and a stomp of her lug-soled boots. The prince didn't say anything about needing permission. She's right about you needing permission. Grandma Dotty frowned. But that's just a distraction, isn't it, Bing? Something to throw us off track. Bing smirked. Put your hands together, Bing. Grandma Dotty pulled the drawstring of her neon track pants free. She was nothing if not resourceful. And don't even think about making a run for it. I've been working out. Mother, Fitz said the word as stiffly as he bowed before his stepmother in the royal suite. Votto stood 5 paces behind him, which was ironic given Fitz wasn't an acknowledged royal and technically, Votto was his boss. Queen Laetitia wore a flowing red dress, with diamonds on her neck, ears and wrists. Her dyed, honey blonde hair was swept into a formal style. She had a way of staring at Fitz as if she couldn't decide if she liked him or not. Or perhaps that's the way she stares at everyone. His half-sister Princess Aurora sat on the floor coloring. Her long blonde hair was in need of a good brushing. She wore pink leggings and an ugly Christmas sweater that was the same design as the one she'd given father. Fitz assumed he was going to receive one for Christmas as well. And he'd be a good sport and wear it because, like everyone else in the world, he doted on Aurora. His little sister jumped up and ran over to give Fitz a hug. "Merry Christmas, Fitz. Where have you been? Mama says Nathan fell in love with a commoner and she always thought you'd be the one to let the crown down. It's hard to let the crown down when you don't have the right to wear one." Fitz imagined giving his stepmother a Maggie-level eye roll. But before he worked up the nerve, his eye caught on Aurora's artwork. Artwork done in a very familiar style. "What's that you're working on?" "Hearts. For when I fall in love with a prince and need to write him love letters." Aurora scampered over to her doodles. "I met someone downstairs who told me that hearts were all the rage. She has this really pretty way of drawing them. Layered with different shades of red and pink." Something cold slithered through Fitz's veins. Could their stalker have been so brazen as to make small talk with the queen and the princess? "She's been drawing hearts all morning," the queen said with effusive warmth. "She's getting quite skilled." "Fitzhugh, why are you here?" "I'm looking for father." Who was probably out on the slopes, now that he thought about it. "In the meantime, I want to ask about the Royal Order of the Cherry." "I want to hear about it too," Aurora piped up, smiling sweetly. "If mother brings back the order, I hope father will let me start self-defense courses. Karate, marksmanship, fencing, archery, driving and..." "Driving?" Fitz couldn't believe it. "You're 12. You should be playing soccer and learning how to ski better." "I snowboard, Fitz." Aurora's little nose went up in the air, oddly reminiscent of the way Dotty's did when Maggie challenged her. "Keep up. I will do better. I promise." Fitz gave her an indulgent smile. "But I think mother has already brought back the order." The question was why? And for what purpose? His littlest sibling gasped and whipped her head around. "Is that true, mother?" "Yes," the queen acknowledged with a regal nod without elaborating. "I've never heard of the order before," Fitz admitted. "Why is it that Aurora has?" "It's part of princess lessons." Aurora spoke as if this was common knowledge. "Because only ladies of the court can run the order." His stepmother remained silent. Fitz had suspicions about that silence and was more than happy to question his chatty little sister instead. "And the point of the order is?" "To protect royalty, of course." Aurora twirled excitedly. "But always from the background." From behind Fitz, Votto made a low, unintelligible sound in his throat, no doubt disapproving anyone providing royal security except himself and his team. "Aurora, I'd like to talk to Fitz alone." The queen made the smallest of sweeping gestures with one hand, waving her daughter away. "Take your drawings and colors to your room. Except this one. I like this one." Fitz picked up a sheet of paper covered with the style of heart that had graced the love notes Nathan had received. He waited for Aurora to take her reluctant leave before showing the drawing to Votto, then turning back to his stepmother. "Who taught Aurora how to draw hearts like this?" Mother frowned. "I took her downstairs this morning for a hot chocolate. There was a woman in the coffee shop doodling in her notebook. Aurora was very polite. And so was the woman. Don't be fooled. She was dangerous." Fitz glanced toward the main suite door at the sound of it opening. Father walked in wearing black ski pants and a red ski jacket. His face was flushed. "This is a surprise. Merry Christmas, Fitz. Where's Nathan?" "He has an interview with a reporter from a Harvard Science magazine." Fitz nodded toward Votto. "Nathan has a member of security watching him." And thank heavens for Votto disobeying Nathan's request. Fitz suspected their stalker was down in the coffee shop, perhaps spying on Nathan at this very moment. He wanted to leave to find Nathan, but there was royal protocol to be followed. Fitz had to make small talk with the king before getting down to more serious matters. But he'd make it quick. How were the slopes this morning? Excellent. The king removed his red jacket. It was customary for him to leave his ski gear downstairs. You should try the Black Diamond run that passes by the Summit restaurant. It's both challenging and fun. I'll have to do that, Fitz murmured, thinking about sliding down that run last night on Dotty's wig and his now ruined jacket. It had been challenging, but not fun. I'm glad you're here. We need to talk. There was a knock on the door. Votto went to answer it. It was Maggie, Dotty, and the woman who'd chased them down the hill last night, Lady Adina. The three women entered the living room and curtsied to the king and queen. Shockingly, or perhaps not given Dotty was involved, Lady Adina had her wrists tied by what looked like a long, yellow drawstring. We've caught a double agent, Your Highness, Dotty announced to the queen. She's involved with a kidnapping plot of the prince. Maggie took up where Dotty left off. We're so glad to see him safe. She gave Fitz a tender gaze, which wiped away all worry about her earlier comment of, I'm fine. Where did you see him? Votto asked, breaking all sorts of protocol. Right here. Dotty gestured toward Fitz. Fitz had forgotten all about the ruse, about the mask he'd been wearing around Maggie and her family. And now, the mask was falling away, leaving him feeling as exposed as Santa when caught by a curious child after midnight. Father, there's been a misunderstanding, Fitz said quickly, rushing to organize his thoughts and explain in a way that wouldn't hurt Maggie. Votto and I have reason to believe there's a stalker here at the resort. And Mother must know about it because she's activated her Royal Order of the Cherry. His stepmother stiffened, turning her icy gaze to the tethered Lady Adina. I didn't know about a stalker. I sent Lady Adina as extra security for Nathan, which was to include preventing any gold digger from enticing him to propose. Her attention turned back to Maggie. I can explain, Maggie blurted. Fitz didn't want her to. He stepped in between Maggie and the queen. Now isn't the time to argue. We have a stalker. She's been writing upsetting notes decorated with hearts like this. He flashed Aurora's artwork to the assembled. We suspected Lady Adina because she's shown up where she wasn't invited, to a private party in Boston on Friday night, and the wedding rehearsal dinner last night. I was there on the Queen's orders, Lady Adina insisted, speaking for the first time. Can someone untie me? She lifted her bound hands. No one moved to help her. Is that true, my love? Father came forward, taking a seat next to his wife and taking hold of her hand. Did you have this woman follow the prince? The queen nodded. Only because I was worried. He's been so far from home. You should have told me. Father enveloped her in a hug. I would have increased his security. Forgive me for interrupting, Father. Fitz shook Aurora's artwork at anyone who'd look his way. There's still a threat to be dealt with and a stalker to uncover. If Lady Adina didn't teach Aurora how to make hearts this way, she's cleared of suspicion. But the fact remains. We have safety concerns, Your Highness. Votto held his phone. Fitz couldn't remember if he'd received a call or a text or was about to make one. Votto stared at Fitz. We need to leave now to protect the prince. But, Maggie pointed at Fitz. That's the prince. Fitz isn't a prince, the queen said in her iciest of tones, one that dashed any hopes of Fitz ever being officially acknowledged, as well as the hopes involving his feelings for Maggie. I knew something wasn't right. Maggie gasped and reached for her grandmother. Things are unraveling, Your Highness. Votto moved toward the door, gesturing for Fitz to follow. We have to go. I'm sorry, Fitz told Maggie, who had tears in her eyes. I'll explain it all later. He made his bow to his parents. There's no need to explain, his stepmother said haughtily. The Summers are banned from our presence and the Royal Order of the Cherry. I risked life and limb to serve the order, Dotty said slowly, as if piecing things together. I acted quicker than Bing. And you're casting me out. All because Prince Fitzhugh is engaged to my granddaughter? We're not engaged, Maggie said in a hurt and horrified voice. Mother laughed, a chilling sound. I told you. Fitzhugh isn't a prince. But he is my son, Father said gruffly, brow furrowed. You don't have to worry about me being a gold digger, your majesties, Maggie said, bolting for the door Votto held open for Fitz. Not for a prince or his stand-in. A tear tracked down her cheek. And then, she ran out the door, slamming it behind her so hard that it reverberated across the floor, up Fitz's legs, into his chest. Where his heart was shattered. Chapter 12. Votto, you and Fitz go retrieve the prince, Father commanded. We'll talk later, Fitz. You'll talk now, Dotty said in a high, shrill voice. My granddaughter is a respected veterinarian. She's got a big heart, unlike some royal liars in this room. She gave Fitz a disparaging look. Yes, I'm talking about you, Prince Fitzhugh. He's not a prince, the Queen repeated, earning a scowl from Father. I'm sorry, Fitz said, moving toward the foyer where Votto waited for him. Down the hall, the elevator dinged, announcing its arrival and the escape of Maggie with his shattered heart. Don't you dare leave, Fitzy. People aren't playthings, Dotty continued, trotting next to him, energetically having her say. I accepted the invitation to join the Royal Order of the Cherry because I thought I was serving a higher purpose with honorable people for honorable people. She shook her head. I want no part of a family that acknowledges a son but not as a prince. Shame on you. All of you. She stomped out. Let's go get Nathan, Fitz told Votto before following her out. There's a huge crowd downstairs at the Christmas market. Votto stared at his phone. My man lost him when the prince and the woman went toward the restroom corridor. He's gone? Fitz felt like he was falling into a deep and dark abyss. He turned to his parents. Double lock the doors behind us. He and Votto ran out of the suite and toward the elevator. The doors were just sliding open, and Dotty was stepping in when they caught up to her. Dotty, we need an extra pair of eyes. Nathan, Fitz swallowed his pride. Prince Abernathy has gone missing. Dotty gave him an assessing look before nodding. Do you think his stalker was the woman interviewing him? He mentioned how much she admired his work. I thought he was sweet on her. They've been pen pals for a long time. Indeed, they have, Fitz said, thinking of the love letters. I've been so stupid. You'll get no argument from me. Dotty hitched up her yellow track pants. I should have taken my waist tie from Lady Adina. Votto glanced up from his phone. The barista says she saw them heading toward the gondola. Dotty grabbed hold of Fitz's arm. Do you know what else is near the gondola? The service corridors. Brilliant. How would you know that, Dotty? Fitz laid his hand over hers. He'd broken her granddaughter's trust, if not her heart. And despite that, Dotty was continuing to help him. For that, he was grateful. This woman was more than worthy of belonging to the Royal Order of the Cherry. She was smart, brave, and sharp as a tack in a crisis. Dotty chuckled. I've used them. Last Christmas, I used the service corridors when I dressed up as Santa. Made a big entrance in the ballroom. Her gaze grew distant. The kids loved it. You know, I'm just the right height to play Santa. While she mentally drifted, Fitz turned to Votto. The video footage from after the last note was delivered showed the stalker taking a service corridor and then leaving the property through the woods. Votto nodded. I'll send my men out back. And I'll search the parking lot. She can't get far with the prince without a vehicle, and she may have been bold enough to park her car here this time. The elevator doors slid open at the lobby level, and they parted ways with Votto, diving into the crowd of shoppers browsing tables and clogging the space between tables. A choir sang near the large Christmas tree. Slipping between shoppers, Dotty jogged ahead of Fitz, leading the way, holding on to the waist of her yellow track pants. I haven't forgiven you, Fitzy. I haven't apologized. But I'm sorry, Dotty. Truly sorry. I've fallen in love with Maggie. It was hard to believe, but he loved everything about her. Her heart. Her courage. Her love and respect for family. The way she hadn't complained once about the need to find a faster way down an icy ski slope than walking. Maggie was the one for him. I was going to tell Maggie that I've never been crowned, that I'm just Nathan's man. It just never seemed to be the right time. And now, he may never have the chance. I understand. But think of Maggie, Dotty called back to him as they neared the corridor leading to the gondola. First, Beck proposed because she was convenient. Then you propose under the guise of being someone else. I don't know if she'll open her heart to another man after this. I might forgive you if we can save Nate. Dotty came to an abrupt stop and pointed at the carpet. Look. A cherry. I gave a handful to Nate earlier, remember? Yes, and he's leaving us a trail of breadcrumbs. Because his brother was brilliant. Yes, brother. Know half about it. Fitz took the lead, rounding a hotel corridor and spotting another red plastic gem. Good job, Nathan. Come on, Dotty. A few minutes later, they were racing through the service corridor, following a trail of small plastic cherries. An exit door loomed ahead. A small cherry on the floor prevented it from closing completely. Dotty. Fitz took hold of her arm before she charged out. This could be dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll think before you act. Neither one of us are armed. Fitzy, you don't know me very well, do you? Dotty wheedled her way free of his grip, pushing through the door into the snowy outdoors. I've lived a good life and I know how to handle myself. The cold hit Fitz, as stark as Dotty's bravado. Once outside, Fitz took stock of the area. The empty, snowy sidewalks led toward the loading dock on one side and the parking lot on the other. Votto appeared at the parking lot end, shaking his head. Two of his men appeared at the loading dock, shaking their heads. What now? Something caught Fitz's eye in the snow. Duh. She took him through the woods. He pointed out a set of footprints through a deep snowdrift. And look. There's a cherry out there. Stay here, Dotty. Fitz charged ahead. Being a superhero is on my bucket list. Dotty kept after him. We have to save Nate. He loves you, Fitzy. And with a family like yours, you need him as much as he needs you. Fitz resolved himself to having an elderly sidekick on this rescue mission. He'd figure out a way to protect both Dotty and Nathan when he found his brother. Fitz spared a glance around to see Votto and his men flanking them. Dotty was right. Nathan and Fitz needed each other, no matter their titles. They were better together. Almost the same way Fitz suspected he and Maggie could be better together. They entered the woods. A few minutes later, they were deep in a pine grove when Nathan and a woman came into view 50 feet or so ahead. They'd caught up, mostly because Nathan and his kidnapper had forged a trail through the deep drifts first. Stay here, Fitz instructed Dotty. Ow! Help me! Dotty shouted, throwing herself at Fitz, sagging in his arms. I think I broke something. She looked up at Fitz and winked. Fitz bit back a grin. Dotty was faking. Nate turned back toward them at Dotty's cry, fear plainly written across his face. The woman who must have zip-tied their wrists together turned as well. Fitz recognized her immediately. She's a librarian at Harvard, he said quietly to Dotty. I've seen her around, but she doesn't work in the science section. More likely, she pretended to be a librarian, just like she probably pretended to be a reporter. You're too gullible, Fitzy. Ow. Dotty waved at their quarry. Nate, I'm so glad we saw you. We were out hiking, and I slid on the ice. Can you help Fitzy carry me back? Nathan and his kidnapper exchanged words. Fitz was too far away to hear. Fitz, Nathan called. Nancy needs to go. He half-carried Dotty closer to them, pulse racing. I told you we shouldn't be out walking without snowshoes, Dotty. But would you listen? I marched to the beat of my own drum, Fitzy. And then we found this trail. Oh. Dotty hopped at his side. She could have been an Oscar contender. She was that convincing. Movement to the right caught Fitz's eye. Votto was hiding behind a tree about 30 feet away, having come from the right side. His gun was drawn. Fitz had never been so happy to see the oversized sourpuss as he was then. The other two security guards hid behind the trees to their left. "Dotty, when we reach them, throw yourself into Nate's arms and I'll tackle the librarian," Fitz whispered. "We'll all end up in the snow." "You're brilliant, Fitzy," Dotty whispered back. She groaned loudly, hitching up her track pants before calling out, "Nate, I hope you ate your Wheaties today." Fitzy is having a low blood sugar moment. They were 10 feet away. Nancy, the librarian, reporter, stalker, kidnapper, was scowling at them. But she hadn't drawn a gun or a knife, so Fitz supposed that was a good sign. They stumbled closer. 6 feet. 4 feet. 2. Dotty launched herself at Nathan. And a second later, Fitz tackled Nancy. They all went down in a heap in the snow. Nancy shrieked and struggled. But she was trapped beneath Fitz. "What are you doing? You're ruining everything. Let me go." She let out a rageful cry. A war cry. And then she drew on a well of strength that nearly upended Fitz. "That's enough drama for one day, miss." Votto yanked Fitz off Nancy. He sat on the woman and trapped her free hand in one of his beefy ones. With his other hand. Then he used a knife he'd had strapped to his ankle to slice through the zip tie. "Are you harmed, Your Highness?" "Only my pride." Nathan rolled Dotty off of him and started to laugh. And then he hugged Dotty. And then he ran over to Fitz and hugged him fiercely. In that moment, everything seemed like it was going to be okay. Until Fitz remembered that Maggie would probably never want to speak to him again. When she opened the door, Kitty took one look at Maggie's face and held out her arms. "We should have given Fitz the kissing test. I knew there was something off about him. It wouldn't have done any good." Maggie kept herself from sobbing, barely. "Fitz lied to me. He's not a true prince. If he lied about who he is, he could lie about anything." Kitty drew Maggie inside, sat her down on the couch, and got the entire story out of her. "Well, that's the end of Fitz. Wedding invitation revoked." She snapped her fingers. Maggie nodded, but her heart ached and her head hurt and tears burned the back of her eyes. "Do you love him, Mags?" Kitty asked softly. "We can't get rid of him if you love him." "I do, I did, I could have." Maggie clenched her hands, her cold hands, and her toes, her frigid toes. "That's teenage me talking. When will I learn? You're not a teenager. And none of this is your fault." Kitty took one of Maggie's hands and gave it a warm squeeze. "Do you remember when you were little and you'd do something great, like cook an egg for the first time without burning it or finally work up the nerve to ask a boy out?" Maggie nodded. Somebody would say, "So what? Aubrey's already done that." Somebody was always Dad, the king of sarcasm. Kitty gave Maggie's hand a shake. "I told you how great you were, but you stomped around, angry at the world anyway." "Because I've always been last at everything," Maggie whined. She wasn't proud of whining, but sometimes you just had to. "But you were great at everything. Not at love." Maggie kicked out her booted feet, feeling her face flush with heat. "I'm so embarrassed. And the family. They think we're engaged. What are people going to say tonight? At Kitty's wedding. She wouldn't blend in with the other bridesmaids. She'd stand out for all the wrong reasons." Tears spilled onto her cheeks. "Do you want to know the truth about love?" Kitty asked gently. Maggie nodded, wiping away the tears. "Every path to love is littered with obstacles. And everyone's obstacles are different." Kitty smoothed Maggie's hair away from her forehead. "This is a huge obstacle. He told me he was royalty." "You didn't say you don't love him," Kitty pointed out in a gentle voice. "Not even now. Only you can decide if you can get over the embarrassment he put you through. Only you can decide if you'll forgive him and trust that he won't hurt you again." "You're good at reading people, Maggie." "I'm good at reading animals," she countered. "That's not true," Kitty insisted. "Forget about titles. Think about how you felt with him, about how you felt about the things he said or the way he acted." Maggie slouched on the sofa, rubbing her temples. Fitz said he was sorry earlier. He said he'd explain. Herget nodded at the thought of seeing him again. Thinking about the past 2 days, Maggie closed her eyes, trying to recapture Fitz's words, his expression, his sincerity. He said the timing wasn't right for us. And that he had things to tell me. You know who he reminds me of? Kitty rubbed Maggie's shoulder. Someone who waited a long time to mend a fence with her sister. Me. Someone who couldn't find the words or courage to say, I forgave you a long time ago. Maggie pressed the heels of her hands over her eyes. I'm sorry, Kitty. But this isn't the same. Maybe it's not on the same level. Honestly? I don't know. Kitty gently pulled Maggie's hands away from her face. Her gaze was supportive. You can't know for sure until you listen to what Fitz has to say, the same way you listened to me and Beck after what happened on your first wedding day. Maggie sighed. Do you know what hurts the most? That I would have fallen for him even if he wasn't a prince. I'm exhausted, Nathan said as they left the hotel's security hub where they'd answered police questions and promised to make a formal statement at the station the day after Christmas. I'm also disillusioned with the world. I was falling in love with a kidnapper. Without ever having met her in person. And when I kissed her, she zip-tied herself to me and told me she had a gun. A lie, it turned out. Fitz had heard the entire story already, but he recognized his brother needed to keep talking about it until a scab formed over the trauma. I'm going to think twice before kissing anyone ever again. Nathan wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand. Bleck. Now that an arrest had been made and Nathan was safe, Fitz's mind kept returning to Maggie. Do you think Maggie can forgive me? I think if she really cares for you that she'll accept your apology. Nathan spoke slowly and wouldn't look at Fitz, not even when he adjusted his glasses. Fitz's spirits sank. You don't think she's going to forgive me? You've always been a bad liar. What? Lie? Me? The future king of Naarsland? Nathan tossed his hands. All right. I admit it. I lied about Maggie forgiving you. I thought I should tell you what you wanted to hear. Isn't that what family does when you hit rock bottom? Choose your words carefully, Nathan. You're at rock bottom, too. Yes. Nathan checked the hallway when the elevator doors opened on the top floor. No more studying abroad for me. Fitz patted Nathan on the back. And no legitimacy for me. Merry Christmas. Ho ho ho. They walked down the hall toward the Royal Hotel suite in silence for a bit. It was a long hall and they were moving slowly. Just them and their security detail. I suppose it could be worse for me. Fitz turned to face their father's door. I can live life without a title. But you said it yourself. You may never kiss another woman again. And the Queen won't stand for you being single. Nathan groaned and gave Fitz's arm a friendly slug. I'm going to have a Charlie horse later. Fitz rubbed his arm. You deserve it. But Nathan was smiling. Objective achieved, Fitz grinned back. Yes. I suppose I did. They were escorted into the king's presence, where lunch was being served. You're safe. Aurora ran over to hug Nathan. And then Fitz. Votto briefed us, father said, getting up from the table to greet them both with hearty hugs. Fitz was very brave, as was one Dorothy Summer. And me, Nathan muttered. I dropped cherry breadcrumbs. That you did, Fitz murmured. I hope you learned your lesson. Mother stood and pointed at Nathan. You need to come home where we can protect you. We'll vet any woman you have an interest in. And no one named Summer. I don't think that will be a problem. It was Fitz's turn to mutter. He'd lost Maggie. None of the Summers will ever speak to me again. Oh, but it will be a problem, Nathan said in a voice that rang out clear and true. My life and interests are at Harvard. I'm not coming home yet. And as for the Summer women. Fitz loves Maggie and Dotty is my friend. She may be decades older than me, but we could all take note of the way she finds joy in life. Fitz blinked. Aurora's mouth dropped open. And the Queen? Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Nathan didn't wait for her to gather herself. Father wanted Fitz to help me develop confidence in social situations, specifically with single women. But I can't be confident in one area of my life and not another. I will be king one day, Mother. And it's best if I become my own man now. That includes deciding what I enjoy, where I spend my time, and who I spend my time with. Nathan spoiled his speech by ruffling Aurora's hair. But you were kidnapped by a woman who duped you. Mother was rapidly losing her icy composure. Your judgment is far from what it needs to be. Father placed a hand over hers. Letitia, I'm sure Nathan has learned his lesson. And after some thought, I'm sure he'll realize it's best if he comes home after the new year. No. I'll come home when I've finished my studies, Father. You can assign me extra security. But as for Fitz, Nathan smiled. And it wasn't a happy smile. He may never return to Naarsland again. Fitz's mouth dropped open. Father frowned. Why not? Fitz has royal duties as what? Fitz squared his shoulders as the reality of his dead-end situation clicked into place. I'm neither second in line to the throne nor am I a lesser member of the court. Perhaps I can join the Royal Order of the Cherry and spy on Nathan without his knowledge or approval, all in the name of royal security. From across the room, Botto made a sound of disgust. There was an air of change in the air. Fitzhugh. The king raised his voice. Gesundheit. That's how Maggie and Dotty had reacted to Fitz's formal name. Maggie and Dotty. Neither one of them would allow someone to treat them the way his so-called parents did. Fitz made his decision. He wouldn't allow it either. I choose to be my own man, Father. And the reality is, that is all I truly am. My own man. I don't belong to you or Mother or Naarsland. There was silence in the room. No one had an answer to his declaration. Fitz wondered what had come over him. Becoming acknowledged as legitimate was all he ever wanted. It would honor his mother's memory. It was all I wanted until met Maggie. Fitz walked out. For good. Chapter 13. Fitz was laying on his hotel room bed, staring at the ceiling an hour or so later, when he heard the door to the suite open. Fitz. It was Nathan. You need to come with me. Fitz groaned. Nathan entered his bedroom, smiling. Have you figured out how to get Maggie back? No. I'm in the wallowing stage. Fitz pointed at the ceiling. There's a pattern in the texture up there that looks like Santa's face in profile. I'm thinking about borrowing Aurora's crayons and filling it in. You need a change of scenery. Nathan grabbed his arm and tugged him to his feet. Let's go. Fitz brightened. Did you talk to Dotty? Or Maggie? Is Maggie waiting for me somewhere? No. Nathan adjusted his glasses, color high in his cheeks. That's something you need to do yourself. Right. I knew that. Fitz followed Nate out of the suite, down the hall, down in the elevator, and across the hotel lobby where all traces of the Christmas market had been removed. They were shadowed by two silent security guards. I've been summoned, haven't I? Nathan nodded, pressing the elevator button to go up to the royal suite. Fitz's chest felt tight and his breath grew shallow. I won't miss being summoned. I can only imagine what they're going to say. Blame him for Nathan's kidnapping. Chastise him for impersonating royalty. Take him to task for past mistakes. Can I beg off? No. Nathan fidgeted, looking uncomfortable. Oh, this is bad. Fitz rolled his shoulders a few times. All right. I'll give them this one last hurrah. But no more. They rode the elevator up in silence. Walked to the royal suite in silence. Fitz couldn't help but think about the bridal suite down the hall where he and Nathan had breakfast with Maggie's family just this morning. Botto opened the door for them, placing a heavy hand on Fitz's shoulder and giving him a nod before letting him proceed inside. The sitting room had been rearranged. Two yellow leather chairs had been moved to the far end in front of the plate glass windows. The coffee tables and leather sofa had been shoved to one side. The king and queen each sat in a chair. Aurora stood behind them. They wore formal clothes and formal expressions. "What is this?" Fitz whispered to Nathan. "An excommunication?" Nathan didn't answer. He moved to stand with his family, taking a suit jacket Aurora handed him and slipping it on over his sweater. Fitz felt like a lamb having been naively led to slaughter. He glanced toward the foyer, but his exit was blocked by Vado. "Fitzhugh Wittelsbach," father said in a deep voice. "Approach." Fitz walked slowly, rigidly, reluctantly. "This is it. I'm being let go." He'd had no idea this would hurt so much. "Kneel," father commanded when Fitz stood mere feet in front of him. Fitz sent a questioning glance to Nathan, but his brother's face gave nothing away. Even his thick glasses were in place. Fitz dropped down to his knees, feeling like a 12-year-old boy learning his mother was dead, being driven away from the only home he'd ever known and feeling utterly and completely alone. "Make it quick. Make it quick. Before I lose my composure." Fitzhugh Wittelsbach. Father got to his feet. He held a ski pole in one hand. "We're here today to right a royal wrong." The queen stood with a rustle of skirts. "An issue we should have taken care of long ago." Father took the ski pole and laid the end on Fitz's shoulder, the way he did when he knighted men with his ceremonial sword. "Fitzhugh Wittelsbach, Fitz. Blood of my blood. Heart of my heart. Jewel of Naarsland. Arise and accept the title of Prince of the Realm, henceforth and forever known as my second child, my son." "Our son," the queen mother said, smiling apologetically at Fitz. "I don't understand." Fitz stared at them all. "Why? Why now? Why not when I was a young, frightened boy who'd lost his mother?" Father clasped Fitz's forearm and helped him to his feet and hugged him. "It was long overdue. I love you, Fitz." Mother moved in to hug him next. "Because sometimes, it takes losing a person to realize how much they mean to you. I've raised you to live up to a near impossible standard. And you've never let me down." She held him at arm's length, running her hands over his shoulders and staring warmly into his eyes. "After you left, Nathan asked me why I didn't love you. And I realized that I do love you. It was just that others, the council, our advisors, the press, they all speculated that you'd bring shame to the crown." She drew a deep breath. "But in my heart, I knew you never would. And yet, I couldn't find the right time to." "Tell me what's in your heart," Fitz finished for her. Because he'd had a very similar conversation with Maggie about her less than perfect relationship with her sister Kitty. "Anne. I never found the right time to tell Maggie the truth. That I wasn't a prince. That Nathan was destined for the throne. Or that I was falling in love with her. His crowning was an impossible moment. Could he have another? Could he win Maggie back?" Aurora slammed into Fitz next, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Christmas is the time of forgiveness, not that I ever needed it." Fitz ruffled her hair. "You will. When you become a teenager." That broke the tension in the room. Everyone laughed. And then Nathan was hugging him. "I'm going to have to find a new man." Fitz's throat threatened to close with unspoken emotion, a mixture of love for his family and fear for the future. But he managed to say, "You'll only need a new man if Maggie won't give me a second chance." "I need to speak to Maggie." Fitz stood at Kitty's hotel room door a few minutes and several toasts to his new title and family confirmation later. He knew she was in Kitty's room because the Summer sisters had talked about meeting there before the wedding. "I'm sorry, Fitz." Kitty wore a white hotel robe and slippers. Her hair was in an intricate twist with white flowers woven into the dark strands. Fitz wore the same sweater and slacks he had that morning, and his heart on his sleeve. "I need to speak to Maggie." He added a soft, "Please." Someone whispered inside the room. Someone said, "Shush." Kitty moved the swing bar door lock into place, stepped outside of the suite, and let the door bounce against the bar without closing and locking her out. "Listen, Fitz. Or whatever your name is. That's my name. Truly. And my father is King of Naarsland. And now I truly am a prince. Fitz knew now wasn't the time to make that announcement. Today isn't the day to try and ask my sister for forgiveness. Kitty placed a hand on his arm. You need to make a big gesture to Maggie. You need to prove to her that she can trust you. And even then, she takes a long time to process hurt. I know that. I'm ready to do anything. To apologize. To grovel. He tried to sound as if this moment was all or nothing for him. Because it was. I can do whatever it takes. Whatever she needs. Because I love her. No sound came from the hotel room. What you do next will define you. Kitty's voice dropped. And if you do it right, your relationship. No pressure. Fitz found it hard to breathe. He managed to nod. He managed to step back. He managed to let Kitty open the door and return inside without pushing his way in to talk to Maggie. She takes a long time to process hurt. Fitz walked toward the elevator with leaden feet, thinking about the whispers behind Kitty's door, the silence. Whoever was in there had heard him. Maggie knew, or would know shortly, how sorry he was and that he loved her. The rest was up to her. He pushed the elevator call button before registering a small sound. Pissed, Fitzy. Maggie heard every word Fitz had to say. But Kitty was right. Maggie was still hurting. She wasn't ready to talk to Fitz. But that didn't mean she didn't think about him or the way they met. Had it only been 2 days ago? It felt like much longer. That night. Fitz hadn't introduced himself as a prince. She'd assumed. I assumed he was royalty. She'd been wrong. Nathan Abernathy was the prince. And Fitz. Even though he and Abernathy shared a father, Fitz was just a man. Tears welled in Maggie's eyes as she imagined how Fitz must have suffered over the years. She'd been the last of 5 sisters, never quite measuring up but wanting to. But Fitz. He'd been relegated to the sidelines due to no fault of his own. And somehow, through all of that, Fitz still loved his half-brother. He's a good man. But was he the man who could overcome the obstacles they faced to make love work? She didn't know. I realize you're hurting right now, Grandma Dotty said as they rode in the gondola to the Summit restaurant where the wedding was to be held on Christmas Eve. It was just the Summer sisters, Grandma Dotty, and Dad in the gondola. The ladies had their coats draped over their shoulders for warmth. But it was still cold. Grandma Dotty hooked her arm through Maggie's, sending her coat to the floor. I need to know if I can count on you to be Mrs. Claus for the party tomorrow morning. They were playing the Clauses for the families and guests of the resort at breakfast tomorrow morning. I won't let you down, Maggie promised, bending to retrieve her grandmother's coat and settling it back on her thin shoulders. Are you sure? Grandma Dotty prodded, staring at her closely. You have to smile and be jolly for the kids. I can do that. It was the people she knew, like her family, that she had a hard time smiling for. Strangers? No problem. You know, Grandma Dotty shrugged deeper into her coat as they neared the top of the gondola ride. Your grandfather was the perfect man for me. I know. But he wasn't perfect. Her grandmother's cold fingers found Maggie's. Sometimes he gambled too much. Not at the casinos, but with his businesses. He could bark at me like he did his employees because he found it hard to transition from work to home. And he could never seem to put his dirty socks in the dirty clothes hamper. Maggie chuckled. Those weren't deal breakers. The gondola station came into view. It could be messy, Grandma Dotty went on, staring out the window. We never went to bed angry. And it could be painful to express our feelings or hear about the other's hurt. But when a new day dawned, we were a stronger couple than we were the night before. You want me to give Fitz a second chance? Maggie's head pounded. She wanted that, too. Someday. Grandma Dotty squeezed her hand. The thing about love is that you can't wait things out, Maggie. You wouldn't shy away from telling a client about a painful diagnosis, no matter how hard it was for them to face. If you love Fitz, even if that love is fragile and new, you have to face the tough stuff and trust that he'll rise to the occasion. I hear what you're saying. Maggie recognized the wisdom of her grandmother's words. But what you need to do is hear what Fitzhugh has to say. Maggie nodded. The gondola rocked into the station. And even when Maggie got off, the ground felt shaky beneath her feet. Chapter 14. Grandma Dotty was Kitty's flower girl. She wore a Christmas green dress and led the march of the bridesmaids dressed in red down the aisle, sprinkling white rose petals. When Grandma Dotty reached the altar, she kissed Beck's cheek and then took her place on the front aisle next to Mom. It was Maggie's turn to walk the aisle. She hesitated. She hadn't been in a wedding since her own failed attempt at matrimony. At the end of the aisle, Beck and his groomsmen stood in the same order they'd stood in what felt like a lifetime ago in Florida. Although there were fewer of them this time. Back then, there'd been no Christmas trees. No fir boughs trimmed in white twinkle lights and red berries. Back then, Maggie had walked down the aisle in a daze, afraid and full of doubt but too proud to tell anyone. She just wanted the day to be over, yearning to get back to her work as a veterinarian. Today, she wanted to walk down the aisle toward Fitz. Her heart began to race, to yearn to hear Fitz out, to give him a second chance at a forever kind of love. But this wasn't Maggie's wedding. It wasn't Fitz who awaited her. It was Beck on that altar awaiting Kitty. He smiled at Maggie. Not nervously. Not with annoyance. But with understanding. Everybody needs time. Especially me. Maggie grinned right back at him, because he was part of her family, her history, her life. It was a sign, the sign Maggie needed to walk forward and think about the future. A future with Fitz. One she wouldn't rush toward but take carefully measured steps to. Love wasn't a race. It didn't matter if Maggie was the last summer sister to get married or buy a house or have a baby, as long as it was Fitz she kissed goodnight. Step pause. Step pause. When Maggie reached the altar, she rose up on her toes to kiss Beck's cheek. The assembled gasped, no doubt remembering that this was what Kitty had done in Florida. Maggie didn't dwell on it as she moved to her position opposite the groomsmen. The past didn't matter as much as this moment. She felt love. These people loved her. They'd love her no less if she and Fitz didn't work out. And she loved them for it. But Fitz and I will work out. Maggie beamed as she watched her sisters each walk down the aisle, Violet, Lily, Aubrey, and then Kitty, escorted by Dad. Kitty's gaze sought out Maggie's, and then eased over to Beck. Her smile broadened. She was a beautiful bride. Dad stopped short of the altar, raised Kitty's veil, and kissed her cheek. Then he shook Beck's hand and went to sit with Mom. Beck reached for Kitty, a hand extended across a divide. Kitty glanced at Maggie, mischief in her smile. Instead of taking Beck's hand, she lifted her ivory skirt, revealing a pair of white boots with lug soles. Maggie's sisters giggled. Her grandmother chuckled. They lifted their skirts, revealing similar boots in black. Their boots were just like Maggie's. Really? Dad muttered. He was on record as hating Maggie's boots. The Summer sisters and Grandma Dotty laughed. Kitty placed her hand in Beck's. The wedding went on as planned. And Maggie felt a giant sense of love. Chapter 15. Thank you for playing Mrs. Claus to my Santa. Grandma Dotty adjusted the pillow at her waist. She was dressed in a vintage Santa suit, the one that Grandpa Summer used to wear every Christmas when they helped host the holiday party for the staff's families and guests at the Pomeroy Resort. Can you head down first? Grandma Dotty asked. I want to be alone for a minute. I miss Grandpa, too, Maggie hugged her. I'll meet you downstairs in the lobby. Maggie left their suite and hurried down the hallway. She got lucky and caught the elevator. It stopped at every floor until the car was crowded with people carrying presents and brimming with good cheer. It was infectious. There was only one way this day would be any better. If Fitz is waiting for me in the lobby. He wasn't. Maggie lingered at the elevator waiting for her grandmother to come down. She fiddled with her wire spectacles, part of her Mrs. Claus outfit. Merry Christmas! The sound of happy people and Christmas music drifted across the lobby from the ballroom where the festivities were to occur. The elevator doors opened. Santa stepped out. Santa was taller than Grandma Dotty, broader across the shoulders than Grandma Dotty, and had eyes the color of green velvet. Merry Christmas, Maggie. Fitz hefted the sack of Christmas presents over his shoulder. What have you done with my grandmother? She glanced inside the elevator to make sure Grandma Dotty wasn't lurking just out of sight. She wasn't. Maggie faced Fitz again, heart pounding. She'd thought about this moment all last night and all this morning. But now. Grandma Dotty's all right, isn't she? Yes. Fitz smiled reassuringly behind that white beard. She'll be down on the next car with my family. She believes in you. Maggie tried to breathe easier, tried not to take his free hand in hers, tried not to cry. Succeeded at nothing. That Santa costume means a lot to my grandmother. Dotty means a lot to me too, Fitz said softly. Maybe because she's a lot like you. Spunky, kind-hearted, determined, yet easily hurt. He knew her well. How could that be after so little time? Maggie didn't know. Didn't care. I'm sorry I didn't correct your assumption about who I was when we first met. That voice. So deep. So sincere. But I don't need to be a prince to love you, Maggie. And yet, you want to be. She knew that much about him. Fitz nodded. It was important to my biological mother that I be acknowledged. It was her dream, not mine. She wrote it in her will. He bent to touch his nose to hers. You once told me that you were never the girl who dreamed of having a prince. If you forgive me for not correcting you about my lack of title on Friday night, I'll prove to you every day that you deserve to be treated like a queen. Maggie hugged him tight. You tell that to some of the ornery livestock I have as clients. I'm sure they'll believe you. He chuckled. You'll have to reconcile yourself to the fact that I'm part of a royal family. There will be times when I have to wear fancy clothes and mingle with the martini crowd. Don't you mean my grandmother will have to accept that fact? Maggie teased, telling herself to give him some breathing room. He'd had her at Merry Christmas while wearing that Santa suit. I didn't brag to anyone that you were a prince. In fact, I didn't tell a soul. Ever since I kissed you in the pub, you've been Fitz to me. You're just a man willing to don Kris Kringle's suit to win me back. And I've got to say, it's working. Is it? Fitz slung his bag to the ground and rested his hands on Maggie's hips. I don't know how you did it, Maggie, but you made me see things differently. Bad different? He shook his head. Good different. You showed me that there's more to life than a title. She couldn't wait any longer for him to kiss her. She rose up on her toes and kissed him as tears spilled over her cheeks and onto his snowy white beard. I love you, Fitz, she told him when she was done. I don't know where we go from here, but the way looks brighter with you by my side. I'm glad because I've never had to think of a future outside of Naarsland. Your light will help me decide what I want to do with the rest of my life. Besides loving you. Santa. A child's enthusiastic cry pierced the air. They turned toward the ballroom. A little girl waved madly. She wore a pretty red dress and a pair of purple snow boots. In her, Maggie recognized herself. Enthusiastic about life and determined to go after it in her own way. They waved back. Christmas waits for no one. Fitz smiled. Shall we go make the holiday special for them? Yes. Maggie took his hand. He swung the sack of presents on his back. And together, they strode to the ballroom. And toward the rest of their lives. Epilogue. The day Fitz was presented at court as a legitimate heir of King Alastair, Maggie and Grandma Dotty were in attendance. Maggie wore a long, formal black dress. And her black lug-soled boots, of course. Her hair had been swept up into a tight chignon but was already escaping. Turns out, Naarsland was a humid country. Who knew? Grandma Dotty was trying to be on her best behavior, but Maggie had already taken away a sword, a mace, and a helm from her. If King Alastair carried a scepter, Maggie was afraid her grandmother might wrestle him for it. She held Grandma Dotty's hand as the Royal Order of the Cherry surrounded them, including Bing, no doubt suspecting that her grandmother might do something to disrupt the ceremony. She couldn't fault them for their suspicions. Maggie was actually grateful. With their help, she could devote all her attention to the man she loved. The orchestra played a subdued song, full of pomp and promise. Fitz walked toward the throne where the king, queen, Prince Abernathy, and Princess Aurora sat. He wore a white dress uniform with a gold sash. He stopped when he came abreast Maggie, leaning over to take her hand and kiss it. And then he continued on to the royal family and officially became a part of them. His mother was probably beaming down at him from heaven. Maggie was beaming at him from the midst of a gathering of cherries. They'd both had their wishes come true. To be firmly ensconced in family, no matter what they wore or who they loved. The end.